All right, guys, welcome to the live What's on Draft Ode to Oden podcast, or I guess live stream. I am Cole Zwicker, and joining me today, of course, is the maestro of the Oden podcast. We have Sean Derenthal, then, of course, Javier Pesquera. We are going to cover every pick live that we can muster as far as we'll go as long as we can, at least probably the first round, and we'll see what happens after that. So, guys, how you guys doing?
Well,
doing
here,
good, man.
no
Thanks for
problem.
having me.
Yeah, great over here as well.
So we got Adam Silver going live right now as far as announcing the first pick. We expect this to be Markelle Fultz. Do you guys really quickly want to talk about big boards? We didn't get a chance to cover that in our episodes on the What's on Draft podcast because we frankly just ran out of time. So Javier, what's your top five looking like? Do you have any kind of hot takes that you want to tell the listeners about?
Yeah, I think I do have a couple hot takes there. Like I didn't want to do that, but I ended up coming a little bit with the heat over there. I'm basically turning my board in a little bit more of a team scenario just because I don't want to separate teams from players, especially at the top or in the upper echelon tiers. And I ended up having a tier 1 with all of Fultz, Ball, and Dennis Smith Jr. together, just because I thought that at one point every one of those guys could bring that type of tier 1 value, even though Fultz is the better prospect. And I make the argument in Sean's webpage whenever my board is going to be up for each of those guys. I think I go through it a little bit too long, but that's the nature of the business. And then I had basically Ntilikina and Isaac after those in tier 2 with another group of guys. But if you are talking about top 5, those are the guys for me, those 5.
What about you, Sean?
Nothing too crazy. I went back and forth at number 2. I mean, number 2 and 3 are kind of the most interesting, I think. So, like in tier 1, I have Fultz, obviously. I think there is a pretty big gap there. Then in tier 2, Jackson, Ball, and Isaac. And I'm not super committed to any order of those 3. I had Jackson ahead, and I still think that the median outcome for Jackson, I think there's a decent probability that of those guys, maybe he has the highest probability of being the second best player, just because I think his floor is so high. You're going to get somebody who's a really solid player in almost every single way that you can ask a player to be, except for the shooting, which is obviously huge, and I'm not trying to downplay that. But then Ball's upside and floor is just way more stretched, right? There's a ton of room in there. He doesn't have a great comp for a good reason. His similarity scores in a lot of these similarity score models, which are just kind of for fun. But his similarity scores there's a giant gap between him and his best simulation or whatever. So basically that means that he's extremely unique, I shouldn't qualify that, right? He's very different type of prospect than we've seen before. So he's just kind of hard to peg for me, although all of the models love him. And if I'm going to be like this model guy, right, and I'm going to start trusting the numbers more, and I'm going to design this stuff, the more that I look into the logic of this, it's pretty solid. Ball is special. And some days, I wake up and I go, am I projecting the wrong guy, number 1? Because Ball he's special in a lot of ways. And then I have Isaac in that same tier. I'm not sure. That's probably where I differ a little bit from a lot of people.
Guys, I want to interrupt a little bit. Apparently, Minnesota is close to acquire Jimmy Butler. I don't know how late it's been a minute ago from Stein. So I'm going to guess the pick is going to get dealt in that trade. I don't really know what else, but seems to be a certainty. So that's another little curveball that we got tonight with Minnesota and Jimmy Butler.
Who's reporting that?
Mark Stein.
Okay.
Wow.
Stein.
Yeah, my goodness.
I got Woj's account pulled up, but
Yeah, I mean, it just happened a minute ago, kind of. So I was hearing Sean and thinking about it at the same time. I didn't know when was at the right time to just close here. But
gosh, this is interesting. Yeah. So Zach Lowe, I mean, we shouldn't just be reporting tweets here, obviously. That's not what this is about. But Zach Lowe says that his guess is Levine, Dunn, and number 7. Obviously, we have no idea what the package is. Clearly, that's a perfect fit. They definitely need more wing depth. Somebody who's a better creator, more efficient creator for other people than Wiggins. I mean, obviously, no one's gonna hate them acquiring Butler. We have to see the full package, but that makes me so excited, right? Another person alongside Towns is just, gosh, that warms my heart. I was getting so depressed about his situation.
but like, how is the spacing going to work if the one that is dealt is a beam? Like, I mean, I understand with the injury you will prefer still to keep Wiggins, but like, I honestly probably like Lavin a bit better than Wiggins, even though I don't like any of them a ton. They are good for where they are, but I won't get overly excited about any of those. But like, if you are planning on building around Butler and Towns, like, I don't know what's the job for Wiggins over there. Like, I don't know what he's going to do in that role. Like, I don't really see it. I guess Butler could go back to be a bit more of a secondary guy to the role he started having with Thibs in Chicago and focus a bit more on defense and stuff like that. But like, still, like, the spacing is going to be fucking terrible, especially if they play two bigs. Like, I don't really see much of an offense over there. I mean, they're really good players, but like, it gets a bit confusing to me.
What do you think, Cole?
No, it's really intriguing. Markelle Fultz just got announced to Philadelphia #1 pick, so we should probably talk about that right now. The fit there is pretty spectacular, in my opinion. I mean, we'll get back to Jimmy Butler and stuff, but we got to kind of go live here. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about he doesn't fit ideally with Simmons because of this, like, we have like trading off possessions. So one guy handles one guy handles the other. I think we've all talked about. Javier, you hit this on the What's on Draft podcast. I hit this on Twitter. There's so much versatility with Simmons. Like, he can act as the roll man, as a playmaking four. You can run a 1-4 pick and roll with both of them. Out. You can also run a 4-5 pick and roll with Simmons and Embiid, and then Fultz can space out. So there's so much lineup versatility, I feel like, with them. And they kind of doubled down on their primary initiator equity. So really, they have so many options as primary guys. We haven't seen a construct like this since. So I really do think that they have a ton of potential. It just depends on those ancillary guys coming through. I mean, star power, of course, is what drives your team. But if they can find shooting, if Covington can give them league average shooting, if they can get a guy like KCP, max him out in free agency potentially, or even like a guy like TLC improves as a shooter from the perimeter, this is a really special group. What do you think about that, Sean?
I am really intrigued by, well, okay, so one, like Javier said, the 1-4 pick and roll with Simmons on the short roll making decisions, that's incredible, right? Because you're definitely going to be trapping, well, I guess you're probably going to be trapping Fultz in that scenario. I mean, obviously we're projecting here a bit, but I think it's a reasonable projection to say that you're going to have to trap Fultz out of that pick and roll, because pulling up on three at that with the kind of length that he has is like, it's one of the most beautiful things, right, that you see in college basketball, especially when everything that the defense is throwing at him is concentrated on stopping Fultz at the top. So that Simmons rolling, against a short defense is really, really exciting. I'm interested to see exactly how Embiid develops, because if Embiid can continue to develop the shot, like, that just makes it completely absurd. And obviously he has a lot of room to grow. He's only played 31 games. We have a lot to discover about him. Obviously, we have a lot to discover about all three of them. But you mentioned the thing at the very end. TLC, the archetype that we have in mind for him, right? Like, his ceiling outcome, the outcome that we all imagined when we had him like top 15, all right? All of draft Twitter was loving this kid. He is the perfect piece. So,
yeah. I think in my piece, the point I made, and that's why I couldn't separate them in terms of having a Fultz on a tier by himself, even if he's the upper talent, it was just because, like, even if in terms of being like the guy that brings you more equity as a primary, I think eventually if you actually can get that equity from Simmons, it's possible that Ball, in terms of like being the perfect fit and being able to bring like more solutions to smaller problems than Fultz does, just because of being a bit more of a specialized player in terms of being a guy that is going to just glue things together and be able to improve the ceiling of your team. I think it's arguable that he can be the better player eventually for that team, but like, the thing is, you can't put all the eggs in the Simmons basket. Like, you don't know if Simmons is going to be good enough to be a primary. You don't even know if he's going to be good enough offensively without the threat of a shooting. So it's just, I think, is the good move, just because you are not tapping your ceiling too low, and eventually it can work as well. Like, it's not like it's hopeless, like you said. Like, if eventually can work pretty well, even if Fultz is not like a pure shooter, or even if Simmons can stretch, because with Embiid being able to open the floor for you, with the short roll possibilities, with even the cutting possibilities from both Simmons and Fultz, and we haven't even talked about transition play. So obviously you are going to try to get the guy with a higher ceiling, even if the mix is a bit lower. But like, I couldn't like take myself out of making the argument for Ball, because I thought it was a good one, and I think he would have made sense as well. But like, I think with the situation Philadelphia is facing, this is the better solution for sure right now.
So I'm going to do this all night today. The ESPN comp for Fultz was Bradley Beal. That's garbage.
Yeah, I saw it.
Fultz is a way better playmaker for others than Bradley Beal. So I know that Sean loves player comps. So we're going to be able to touch on these all night because I'm just going to kill ESPN for these. We're about a minute away from the Lakers pick here.
All night.
Oh, yeah. We're about a minute away from the Lakers pick here. I think that we can all agree that the Fultz pick, we all had Fultz number 1 on our boards. Maybe, Sean, you went back and you looked at ball more and you thought that he was more deserving of that spot, at least recognition for it. But I had him in a separate tier. I think talent-wise, for how he projects to the NBA, the 3-level scorer, I think his playmaking for others is really underappreciated from that setting in Washington. He just didn't have the opportunities or the spatial talent. Like, they had no pick and pop bigs. They had 2 traditional bigs on the floor at all times. Like Noah Dickerson could shoot a little bit from mid-range, but he just had nothing to work with. With the more open space floor, I think he's really going to thrive in the NBA. So real quick before, we got about 20 seconds till the Lakers pick. Do you guys think anybody else has a chance here except for Ball?
No.
Nope. Well,
yeah,
very simple.
I mean, yeah, someone has a chance. Maybe Jackson, maybe Smith, but no, not really.
No,
I mean, after the D'Angelo Russell trade, I mean, it was kind of the writings on the wall. And by the way, that was an unmitigated disaster of a trade, in my opinion. What a tire fire.
Yeah, the thing with that trade is like if you're making that trade right away when you know you're going to have a guy coming in and you need the cap space, that's fine. But like if you are a year behind and you don't even know if you are going to be able to get any of those guys, like it doesn't make any sense unless they felt that they were not going to be able to get rid of the Mozgov contract because D'Angelo Russell was going to get even lower in value, or Mozgov was going to look even worse. But even if Mozgov looked worse, like he will have had only 2 years left. So I don't buy that argument. So it has to be something related to they didn't want to have Russell around Ball, or they didn't think Russell was going to accept some sort of demotion, even if I don't think it has to be that way by the way Alonso plays. But it had to be something related to it, like something turned them off Ball, Russell, and they thought it was the right opportunity to move on, because other than that, they basically are planning a year ahead, and that's never a good thing unless you have like a promise from anybody or anything like that. Like you have to come back to the Kings and the trade they made when they thought they could sign Wes Matthews, and that trade ended up with sending enough assets to Philadelphia to be able to trade for the number 1 pick in this draft. So like it's just like it can be a total disaster unless you actually get a guy next year.
All right, so the pick was announced. It's Lonzo Ball, like we all expected. Sean, what do you think about that fit?
Yeah.
The fit? I guess the reason I'm laughing is because what is he fitting around? I mean, if the fit is him and then a blank roster, then yeah, I mean, I love the fit, you know?
He has Thomas Wells in Brook Lopez.
I should say this. Ball is a very flexible building block, right? Ben Simmons is the guy that we've all been talking about as it's really, really important that they get Fultz because he's like the perfect fit around. And Javier, you made the argument for Ball fitting around, which I agree with on principle a little bit, I think. But of building around, Ball very much has that. The only thing that he lacks, I think the only thing that he really lacks is just the creation upside. I think some of it's there a little bit more than we saw there, but if he had like the creation upside, like obviously everyone fits with LeBron James, right? If you're a good player, then you fit with LeBron James. I think the only fit concerns are the creation, which are minimized. I think you can find some creators, and then it's going to be the defense. At the point of attack, we know that he's not great, but off ball he is. So I would just say flexibility is a one strength there. And if you're trying to build around him, then you have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I think before you go, Cole, and actually break down a little bit more of Ball's game, because you are better at it than I am, I think there are a couple of scenarios where he can bring that type of upside or that type of value, just because there are 2 things that he brings to the Lakers that maybe other players don't. Like I'm talking basically about Dennis Smith Jr., which would be the guy that I actually have in terms of in a vacuum type of player, maybe a higher upside. But like, again, the thing with Ball is like you are empowering your coach, you are empowering your culture they're trying to set up, and you are probably empowering a little bit more of the Lakers mystique and the Lakers type of atmosphere that has made them thrive in the past. And that's a valuable thing for a franchise like them, because they are players in the free agency, actually. They are players that don't have many assets and don't have many guys that are valuable. And if a guy like Ball can actually improve the value of even your own players, there is something to be said about that for a team that is as desperate as they are in terms of like future assets. So I think overall, like maybe on court, in terms of like positive value or possibility of being a difference maker, like he might not be as valuable than a Dennis Smith Jr. could be if you groom him the right way. But if you're trying to groom the guy in a system run by Luke Walton, that is going to be a motion offense where the guys have to be able to play off ball, move the ball, and play in transition, I think there is something to be said for like just making that culture something that you want to rule with, and being able to actually empower your coach in that sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that he's tailor-made for that system as far as what they want to do principally: pass, screen away, come off screen, shoot the ball, move, make the extra pass, and all that stuff. Like cut. He's an outstanding cutter. We've talked about this ad nauseum about Lonzo. It's a great fit, and he is conducive. If you think somehow the Lakers earn play for LeBron, like Lonzo plays off those guys better than probably anybody. If you have the primary equity, that's where Lonzo is really valuable. Valuable. He makes really good players great. I think that's his biggest value in the league. If he is your only system guy and he's like the primary, I think that you're gonna have problems. That's why I didn't like the Russell trade, because I thought Russell actually complemented him really well on offense as far as being able to pick and roll and kind of score out of those settings.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I mean, if this year, I mean, I think Ingram is actually going to initiate the offense more than Lonzo is, just because really use these guys. Like, there's not that much playmaking on this roster. If Randall doesn't take huge strides, he's been inconsistent. So, it'll be a tough sledding for the Lakers this year, but we'll see. I mean, the whole D'Angelo trade is contingent on what they do in the future, right? Like, we can't really analyze it unless they get like a LeBron or get like a Paul George. I still think the methodology was stupid, because there's no guarantee that you get those guys, and you just decreased your bargaining position because now everybody knows you're desperate, right?
Yeah, just do it later.
Right? Now it's like you have to get one.
They need to get two guys for me. Like, getting George is not enough.
Exactly.
To make, they need to get two guys.
I agree.
Like, it has to be two guys. If not, you don't do it, because you are opening up a future space in 2018 to be able to sign a guy, and you are supposedly being maybe be able to trade for George now, or even sign him from the free agent market. But then you might be able to use stretch them, or maybe trade them out in a dump as well. So then you are able to theoretically have enough space for two guys. I don't think LeBron is going to look at them in that sense, but like, maybe it's another guy, that there are enough guys in next year's free agency. But like, for now, I think, I mean, how do you think if you are going to battle between Brook Lopez and D'Angelo Russell for being a better fit around ball, which guy you think brings more to help him next season? Like, there is an argument to be made for Lopez in terms of being a player that is more like established in the league and being able to hit open shots, and they're going to improve their spacing from the center spot. But like, what about if we are talking in terms of like a partner in the backcourt to be able to create a bit more? Like, you think Ingram can shoulder the creation well enough, or do you think Lopez brings more in terms of being able to open the floor for him? I think it could be kind of even, actually, for a year. The problem is, like, Lopez is a straight up rental.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of validity to that. He's going to open up the offense a little bit with this stretch appeal. But, I mean, obviously the deal was still centered on Lopez's contract coming off the book. Oh, wow. Okay, so this trade just got announced between the Bulls and the Timberwolves. So the Bulls are going to get Zach LaVine, Chris Dunn, and the number 7. The Bulls receive Jimmy Butler and the number 16 pick.
Yeah. It's kind of cheap.
What do you guys think of that initially? That's pretty. I like it for the. I mean, I like the move a lot for the Timberwolves.
I mean, I thought Chicago had to move on from Butler eventually, just because like they have no hope of building around him, so it makes sense to trade out of him. But like, if this is the best you can get, I mean, I like LaVine, but like, he's coming from an ACL, and you have to resign him next summer. And the 7th pick is like no man's land a little bit for me. And then Chris Dunn is like, I mean, I like him enough last year, and I think he's going to be a well enough defender to stick in the league eventually for having a role, even if he's from the bench. But like, he will have been this year probably ranked outside of my top 3 tiers, because I'm being even more bullish on shooting. So like, it just gets very dicey, and you're also giving up the 16th pick, which is probably not all that valuable in the whole sense. But like, Jimmy Butler, I mean, it's just like maybe was not there enough in terms of like trading partners. But I don't know how much I like Butler for Minnesota in terms of fit, but in terms of the value that it costs to get him, I think it's kind of cheap, and the value is there for the player. I don't know, Sean, what you think about the
so we have
trade as well.
We have Adam Silver right now announcing the 3rd pick.
Yeah, this is the most intriguing
pick. Jason Tatum?
I will say so.
Jason Tatum. Okay, this is fascinating, man. That is. I mean, this is the momentum building up to the draft, right? We didn't really consider this probably 3 weeks ago, a month ago, but it seemed like over the last week, especially, this is going to be the guy. What do you think about that, Javier?
I mean, I said.
What do you think about Jason Tatum to Boston?
Yeah, I said about that in the pod that I didn't think he meets well with Jaylen Brown or all that well, but like eventually, it all depends on where are the Celtics going. Like if they saying Hayward, I think Hayward can actually make sense in the lineup with him, just because he's going to be able to get some attention and leave the lesser guy, a lesser defender on Tatum, and he can probably beat that guy. So if that's the possibility there, I think it makes some sense. I just don't see the upside with Tatum in terms of being a guy that can actually bring that type of like value on the road in being an elite player at his position. So I will have rolled the dice with another guy that maybe has more of a bust chance. But like I think it's the same as last year. Like Jaylen Brown was a guy that might be solid, but I don't really see a lot of upside with him. It's basically the same argument with Tatum. They are different players. It's just like even if he scores, even if he like evolves physically enough, like I think he has to do two things to become an elite scorer in the league. One is refine his mechanics and be able to make a quicker release and be able to shoot off the dribble without a true motion, and then be able to get stronger. Like he needs to get a better frame to be able to dislodge people at the rim, because he's not going to be able to just burst over guys. So like, and be able to hold himself against force defensively as well. Like he needs to do all those things. I think he can get there, but like even if he gets there, like I don't think that type of player is all that valuable, just because there are guys that take longer to score. There are guys that take more positions to score, even if they are able to pass on the move a little bit like Tatum is. And then you might have a guy like Monk, for example, that is able to score in less number of positions and score at a higher, like without touching the ball as much. And those guys end up being more valuable for teams that end up competing for everything. But I mean, it's getting a bit too long on him. I don't mind him. He's in my tier 2. So this is about right in terms of there. I have him more around the latter part of the tier, but like it's okay to have him in the upper side, I guess. That's my guess there.
Sean, where did you end up with Tatum on your board?
So the last, I think maybe the last podcast or second to last podcast, Mike and I did a breakdown of Luke Kennard and Frank Jackson. And so I watched a ton of Duke games recently. And I can just tell you, like, I've actually come down a little bit on Tatum. And maybe it's unfair because it's kind of cursory. But he doesn't do anything like at an elite level. And that scares me a little bit, right?
Yep.
Kevin Pelton puts it this way a lot, and I think it's really good. He talks about people like strengths and weaknesses as being top 25 percentile in some skill or whatever, and bottom, quartile in some skill. And most good prospects have several attributes in the top quartile, right? There are things you have strengths, really strong strengths to be able to play in the NBA from college. And Tatum is actually he doesn't have a single thing in that top quartile, and that matches the eye test perfectly. I don't know what he does well. If you're like projecting that he's like going to continue to get better at all the little things, then sure, like he's probably a good play. He's probably like an average starter, which is super valuable at the wing in the league. Like he's going to be a super valuable player, but he doesn't have the kind of creation upside. He doesn't really have a ton of upside in any direction, I think. So I don't know. I actually kind of hate this pick, to be honest.
I mean, he's a different player, but like Cole, you think he's going to be able to do more than what Harrison Barnes did for Golden State if he's like a starter in a championship level team? Like he's going to be able to bring more, and if he's going to be featured as a more of a scoring type, he's going to be able to lead a team to better than what the Mavs have done this year. I'm not saying he's Harrison Barnes. I mean, he can bring value in a similar way if he's able to play the 4 and hold himself defensively. But like, it's just unless he actually develops a type of skill set that trumps his lack of athletic burst, like he's going to end up being that type of like in the middle guy. And those guys bring value by just being wings and being able to play in type of playoff settings, but like not the type of value that you want for a top 3 pick, basically.
The thing about him is, I think you hit this nail on the head, Javier, on Twitter that one time, as far as I don't think he has the versatility defensively to play the 4 that Harrison Barnes does, as far as like the sturdy frame. He doesn't have that strength level. That was really underrated about Barnes. He could really hold position in the post. Tatum gets bullied a lot in the post, even by college forwards. So that's something to look out for. He's more polished, right? He's more skilled. He's more fluid than a lot of these guys we see come out that are more low-skill guys. Like he's more polished than a Tobias Harris. coming out. His footwork in the mid post is incredible. But like Sean said, is it good enough? Is his efficiency going to be good enough as a scorer to really warrant this selection? I don't think so. I mean, I've been down on his shooting form. That 2-motion release, he's a little stiffer, and he gets like Melo comps. If you watch Melo at Syracuse, he was so freaking fluid. He was unbelievably fluid off the dribble. He is better, a little bit of hip flexibility, a little better of a first step, and all that stuff adds up. So if you're drafting him as an archetype, you want a primary wing scorer, right? Like that's what he's supposed to be, who also creates a little bit for others. And I just don't see him ever being efficient enough at that to really garner consideration in this spot. I like him as like a quality overall player. I think he's going to bring his ancillary skills are pretty solid. Like he can pass and move a little bit. He's better defensively than I think I expected as far as not being a liability. But that only goes so far when you don't have one elite skill that is really going to carry your game. And that's kind of why I was down on both Jason Tatum and Josh Jackson, because I just didn't see that one elite skill from either one of them.
Yeah, I will agree. I will say one thing, like even if you think he can get better, I like his passing on the move. I think he can actually find guys when the lines are a bit open and he's willing to do that. And I think his defense could be okay. He is not going to be just a plus. But even if you like him enough and you think he will develop enough, like is he even going to get as a skill as a passer, as a skill as an ISO scorer as Joe Johnson is? Like probably not. And how valuable is Joe Johnson really? Like he's valuable and he has been solid for a team that has been okay as the Atlanta Hawks has gone, or even for Brooklyn, like they were in the playoffs once or twice, I think. And then he has moved towards a more of a stretchy role in Utah in the latter part of his career. But like, he's an okay player. I don't know if I want to use him as a building block, basically. That's my concern there. And I think there were guys with that type of upside left in the board. And that's basically the thing. Or if not, there were guys with more flexibility or with more upside on defense. So that's basically why I'm a bit against that. Jackson got pick number 4. I mean, Wox has spoiled the next like 2 or 3 picks. So we can talk about it and move on a little bit.
John, take it away with Jackson here. I know you're a little bit higher on him than we are. As far as when I went back over the film, I kind of soured on his game. So why do you still have him high on your board?
Well, because he's good at almost everything. Except for the shooting thing, and I think the shooting thing, there are scenarios in which he looks a little bit better. And I mean, that's a dangerous game to play, and we don't necessarily have to go there. But just to say that there's something there, right? He's not OG Anunoby. He's not Ricky Rubio. I legitimately think there's something there, and he could reach like a minimum floor of, I don't know, let's say 33%, or pick some arbitrary, slightly bad 3-point percentage. That if he reaches that, it really changes a lot of things for him. The passing is still real. The stuff that we talked about from the beginning that all of us kind of were enamored with that's still there. Now, a lot of the passing was in situations that was more advantageous. Obviously, he was being guarded by college 4s all the time, which helps a lot, right? But his second jump is so quick. He's like one of those super nimble athletes, and his motor's really high. And, okay, so this was something that I was a little bit disappointed in. This whole like trend where people were coming down on Jackson, the whole trend was about let's pick out all the flaws, and people were starting to talk about the gambling as like a bad defensive IQ thing. I rail against that, actually. I don't think that's true at all. I think his defensive IQ was great. I thought he was a pleasure to watch on defense. I mean, maybe not immediately because rookies are bad on defense. We know this. Like, I'm not going to bet that he's going to be good on defense, but eventually he will be very, very good on defense, I think. And okay on offense.
Yeah, I think Cole and I share the same concerns in terms of, like, for me, the things that he has that are valuable are his passing and his transition play. And those things are difficult to unlock unless you have like elite skills or elite shooting ability in terms of like burst in the first step, or being able to use have the handles at your position. And he might have the handles if he's facing 4s. I don't think he has them against perimeter players. I don't think he actually has the athletic ability or the burst to go by some perimeter players or elite perimeter players. This all changes if he's going to be able to play near a guy. Like we were talking about this when I talk about the trade in the pod we did right after the trade between Philly and Boston. Like if he's playing with Hayward in Boston, or he was the 1 pick to go there, like it makes sense because he's going to be guarded by the lesser defender, and then he can take advantage of those guys. If he's going to be like a main feature guy on offense, I don't think he brings that type of upside, and unless he's like shooting, especially pull-up shooting, or even like when he's attacking closeouts, like unless that gets really, really good or gets like at least hardened enough that he's going to be a threat out there, he's going to have a hard time to be able to get by people. So, and then he's not going to be able to use his abilities as a passer. So that's why, unless you're playing transition, I think the fit is okay in Phoenix. Like, I consider him there. I ended up having him 8th on my board, but he was in consideration to go anywhere from 4 to 8th. So I'm not mad at the draft at the pick for the Suns. And we actually discussed this when the Lotto went down, and the Suns were the only team that actually went down 2 spots. And we're basically saying that hopefully for the Suns, Jackson gets there, and then Cole and I sour on him a little bit afterwards. But it's just, I think the upside is difficult to see in terms of like being able to bring more than just a rotation wing. And again, that's fine, that's valuable, but I think there were guys with a little bit more upside on the board.
Yeah, just going to the ESPN comparison again with Andre Iguodala, I think that touches on kind of what I wanted to hit on. It's just, if you're going to draft him in this spot, I think he has to be that caliber of defender with his offensive limitations. Like we talked about the handling not being very good against actual wings. Like even when he played against Miles Bridges at Michigan State, he couldn't blow by Bridges at will, and Bridges isn't the best defensive prospect you're going to see. He's not a primary wing defender at the NBA level, that's for sure. So I have issues on that end, but really what it goes down to for me is the fact that he isn't like a generational defensive prospect. I agree with Sean as far as the instinct stuff. Like you see him blow up pick and rolls. He's got really good IQ. He gambles a little bit too much, and like the discipline stuff at times can waver, but I like a lot of things he does off ball. It's just on ball. He doesn't have elite lateral quickness. We talked about the lack of like that established frame. Like he's got a narrow build, and the length. He has 6'10" wingspan. Doesn't have that plus ability. So again, he reminds me more of like a Michael Kidd-Gilchrist kind of defender, someone who competes his ass off and is going to try it all the time. He's good laterally, and he's athletic enough to matter. But is he a generational defensive prospect? I don't think so. I don't think he's Andre Iguodala on that end. He's just not as athletic. He's not Kawhi Leonard. So just philosophically in the top 5, and this is kind of the player that I usually gravitate towards initially, like guys that play both sides of the court, good instincts, can pass. So there's a lot to work with, and he is the true wing prospect in this class, in my opinion, that has the best chance of like materializing into one. Yeah. I just think the shooting concerns, the fluidity, shooting off the dribble, not good. I really like watching him still. Like I sour on him just about potential and possible ceiling. Like it's not about not liking him as a prospect. It's just I don't see him being more than a utility guy, a starter, a guy that can bring value in both ways, and that's really useful. And he's going to be in a top 10 regardless for me. It's just like if there are guys with a possibility of hitting a higher upside, I think it's better to go that way and avoid, like you don't have to avoid risk for me in the draft. Like I'm not going to go for that. So it's more about that type of philosophy than actually thinking that Jackson is better or worse than some guys. Sean, what do you think about the fit in Phoenix with Jackson?
Obviously, it's really good. I mean, they need somebody of his ilk who's more versatile on the wing defensively. And I also think that their offense can get bogged down a lot. Now, that's a lot because of Devin Booker's creation style. And and
Bledsoe also.
We're in and out with injuries. Yeah, Bledsoe, their coach isn't the best. So just somebody who's a ball mover, who's willing to pass a little bit more, I think is really good for their offense.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to unlock a little bit of a small ball lineup, and hopefully with him at the three, we're not going to see any drag and bender at the 3. So only because of that, I'm kind of happy for this pick. So that's kind of like
thank God, dude.
Yeah,
thank
one
God.
Bright side.
Like I couldn't stand that last year.
Yeah. So this is
all right, guys. Fifth pick just got announced. De'Aaron Fox. This is kind of what we all expected. We all have thoughts on this because we are not the pro Fox brigade. But, I mean, he does conceptually fit into this roster as far as giving them a lead guard who can do something. He fits in theory with Buddy Hield as far as strengths and weaknesses go. So I get kind of the appeal, I guess. And a lot of guys that we respect are a lot higher on Fox. He's just I don't prefer a lead guard like this. We've talked about this a lot of times. So real quick, Sean, what are your thoughts on the pick? I mean, we all expected it, but as far as a value pick, is this value?
No, with Dennis Smith still on the board, it's not. But I would just say, if you want to hear a really good argument, and I think this is the best argument that I've heard, honestly. Okay, so I'm gonna let this secret slip a little bit. Mike and I recorded a podcast last night that was unpublishable without a lot of edits, and so I wasn't able, unfortunately, to get it up. But basically, we went back and forth on his article about it. So go there. It's big. It's like in like 4 different parts or whatever on odeToOden.com. By the way, Javier's big board is up now on odeToOden.com as well. You can go and check that out. But go check out Mike's article about Fox. Basically, it's a lot about the fact that his shooting isn't as bad as we think it is, and he makes a pretty decent argument about that, talking about the correlation of long twos. And then he talks about the finishing, which he does really well. He talks about after the first 10 seconds of the shot clock, the half-court offense stuff, that he's much better than Smith. Right, really, it all just comes down to like a matter of degrees, right? How much do you believe that the shot can be mitigated by his other skills, and then how much do you think the other prospects that are still on the board are valued more just because they can stretch the floor more than him, right? Because that's all we're talking about here. Like, maybe you can make the strength argument on defense, but really it's about the shooting. And yeah.
I mean, for me, the main issue is like, even if he was passable on shooting, like I don't think he's going to be able to get to an elite level or to an elite level for a guard. And I just want my guards to be able to shoot. I just want my guards to be able to play off ball. I just want my guards to be able, like, even if he's able to shoot it from the corners, is that going to be enough for a team to be able to build around him? Like, is he enough as a primary in terms of creating? Like, I like his vision, okay, especially in transition, but like I don't like him all that much in the half court. It's a point I made from the very beginning and the very first podcast we had in the Watson draft history so far. And like, I don't buy it. Like, I don't like him that much as my primary. And if I don't like him as my primary and he can't shoot, or even if he can shoot only okay, I'm just not buying. I think the value can be there later on. Like, I think after tier 2, I have him at the very beginning of tier 3, just because of the trade value potential or the ability that he produces in the first 3-4 years of his contract, just because I think he's going to be a solid player. I think he's going to be a good starter in the league for many years to come, for just not that good of teams, unless they build around him and maybe they get to be in the playoffs, but not like contenders or anything like that. But yeah, like, that's valuable for some teams. I think you can get to trade him. You can even, if you are bringing him from the bench, it's not the case in Sacramento, but like, you can even get value from him, as the Clippers got from Eric Bledsoe or stuff like that. So there are venues to get value for him is in several ways. But like, I just don't see it this high. Like, I would have been okay with the Kings picking him at 10th, or even with the Mavs picking him at 9th. But like, when you are passing on guys that I actually think have that type of upside, especially Monk or Nilikina or obviously Smith, when we are talking about guards, I just don't think it's a wise selection over there.
Cole, what do you think about the Conley comp?
I don't really like it. I mean, I get why people say that, because Conley was really frail and he had a little bit of the same shooting issues, even though if you actually watch the Conley film, he's much more confident shooting from range. He doesn't bring the ball back quite as far mechanically on his shot. Like, Fox is a little bit more two motion. It's like a slingshot release. So that's why you see it like a low trajectory. He doesn't get the arc and it's like flat. He was 0 for 3 on NBA threes this year. Conley, like, developmentally, I think he had a bad shooting season his rookie year, and then he just skyrocketed up. I don't really see that trajectory for Fox. Like, a lot of these guys, like Kyle Lowry, we see that as well, because he didn't shoot the three well in college. This happens every once in a while where these guys just develop shots. I mean, it's just randomness. It happens, and that could happen with Fox. It's absolutely possible. But just looking at his shooting form, I like lead guards that have that one motion release that can shoot from deeper ranges. I think the strength issue is real, both at shooting-wise and finishing-wise. And people, I don't know if you can just expect him to add like difference-making strength. We've talked about this a lot on our podcast. Like, there's a difference between adding 7 pounds like a Dennis Schroeder and adding like 15 pounds of actual muscle that makes you like rock steady as far as build goes. Like, he's not John Wall as far as lower body strength, core strength.
And it's really difficult to add lower body strength as well. Like, it's not an easy thing to do. Like, it's not just going to happen from today and like from even a season. Like, it's a process that takes years. Like, I just, like we were talking about.
He's got really skinny legs, and like that's really hard to fix. Like, you can't just like add a ton of like lower body girth. It just doesn't work that way. So I mean, there's a lot of things that, I mean, we shouldn't be totally negative on this. I mean, a lot of things that Fox does separate him from like the Elfrid Payton types, Michael Carter Williams. He's way more athletic, way quicker, has way better agility. So there's some stuff to work with. I just don't, like, I'm not qualified enough to talk about like specific shot developments. Like, maybe he does that. Maybe he goes to a shooting coach. I don't know how Sacramento shooting coaches are. And he gets like refined technique there. But just looking at his combination of strength, this is another thing. Like, his attempt rate from 3 was super low. So I just don't know. I think that requires too much projection and too much optimism to say this guy's going to be Conley. I just don't see it.
And people talk about like his mechanics being okay, and they are fine, but like it's just like the true motion and the thing that his suit is just over his head. Like I think it's going to be difficult for him to correct that. And like I said, I made this point before. Like it's difficult for him to get imbalance when he's shooting. Like he's all over the place with his legs. I think it's just like a bit too unnatural to get there. Even if he gets there from the corners, like it's just never going to be enough for me. So that's why I don't really see it. But like it can be okay for Sacramento. Like I talk about this in my piece. Like I think there are teams that are so fucking below the level of competition that it's okay for them to be acceptable or to use burn stages through using several type of players. And if Fox gets them there or like puts them a bit ahead, it might be worth it. So you never know. I think we have to talk about like Walks spoiling the next like 3 picks already. Like we know already who the Bulls are taking, and the Magic pick hasn't even been announced. So like, I mean, it's been announced now, like it's Jonathan Isaac, but like it's just like unreal how we know already like who is picking, who New York is picking at 8th already. What you
all right,
guys
so Jonathan
think about
Isaac for the Magic? Yeah, Isaac fits kind of that MO of John Hammond. We talked about that on our preview as far as like that length kind of size guy. I think that is the effect that you see. Maybe they go to Dennis Smith before Hammond comes over, but Hammond is definitely more of that kind of, he looks at certain prototypes and athletes and stuff like that. So, Sean, what do you think about the fit there? I mean, Aaron Gordon, they're pretty similar as far as playing the same position. I think they're both ideally used as 4s, but if you downsize in the playoffs, I mean, that's a terror of a defensive lineup if you can play them at Isaac at small ball 5. You can cover so much ground. So what do you think about that?
So ideally, like this was the spot that I didn't want Isaac to fall. He's in my tier 2. Like I thought that he probably should have gone to the Suns. Although Jackson was there, so I can't really fault anybody. The Tatum pick obviously screwed everything up. Thanks a lot, Boston. But I thought Isaac would have been perfect at Boston. I thought that maybe that's kind of the way that they were going.
I agree.
Okay, so for me, the fit, it's fine because I don't think they have anyone on their roster that really matters right now. Yeah. People will argue about Gordon, and look, maybe he can still turn a corner, but he has a lot of room to kind of make up, right? So
yeah,
is fine there. It sucks that they're going to have to battle for minutes, and their 2 best prospects really ideally are 4s. Isaac maybe is a little more adept at playing the 4-5 role, and Gordon, you'll see maybe the 3-4 role, although obviously him as a 3 offensively sucks. Let's just hope that for the Magic's sake, and obviously for Isaac's sake, and also for Gordon's sake, that Isaac's shooting translates, right? That you can actually stick him in a corner and you have to guard, like you have to close out on that. And on the strong side, you can't help from that corner. That would make the world of difference for them. So I like Isaac a lot. I hope that he works out. It's not an ideal fit, but who cares? They have no talent, so they just need somebody.
Yeah, I think for me, it's more about like flexibility down the road. Like the Magic don't have the guy right now that is going to be a building block for sure in terms of like just having to worry about him when you're drafting. So they should just draft people that are actually able to fit with anybody. And at least Isaac fits that mold. I don't care about them having too many bigs. I don't care about them not being able to actually play Isaac and Gordon inside for long stretches. I don't know if that's going to be the MO of Vogel, but like for now it's fine. Like I think both can just split up. They can even play together at times in the wings when you are playing against teams that don't really bring all that much a small ball at the same time. I just worry they are trying to develop Isaac as a full-time 3, but like unless they are like completely bringing him up in the wrong way, I think he's a guy that brings an upside. Like I had him 5th to Sacramento in my board. I think 6th to Orlando is fine. And this is basically the case we discussed. If you remember, Cole, like we're thinking like Isaac, if he's there for Minnesota, it makes sense. Right now it's not Minnesota, it's Chicago. But like we were thinking that it was going to be Lowry because Isaac was not going to be there. And basically the guys that got drafted, we had the doubt between Tatum and Jackson, between Phoenix and Boston. But other than that, it was pretty well done there. Like I think it was kind of predictable. And then I will say one thing, like in terms of being able to fit guys around Isaac, I think the shooting helps, but also the ability he has in times to even make the right read, even if it's not a difficult one. Like he's a guy that is not like Ibaka. Like he's not a guy that needs to think the game because before he actually does something. It's something you can see as well with OJ, with Anunoby. Like it's something that with Isaac I don't feel as much. I think he's more fluid in terms of like reading basketball than some of those other raw defensive forwards are.
I think it's one thing to note is that the shooting is not a guarantee to translate, right? Like, I think he's treated like he's going to shoot the three regardless from the wing and be able to space the floor. He's a good bet to shoot. I think he's a good bet to shoot league average and be respectable there. But right now, he can't shoot deep as far as NBA range. Doesn't have the strength left or the strength yet to do so. And I mean, it's probably going to translate. It's not a surefire deal, but just defensive versatility wise, I have number 4 on my board just because you don't find guys of his make that can really sink down in a stance, like almost 7-footers who can slide like him. He can protect the rim. So it's just one of those guys. It's a Hammond pick. I mean, he's gonna fill a lot of different roles defensively. Him and Gordon are going to be absolutely ridiculous on that as far as their ability to cover ground. Their range is going to be ridiculous. So I like the pick. I think that I mean, you can make a case for Dennis Smith here because they don't really have any kind of initiator. Maybe they're still high on Elfrid Payton. I am not. That was also the comp for De'Aaron Fox, by the way.
I would have taken Dennis. I'm sorry, but I would have taken Dennis, but like, I mean, we all have Dennis higher than teams do, so it's not all that surprising at least. And before the pick is made, because it's the one that is traded to Chicago, like, what should Chicago do there? I mean, we know the pick already, but like, would you have taken Dennis Smith even with the whole army of point guards they have right now with Chris Dunn over there and Cameron Payne, Jerry and Grant, Ryan Rondo, and stuff like that? I think they should have taken Dennis. I'm going to spoil it. They are not going to take Dennis Smith, but like, what do you think about the?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say that we actually got it right at 7th, even if it's not the same team picking. So.
Oh no.
Yeah. Cool. What do you think about that?
I don't like it at all. I mean, you have primary talent on the board in Dennis Smith. I don't care if you have Chris Dunn. He's not a point guard. Probably he's more of an off guard who defends point of attack. He's actually a really good fit next to someone like Dennis Smith if Dunn can shoot the ball, which is a big if, of course. But I mean, if he doesn't shoot the ball, he's not going to be valuable really anyway. I don't get this at all. I mean, it's marketing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't get the point of taking a one-dimensional shooter who's going to be played off the floor at the highest levels at 7th spot overall. I get that he's a locked-in, established skills shooter, a 7-footer who we haven't seen someone like this. He's more akin to Ryan Anderson type than anything else, and Anderson was a better rebounder. So you can make distinctions there. I just don't support philosophically taking a player who is this high unless he has more shot creation equity. If he's Kevin Love and he can kind of create in the mid post, pass out of that. If he's Dirk, he's obviously not Dirk, but if he had that fluidity, shooting and that awkward shot maker, I could see some appeal. Sean, what do you think? I know we're both a little lower on marketing. I think we all are. So is this a good pick?
I mean, obviously not. I think.
How do you feel about Zach LaVine and Lauri Markkanen defending on the same team on the perimeter?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is that not only is this just a bad pick from just straight value in a vacuum, but the fit is also atrocious for several reasons, right? I mean, right now, okay, if you want to pair him with Brooke Lopez, I guess maybe that's the best argument. But long term, right? Okay, so the Bulls obviously are not thinking long term, right? That's the first thing that we can say, right? Their long term plan is nothing, and it has been for the past 5 years. Okay, so last year they load up on a bunch of vets. This year they load up on a bunch of low upside, poor fitting pieces. It doesn't make any sense to me. None of these three guys. If I'm just going to talk about Lowry, and LaVine and Dunn, none of these guys have a lot of upside, right? Equity. So we're looking at locking this team into just kind of a middle tier already. Dunn is going to be that guy who's going to defend. If you want to keep Lopez there, although I don't know, Cole can speak to this. I don't have his contract information off the top of my head, so I don't know long term what that pairing necessarily looks like. But all of these guys, obviously, if you're going to have this young core. Okay, so if you're going to have this young core, you're thinking 5-6 years down the road. LaVine's atrocious on defense. Dunn is very good. Obviously, I think what's his name? Shea. Gosh, I'm blanking so hard. Steve Shea. He's a big Twitter guy. Yeah. He's a professor, analytics guy. He has this really cool metric about defensive. It's he breaks it down to perimeter and post stuff. And Dunn is already ranking as one of the top 10 defenders on the perimeter in the league, which I think kind of meets the eye test. So he's good. There's a lot of effort there. Obviously, he has a lot of tools there, but offensively, he's nowhere near. LaVine is the exact opposite without the creation for others, right? He's kind of a one-on-one guy, which is fine. He's good enough at it to be a positive guy on that end. Jamal Crawford is obviously kind of the lazy comparison there. But then Lowry, what is his fit exactly? What is he bringing to complement those guys that they don't have? like give some spacing for Dunn. I don't know. None of it really makes sense.
Man, you really want to put a guy in the team because he can bring spacing for Chris Dunn. Like Chris Dunn can really do anything without turning the ball over half the time. Like I don't really see, like if you're trying to empower Chris Dunn as a creator, like I get it, but like why would you do that? Like I don't think he has upside in that sense. So I don't really, I mean, I guess like they like Mirotic before, they like that type of a stretchy four and all that. Like I understand why they like those guys, but like it's just like you are passing on Dennis Smith Jr., you are passing on Malik Monk. I think all those guys have a higher type of upside than Markkanen do. So I will have better off like getting on any of those guys. I understand why. Like he's a good kid in terms of like being able to build a type of locker room that they probably want. They have had some issues with that before. And it's just like they are going to be terrible for a few years. Like that's the thing here. So if they are actually trying to build for the future, maybe this is a tanking move a little bit as well, that you are going to be able to get a higher pick next year. But like even then, like you are moving up a tier, a guy, because he was 14th for me or 15th in tier 3, and that's the trade out tier already. Like if you are over there, if you can trade out and get a future first, you're probably better off doing that, because all those guys are flawed, even if they bring some sort of a skill to the game. But like if you are moving a guy up a whole tier and picking him up like a few slots ahead and having to jump him that way, I think that's a mistake. But like probably they didn't see it that way. The only way I think he brings that type of value is if he actually brings some sort of Dirk equity and you actually are able to build around him. And I know some people are higher on him than I am in terms of his ability to put the ball on the floor and being fluid with his drives. He shows that at times a little bit, but I don't think he has the same type of athleticism and sake that Dirk had.
He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't have that kind of fluidity. If you watch Dirk at a younger age, like he was grabbing and going in transition at the hoop summit. Like Dirk was really athletic for what he was archetype wise. Like he was short area quickness was great. He was super fluid with the ball. I don't see any of that equate. This is just a colossal fuck up to me. I mean, I'm just going to be frank about it. Like you can't start taking ancillary players when you don't have the primaries. And this is just like, I get marketing if you're a team that can afford to spend or have like a third big that's going to be super valuable in certain matchups. And he's going to be that. I mean, there's certain times in the playoffs or even like regular season especially, like he's going to be like a force. His gravity as a spacer is going to be awesome. But if you, I mean, if you're the Bulls, you don't have any primary equity anymore, especially because you moved Butler. So you have nobody to build around. You had Dennis Smith, who's actually like a lead guard, can handle the ball, and you need those self-creators. I don't get, again, I guess they're higher on Dunn than we are as far as him being a point guard. I don't see it. Levine is definitely not a point guard. So you can't draft for like surrounding talent until you have the actual talent to do that. And it seems like they just committed that mistake.
You know what? Like this would have been a really good pick at 16th if they had Jimmy Butler. I would have fine with that. I would be fine with that. I actually thought that the Bulls were like kind of his floor in the draft. I would have been totally okay with that. Like that would be perfect. You actually give Butler a guy that can space the floor for him. You avoid overpaying for Mirotic if a team like the Nets put a contract there for him. That's okay, but like at 7th, like there is a difference between 16th and 7th. Like that's basically the argument here.
Yeah, I mean, you're passing on guys like Smith, obviously on the board. I mean, I like Collins a lot more. Mitchell.
Me too.
We should probably move on because
like
the Knicks
might have been better. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but still, like I don't know.
The Knicks have picked Nilikina, my boy, here at 8th over Dennis Smith and Monk. We should probably move on to that. He's rocking a red suit, kind of fancy, French style of fashion over there. And I'm okay with the pick. I had Nilikina 4th in my final iteration. I thought in terms of possible upside on the road, he can bring that type of value. It's just, I'm afraid that this pick is all motivated by the triangle, and then I just don't care. Like, I hope that's not the reason. He can fit on the Knicks. Like, I think he's a guy that can actually bring some more value next year than people think. I think he's more ready to play than most people think in terms of like his ability to defend and be able to shoot the 3 ball, right? And all the upside he can bring is due to be able to develop physically and add some more athleticism. I think that's possible. I think he can even grow a bit more, just because he has like those huge hands and he's still 18 and he has grown in the past year. So like all that type of stuff is there. I think that was enough for me to justify a 4 selection. But like here 8, of course you are passing on Dennis Smith Jr., but like is Dennis Smith Jr. going to be better if you are going to try to groom him through like the first 2 or 3 years of his contract in a triangle offense than Nilikina is going to be? Probably not. So I'm fine with the pick for the Knicks actually over here.
Sean, I know you're higher on Ntilikina than I am. I actually am relatively high on him. I have an 8th on my board, so it's not like I don't like the kid. I just thought that Dennis Smith and Malik Monk were clearly better talents in this class. I mean, if you look at their translatable skills with Smith's ability to be a 3-level scorer, initiate the offense, Monk is just an outstanding off-ball scorer, shooting prospect. Like, I haven't seen someone like him as far as instincts-wise since I've been doing this. I like the idea of Ntilikina. I like him more as an off guard. I like him as a 2 guard as far as a secondary handler type. I think if you put him in a spread pick and roll system, he's not going to be that kind of primary guy. He doesn't have the slashing kind of upside, the athleticism. Maybe he gets more athletic as far as his frame being able to add explosiveness. But what do you think about this pick, Sean, as far as I know the pick? I mean, the fit is obviously there with the triangle. He's a triangle lead guard type off-ball player. But what do you think about this pick, taking Ntilikina over Smith and then Malik Monk?
Well, I know that I've gone on the New York Knicks podcast, another one, by the way, on the Almighty Baller Podcast Network, a couple times. Those guys are hilarious, and they're like, Knicks fans are always begging for like the next point guard, right? I don't know why they're obsessed with the point guard. Just get anybody who can create, right? Doesn't matter what position they play. They need a creator to pair. The fit is not great. I mean, sure, if you're looking at it purely from like the triangle perspective, sure, I guess, right? He's going to give you some spacing. I think that his shot is good, and I think that he shows the ability to shoot a tiny bit off of the dribble if you buy into more of like the FIBA film, which I think I do. When he plays against guys his own age, he's always played super, super well. Now, again, that's like a different context, right? It's this FIBA stuff, and the guys aren't great athletes. But the fit, I would just say, like, isn't great necessarily like long term if we're hoping that Phil Jackson is out of there and that Porzingis is the only thing that matters on the roster. The fit that really we should be talking about is his fit with Porzingis, and that's not good, right? Because he's
worse than Dennis Smith Jr.
He doesn't have to feel in the pick and roll.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, Dennis Smith Jr. will have fit better if you are talking about a team that can actually move on to a spread pick and roll type of system. But like, I just don't know if Dennis Smith Jr. will have just boom out of New York after 2 years if they are grooming him in that system with that type of personnel. And at least Phil is going to stay up for 2 more years, I will guess. So if that's the context, like, he's like 2 years into your rookie deal. We have seen what happened with D'Angelo Russell. I'm not saying that Russell didn't perform well, but like the team didn't want him for whatever reason. And like that can end up as a lost pick. I think value-wise, if you are considering all the context that New York has, like Dennis Smith Jr. was a tier ahead of Ntilikina for me, and I think if you are basically going through that and just sticking to it, is obviously a better guy. But like, I'm not mad at Ntilikina over Monk, Cole. Like, I understand you have Monk a little bit higher, but like, it's not like Ntilikina is in a lower tier for me. They are at the same level more or less. I'm pretty fine with that. I think that's cool by me. I guess Dennis Smith Jr. is going to actually live up to the hype since he's going to get drafted next, basically.
Yeah, I think just to clarify a final point on Ntilikina to New York, I like the pick as far as it could have been worse, and that's kind of my scale with the Knicks, right? Like, they didn't completely fuck this up and take like Kennard over all these guys. Like we talked about, they were in a great position. They were in a great position in this draft to take a really good player at 8. I didn't agree with the selection, but it could have been a lot worse. And I get the fit in the triangle, even though I don't think that should be a consideration because we don't know how long Phil Jackson is going to be there, and that system is not going to last probably like 2 or 3 more years. So, but moving on to Dennis Smith to Dallas, like this is starting to get lit now. I'm so amped for this. Like, this is the fit in the draft that I wanted the most. I think that his talent will be optimized in the spread pick and roll scheme. Carlisle is the perfect coach for him. I know they're going to clash in the beginning and with Smith's like kind of character and stuff like that, but he needs that guy that he respects and will come down on him with the iron fist. And this is like, for me, this is the second most talented player in the draft, and he fell to 9. Look, we don't see athletic guards, especially skilled guys like this who can shoot the 3, fall to the 9th pick in the draft. And for all the reasons we talked about before, the narrative-based stuff as far as him being this horrible kid, I think that's all BS. Sean and I broke this down for like an hour on his podcast. Yeah, the energy stuff and the body language on the court was really bad. No question. I'm not going to make excuses for him, but this kid is really talented, and he just went to the best possible situation for him to succeed. So, Sean, what do you think about this fit? Does this make you see him in any kind of better light as far as projecting him going forward? Are you higher on him now that he's going to Dallas than you were before?
Definitely. Like, it's still, gosh, it's difficult to like measure like how much this really matters. You know, it definitely matters. One, because of opportunity, because of Yogi Ferrell. I don't think they see as the future there, right? It's like opportunity is a big one. An opportunity in a system that's not going to require him to be the sole creator right away is really important, right? With Harrison Barnes there, Nerlens Noel is obviously going to give like a lot of vertical spacing. Him in pick and roll with that makes a lot of sense. With Seth Curry on the wing there with him. I don't know what I think Seth Curry, right? Does he still, how many more years does he have left with them?
Another one, 3 million, another one. Probably like the value play is to trade him, but like they are going to stick with him basically.
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting. I think probably I can convince myself that this makes his upside more reachable. But again, like on the podcast that you and I talked about, and I talked about this a little bit with Andrew Johnson, and I've kind of been thinking about it a lot more since then. And this isn't by any means ironclad, and I don't really know like what exactly the R value is, like the correlation statistic exactly. But Andrew Johnson talked about on my podcast how he went to drafts and draft.net, NBA draft.net, whatever it is, where they have like the 1 to 10 ranking on all of those different like skills, right? The categories. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Basically, he tested all of those. He scraped all that stuff and tested that to see if any of those things would actually help his model. Like if there's any correlation there, which obviously those are super fraught because that's like a human's determination, right? 1 through 10. I think different people are doing those. So like, there's no way like any one of this like would have correlated and helped his model. But he found that 2 of them actually did. One was athleticism and the other was the intangibles ranking. Now, how much did it help? Probably very little. But the fact that it helped at all means that there's something there. And when I was talking with Cole and how I've kind of decided to go about this, because I think it's important to factor this in as reasonably as possible, what I see on the court, I think matters. So that's why I think for Fultz, I throw it almost out of the window, except for the defensive motor. But with Smith, whatever I see on the court, I'm going to factor in. And there's a ton of things to not like there. And I'm worried. Let's just say that. I'll just say that I'm worried.
I would say one thing, like at this point, I mean, that could be an argument if I'm trying to convince you to pick him third for the Celtics. That is where I had him and where I thought he should have been picked.
This is a great point that you're about to make, Javier. The best point, in fact.
We're talking about 9th overall here. Like there is none other guy, maybe Monk, that you will consider having a similar type of upside. So like in that sense, like why not? Like who cares? Like if Dallas blows this pick, at least they blow them in the right way. Like I would much better prefer blowing this pick than drafting Markkanen. Like it's just like at least you're going in a direction where you can actually bring value if you hit. And I will say one thing, even if you don't hit with that Dennis Smith Jr., like they are the type of guys that end up being able to get traded for something because the league tends to overvalue them. So like there are 2 ways for them to bring some sort of value, even if he's not on the court. And I think the way he is or the way he carries himself is a similar way that Carlisle carries himself. Like they are both like tough-minded guys. Like even if Dennis Smith
I love this from the Mavs fan. Everyone needs to know you're a Mavs fan, right?
Yeah, I am. But like still, like I do like the person. I mean, they might use class and they end up like fighting each other, but like it might work as well. I think it's the right environment for him because he's probably not going to start, at least at first. So I think he can actually bring some sort of like chip to his shoulder and be able to develop a bit more his game in that situation. And Dallas ends up being a team that actually kind of competes each year, even if they probably shouldn't. And having Nowitzki there a little bit to show him how to carry yourself as a pro and being a guy that actually like works hard and like helping him on court when they play Dirk at the 5 as well, like with the spacing and things like that. I think Dallas is the right fit for him for sure. I agree with Cole there. And I will say that we have to talk about it because the Kings traded out of the 10th and they traded down for 15 and 20 for Portland. Portland is trading up. I guess they are going to pick Zach Collins probably. I don't know if the pick has been announced, but like that seems like the right fit for them because they don't have anything else at center other than Nurkic. I don't know if you guys want to move on towards that already, or when you want to talk about the trade and what the Kings are missing on here, the possibility of putting Fox and Monk together in the NBA, but they have Buddy Hield as well that they value really highly. I don't know what you think, guys, about like trading out of 10th overall there.
One last point on Dallas. Somebody just tweeted that they're planning to pair Dennis Smith with Drew Holiday in the backcourt. I would love that. I think that's ideal for Dennis Smith. I think Dallas knows what they're doing. That's why I wanted him to go there because I don't trust a lot of these organizations in Dallas. They're good. They're solid. So let's move on to that trade. Let's move on to that trade as far as Zach Collins. This is someone who we all really like. I think maybe Sean, you're a little bit higher on him as far as just pure ranking, but I think we all had him top 10. So I think he's the best 5 in the class as far as having some unicorn equity. He doesn't have Miles Turner's physicality or tools, but that conceptually, that kind of player on Portland, he becomes super interesting, right? Because he can shoot. And that opens up the lane for these guards, the CJ McCollum, Damian Lillard. The question for me, before I give it to you, Sean, is can this guy play make at all on short rolls? Because these scheme-changing guys get trapped all the time. Damian Lillard gets trapped in the playoffs.
Yeah.
CJ McCollum does. Can Zach Collins do anything as like a short roll guy? Can he make decisions? We didn't see a lot of that from him. Do you have any confidence in that, Sean?
No, so that was the exact point actually that I was going to make when you talked about the fit being so good because of the spacing. Well, the fit actually might not be that great, right? Because his major weakness, and boy, is it a weakness.
Yeah.
Like when he gets the ball, it's actually kind of terrifying to watch because everything else is there, right? Like you get really excited about everything else. Defensively, he's a lot better than you think. Like the foul rate is low, verticality stuff. He already like has like a pretty good handle. Like he looks more polished on defense than you really should expect somebody of his age to be. But then it's all about the passing equity and even like putting the ball on the ground like once or twice going to the rim. Now, if he's like in a post position, that's fine, right? That's not difficult. But no one's going to ask him to do that, so that doesn't matter. It's about going toward the rim. Can I get 1 or 2 dribbles? Can I get one more dribble to get 5 more feet into the lane before I have to make a pass? He shows
that's my problem with
none
like
of that, and that's terrifying.
He tends to even give the ball away at times or give it back because he just gets nervous in the situation and he doesn't know what to do with it. Like we saw that even in the tournament, like just getting those type of passes and like just losing time and getting the offense to get stagnant. Because if you are like just thinking it, like we talked about this before with Isaac, I think Isaac is more fluid there, and we were talking about Ibaka as an example of a guy that actually gets the offense to be stagnant just because he doesn't make a quick read, even if the read is not complex or he's not like making a pass ahead of the defense or anything like that. But like just being able to make a quick read is really important. And we have seen bigs that actually stretch the floor fail at that, like Spencer Hawes. I mean, I'm not comparing them because Hawes can defend at all, but like it's a similar thing. Like they actually take a little bit longer to make their decisions, and that ends up being a problem for the offense. I think I'm okay with the fit in Portland. I'm going to make a point here, like probably not as important, but like Nurkic is a restricted free agent next year. They have a really capped team. And like, I don't know if they are, like, I guess they will try to bring Nurkic back. But like the problem here is like Nurkic really struggled with competition and with not having the nod. If Collins starts outplaying him or the teams start playing better with Collins, we might end up with another like issue down the road there with Nurkic having some like problems in terms of like confidence and actually performing night by night.
Yeah, I think from a fit standpoint, I get the pick here, especially with Portland trading up. If we view it from the Kings standpoint, I mean, they obviously invested a lot in Buddy Hield, trading Boogie Cousins for him, and that was kind of the fixture of that deal. I still would have taken Malik Monk. I thought he was a tier ahead of Zach Collins as a prospect. I know I'm probably on an island in that. I just think he was a special scoring prospect. But with their,
I agree there.
With their specific kind of fit, I get that they're already invested in Buddy and they have him at the 2 guard. You can't play Fox, Hield, and Monk together on the court. It's just not going to happen defensively. They're going to get boat raced. So from that perspective, I get their methodology, but I don't agree with it because I don't think they have any kind of fixtures on their roster. I don't know how you guys feel about Willie Cauley-Stein. I think he's a space cadet.
Not good.
Kyle Labissiere, no thanks. I mean, he made mid-range shots down the stretch last year, but like whatever. I don't know what to do with that. There's like a good numbers and like bad, like the low parts of the season kind of guy. So I don't know. From the Kings standpoint, I don't get it as much. I guess it's pretty good value trading down to 15 and 20, depending on who's there. This draft is not super deep in my opinion, especially in that 13 to 30 range. So there's a good chance they're going to take players that I don't like. So I would have probably stayed there and taken Monk. Yeah. But I can see from the Portland standpoint trading up, 15 and 20 to get Zach Collins. He was one of those tier. I had a top 11 tier, and he was definitely in that very firmly. And I thought there was a dive off after that spot in the draft. So the ability to get him, Javier, your point on the cost controlness was, I think, spot on as far as Nurkic is going to probably get paid after next season. They don't have anybody else or any mechanisms to improve their roster from the 5 position. So Collins is going to give them at least a spacing threat. Like if he can shoot threes, that's going to open up the lane for these dribble drivers. Ideally, he'd be able to pass a little bit because that's going to be necessary at a certain point in time. But maybe he didn't show that at Gonzaga, and there's still some ability there. Who knows? That's just more conjecture.
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna
like the pick.
I mean, Sean, I think you are high on Collins, but like I will guess that if you have the chance of picking Monk, I mean, will you have gone Collins ahead of Monk? Like I understand the pick for Portland, and I think trading up in this draft makes much more sense than trading down, especially if you are Sacramento and you have these 2 picks as shots at getting premium talent, because like it's either this or next year. I'll have just pick Monk, like Cole said, for Sacramento. Like Monk was in my top 8. There was nobody else in that top 8 available anymore, and I thought that if you are in the tier 3 that will have been after the top 8, it was easier just to trade out probably if you can. But like Sacramento didn't want Monk, especially because of Hill. I can understand that to a degree, even though I don't like Hill that much. But like even if you are there, I will have you pick Collins if I'm Sacramento, if you don't want to mix it up with Monk, because as Cole said, like I don't care for Will Colistein, I don't care for Papagiannis, I don't think Lavishere is all that important for the future. So like, why not? Like I guess you will have pick Collins ahead of Monk for them and just stay put. That's your solution here.
Yeah, I think so. I'm glad you gave us your take on Giannis. Papagiannis. Yeah. It's important to get that one out of the way, you know. But yeah, I think it's interesting. The trade. Okay, so probably in a vacuum, the history of the draft would tell you that this is a value trade for the Kings, right? But like we just talked about, and you guys both said, there's a giant drop off, and I don't think it's small at all. Like I think it's a cliff, right? Like they're right at the back end of this tier that really matters, and they just need somebody. So I think Collins is fine. Malik Monk for them, like gonna pair them. Fox, I think is kind of ideal actually. So Monk as a fit there makes a lot of sense. Collins, fine. You know, long-term 5 prospects, they don't have a ton, which is fine. I think Collins is probably the better prospect than Monk, but not by a ton. So yeah, the trade doesn't make a lot of sense. For Portland to trade up and take Collins there makes a lot more sense than taking Monk, obviously, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, that's another. I mean, he would be like what, the 6-man scorer on Portland. They can't really afford to have any more kind of guards that don't play high-level defense. I mean, they're already behind the barrel as far as. I mean, they can't really combine Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum as is. They're not just going to draft Monk and have him, you know, go along and play along with those guys. It's not going to work. But I think we yeah, go ahead.
No, like my pick for them in my board at 15 was PJ Dozier, because I thought there was the guy with the they made more sense in my mind in terms of value or value added if he actually ever shoots the ball a bit. Like he could add value from the defensive end and actually make some sense near to those two guys. But like moving on from like PJ Dozier or whoever you're picking as a big number 20 or wherever to Zach Collins, but for me makes all the sense in the world. Like all the value to them for making that trade.
Yeah, completely agree.
All right, we got the Hornets on the clock here. They're about to pick. God, I don't know. I haven't seen the pick yet. This should be Malik Monk. I mean, there's no way they're going to get better upside.
They need that upside, right? Yeah, they have no upside.
They need something. They're locked in their roster. They have no flexibility to spend anything. They have like Kemba Walker's a nice. Yeah, they have no shooting. Kemba Walker's a nice player. I think he's really good, and he improved recently as far as his off-the-dribble shooting especially, but they're still locked in. Like MKG, after Mark Price left, just completely dropped off a cliff with those shooting progressions. Nicholas Batum dropped off a cliff last year. I mean, he wasn't the player he was 2 years ago. So they're locked in. They have to go. If they take, like, Kennard here, like, I'm going to have a meltdown on the screen here. You just can't. Or Justin Jackson or something. Like, give me a freaking break, dude. Like, Monk should not be here. You guys know the pick or no?
Yeah, it's Monk. Yeah, I got the pick.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
it says that it's Monk. This is interesting because this was people had talked about for a long time. If there was somebody that was projected to go, you know, in that top tier that we're talking about to slide down, a lot of people were pegging Monk. I actually said that on some podcast a long time ago. I'm not saying that I was prescient, but because he has certain weaknesses, I think it kind of, I don't know, it kind of helped this slide a little bit. Now, none of us agree with it. And just to speak to the fit a little bit, not that it matters when we're at this point. Obviously, this was just best player available. Pairing him with Kemba, the point of attack defense, like obviously the opposing offense is just going to hunt these guys down, right? Put them in the spin cycle and pick and roll all day long, make them make choices, and that's going to be a problem. But if Batum comes back, rebounds a little bit, which he should, right? Like he shouldn't be as awful as he was. And on defense, he didn't have nearly the kind of drop off that he did on offense, obviously. But if you have Zeller, Batum, and MKG, then that makes kind of for a decently stout defense to make up for those other two guys. So I think long term, maybe when I say that I really mean like 2 to 3 years if Monk can get in the starting lineup with Kemba. I think it does make like some fit sense. It's not like atrocious when you're just staring at the backcourt of Kemba and Monk, you might kind of panic a little bit. But with the other 3 defensive minded guys behind them, I think mitigates that a little bit.
I mean, he's going to come from the bench this year for sure, and I think that's fine for him at the beginning. And eventually, like Kemba Walker has 2 more years for 12 million. Who knows if he's going to stay there? He has like a really good contract right now, but like, he will ask for a lot of money. And he's going to be like a 29-year-old, 6'0" point guard. I don't really know if they are going to pay him up. Like that could be a situation where if Monk is ready, you can actually use lean on him or even play him as a point guard if you have been able to draft or develop any point forward. Actually, Batum can play a point forward role for them, and MKG has ambition. So like that's a situation for him that makes sense. And like we were saying before, like Seller is a good defender. Like Marvin Williams is a solid defender. They have a solid defensive system there to hide him a little bit. I think just as an upside played, they can't take another guy, so it makes sense for them to go that route because they don't have anybody with this type of upside in the roster, and they have to get any young blood coming down the pipeline because they are just stuck in no man's land right now. So if Monk hits, fine. If he's just a 6 month, it's a risk worth taking right now. So I'm pretty happy with it if I'm the Hornets.
I mean, philosophically, just the upside play for me is what justifies this pick. But even if you want to break it down into fit, like the Hornets offense bogged down so much last year. They really had Kemba and nobody else. Now they have Dwight. They have Dwight coming in. Who knows if he can start or come off the bench with Cody Zeller there. So he at least gives him some dynamic scoring ability. I mean, they don't have anything outside of Kemba that really gives them that. If Batum is not going to like return to peak form, really just marry two things. You have short-term contribution in a skill that you really need, and then long-term, like I guess I'm just higher on Monk than a lot of guys are as far as his shooting upside, his shot making, and I still think there is some off the dribble creation ability, maybe just secondarily, but his ability to shoot off the dribble is so advanced. Like you don't see guys this size that can shoot over contests like he can. And I'm not saying the guy's going to be like freaking Ray Allen. I mean, the odds of that happening are like infinitesimal. But it's not out of the question. Like he's the one prospect that I've looked at and it's like, okay, it's possible. It's in the realm of outcomes. And if you're dealing with a possibility like that at the 11th pick, like 10 times out of 10 over Larry Markin at 7. I just don't like philosophically. This makes a lot of sense to me.
I will say one thing against.
Yeah. So what about like the creation upside? Can you guys talk about that? Yeah. Because I think we know about the shooting and we kind of know a little bit about the defense, but the creation upside is really like where his value is going to hinge. And I'm a little bit lower on that than maybe it sounded like Cole was, or at least Cole's just saying that if it happens, he's going to be super valuable. So talk about that, guys, because that's kind of like. Javier?
You there?
Yeah, I lost you guys for a second. I'm here. Hey.
Javier, talk about creation upside.
I mean, I think he can make some reads, especially on the move, or if he gets like some type of synergy with his bigs. I thought he got good chemistry with Bam. It's just like a lot of it hinders like around his handle. I don't think it's all that advanced. And I think the ability he has of shooting the ball is going to help him a lot in terms of being able to generate a space and be able to attack closeouts and be able to actually get by guys. I think the problem he has is like he doesn't have all that feel in terms of like keeping a guy in his back, keeping a guy next to him, like being able to have that advanced handle or being able to just dribble in a square meter and be able to get like someone fooled by his moves. I don't think he has all that type of like wiggle. But like other than that, if he's able to make some quick reads and be able to get downhill, I think there is opportunity there. But like even if he doesn't hit there, I think most of the upside I see for him is his ability of generating points without touches. Like he doesn't have to monopolize the ball. He doesn't need to get a ton of touches. Like if he is he's the type of shooter that he has been this year, and he's able to develop even further in that regard. I'm not saying that he's going to be a Stephen Curry, but like he can be a Stephen Curry without all the other stuff that Curry has in terms of like playmaking ability, passing ability, even stealing and stuff like that, or like some things that he brings on defense, the rebounding, stuff like that. So like if he can just be a weapon in that regard, I think he can be a more valuable, like Lou Williams, or a more valuable player of that ilk. And that's a really solid player. So I'm down with it, even if he doesn't create all that much on ball.
Yeah, I just think there's more creation upside. I'm not saying he's like going to be like a lead guard, but I do think that element of his game at Kentucky was underplayed. He played in literally the worst spacing situation in the country with 2 perimeter players that people would dig off every single time Monk would run a pick and roll. He was running pick and rolls with Wayne and Gabriel. They would just trap Monk. Obviously, Bam was at the 5. So really, he played a lot of times with 4 non-shooters. I know that Calipari went to more like Derek Willis at the 4, which really helped his game and spread the floor a little bit. He has a high handle. It's not super tight, but I think he shows enough there as far as dribble moves to where it's projectable. And what I really like about him, like Josh Jackson, you have to guard up on Monk. And that's going to enable his first step, which is like is one of the best in the draft, in my opinion. Like his first step is extraordinary. That's what I really like as far as even if you project him just to an off-ball role, someone who can come off a floppy set, square quickly. If you switch that action like a lot of the NBA teams do these days, he can blow past these guys. He's not just someone who's dead in the water in those situations like a Redick or a Korver, where you can just take out of a game. He has that gravitational threat. He also has the ability to at least get to his pull-up game. And maybe he goes to the rim more at the NBA level. Again, his spacing was really bad at Kentucky, but he also, tendency-wise, he would just pull up. He would take one dribble and kind of just premeditatively pull up. And, that's an issue. But for him, it's more like he could do these things. Is it likely? Probably not. But I also just don't think you can write it off entirely and say this guy is completely just an off-ball player. There's no lead guard in him. He did show some good passes on short roll, or not short rolls, but just dive passes to Bam Adebayo on the move. He hit the dive man pretty well. Some of it was premeditated, but I do think there is upside if he can refine his handle. That's going to be the question for me: is how tight does it get? He's not Jamal Crawford there. He gets a lot of comps like that. Crawford's handle was way more advanced. So if he can do that, even if he is an off-ball kind of shooting type, I think he can still have value as a secondary creator, which I think he'll get to in time. But if he can't extend that range with that Damian Lillard type of game, you guys have to guard up on him, chase over the top of pick and rolls. That's going to open up the floor and make his life easier as far as reading the game, which is going to help. So I think there's upside there. And at this point in the draft, again, you're not getting a player like this at 11 usually.
We should probably move on. How we can sell a little bit of hope to the Pistons after drafting in back-to-back years Henry Ellenson and Luke Kennard at 12 right now. We have to give Piston fans a little bit of hope over here. What you can guys tell us about Luke Kennard from this selection?
Sean, you take that away. Sean just did a podcast on him with Mike. So Sean, take this away.
Yeah, please.
Well,
go ahead.
I mean, I don't know that I see necessarily anything else that you guys don't see. His fit there is going to be okay-ish.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Detroit is one of the more depressing scenarios just because of their cap situation going forward, and their upside with that roster is so bad. And there are other teams that are not going down necessarily the best road, but I don't think their future looks as bleak just because of the cap situation. I mean, okay, the Nets, whatever, sure, the Kings, whatever, because of their owner. But yeah, Detroit's pretty depressing. Kennard, gosh, I don't have anything else to offer here. I probably just add to that pile. There's a tiny bit of creation upside, not much at all, only in the most advantageous situations, because a lot of the craft that he uses is based on quickness on shorter players, because he's often being guarded by shorter perimeter players in the ACC. He's not going to see that. He's going to see much longer wingspans in the NBA. And he gets a shot off really quickly. That's by far the most impressive thing. Is his shot release is really, really quick. His pull-up is really, really quick. But that's about everything that he's going to bring you, honestly. So, yeah, sorry, Pistons fans. There's not a ton to love besides the fact that he's going to give Reggie Jackson maybe a little more spacing, and his creation will look a tiny bit better, although I don't expect him to play that much because I can't see Van Gundy giving him a ton of minutes immediately.
They need a guy from the bench with his profile that can do a little bit of the dribble and can shoot the ball. So in that sense, makes sense. But the only thing I will say is why are you building around this core at all? They have not really proved anything just yet. So I would have gotten best player available. They probably didn't like Donovan Mitchell, who have been my guy here. But it's just, I think they any day and twice on Sunday, if you have Donovan Mitchell and you have Luke Kennard, you go with Mitchell, even if Kennard is the better shooter. Guys that are actually going to be role players, it's better if they actually bring the defense first and they bring some modicum of shooting than if they actually are sieves on defense and they are elite shooters, because they might not be playable down the road. So at least if you have the defense, you have something. I will argue for that all day, every day. And I think Kennard can be okay. I think he was in that range for me in the late first, where he can actually be a guy that you can basically draft in the sense that he might improve your spacing. But I don't think he's much better than Tyler Dorsey, for example, which he's going to probably get picked 30 picks below him. So I don't really see how the value is coming from this pick for Detroit.
All right, so a quick update. It looks like Utah just moved into the 13th spot, trading with Denver, and they're going to take Donovan Mitchell. That's a really interesting fit for Utah. I would have taken, going back to the Kennard pick, I would have taken Mitchell over him. I don't see any kind of high upside with either one of these guys, really. But at least Mitchell, you can profile him to maybe a fifth starter on a good team. I do think that he brings that two-way play. I'm a much bigger fan of his shot than most people are mechanically. I think it's really sound. He can shoot NBA threes. It's really clean release. A lot of his percentage, I think, were based on his shot selection and being miscast in a star kind of role. He had a lot more usage than he's going to have at the pros. So I think if you refine his and less is more with him. So he was more conducive to winning than Kennard. But this Utah fit, Sean, what do you think about that as far as Donovan Mitchell going to Utah? We don't know what Gordon Hayward's situation is, but this is a team that has they get their initiation a lot from their wings. And if you could have a point of attack defender like Mitchell who can space the floor, he's kind of like that George Hill. He's not as good as George Hill, probably is ceiling outcome as far as the ability to run, pick and roll and his handle and stuff. But conceptually, that fits, right?
Right. I mean, so just the first thing you have to talk about when you talk about fit with Utah is that almost no rookie is really going to matter with fit because their team building stuff is now, right? Now is their window. The next 2 or 3 years. Gobert is obviously peaking. Hayward is definitely peaking. Hill is probably slightly on the backside of his peak, right? So if they can bring back Hill and Hayward, then Mitchell might not matter too much, right? But like you said, because of the initiation from other situations, although Hill isn't a terrible initiator, because of the initiation from other positions, it matters that you have a defensive first guard. I think going to be awesome from the point of attack eventually at his peak. Maybe in just year 2. I could see maybe at the end of his first year. Dunn was first year. I think Mitchell could be really good even at the end of his first year. 6'10" wingspan, footwork on defense, takes great angles. Just definitely the best player on the board here. Great pick by Utah, trading up into this. He was the last guy in that tier before it really falls off, right? At least that's what I think. This was an awesome trade. I love it for Utah. Just pray that everybody comes back for them,
Really quickly,
what does Trey Lyles do for Denver?
Yeah, I was going to say, Trey Lyles was involved in the deal. Trey Lyles in the 24th pick for number 13. Javier, take it away.
What that trade, I will have pick Mitchell for Denver, even if they have a whole lot of guards. I just think he was actually, I don't believe him best player available all that much. But at this point, where before just the whole separation between the death of this draft dies and all that, he's clearly the best guy out there. Just pick that guy and figure it out down the road. You might have issues resigning Gary Harris. You might have issues with Moody is already a problem. Who cares? You just go that route, and if you don't like at least trade for something that makes some sense. Trading down to 24th is going down to hell basically. And Trey Lyles is he's not going to be able to offer anything of what you want near Jokic. He might be able to offer more offense, but you actually want a guy that is able to shoot the ball a little bit and is actually able to defend. I don't think Trey Lyles is ever going to be good enough at defense to be able to be a starter. So it's just. I guess they liked him before last year, and that's why they're making this move. But I don't really see it for Denver. Actually, 2 years ago, Lyles was from the 2015 pick draft, but it's confusing to me. I guess they didn't want to mess it up with the guards anymore. But I don't know. It's a bit confusing. And for Utah, I like it for Mitchell a lot. If actually your Hayward is back, because he can fit really well with that type of wing depth and wing creators. But I don't really know how much is likely that both Hayward and Hill are back now. And I don't know if with him, Rodney Hood can create a little bit of the bounce. Alec Burks, if he's ever healthy, can do a little bit of that. A little bit of his upside back, he can do some of that as well. So it's just a little bit confusing with me and Utah because the situation is a bit unsettled right now.
So real quick, just about Denver with Trey Lyles. They're in a position where they have that primary guy, in my opinion, right? They have Jokic, who it looks like a star. He's legit as far as a playmaking five. I think that you have to look at him and start to think, how do we build around this guy, right? Because a lot of teams don't have this fixture that comes into play in the draft. We talk about all the time. A lot of teams are just best talent available because they don't have that infrastructure. Denver has that. And Trey Lyles, to me, defensively next to Jokic, that's not going to get it done. At the 4 spot. That's just not going to work. Breaking news. So
he's long.
I get the fact that maybe they thought it was value or something with this deal as far as being able to move back 11 spots, take Lyles, and maybe you think he's an upside projection. But even they have Juancho, who already, he's probably a better player than Trey Lyles is. Yeah, he's better, and he's already he's probably not going to be able to work either yet next to Jokic at the 4 either. He can play during stints there as a combo forward, but you're not going to be able to cover enough ground defensively.
He has a bit more hope there.
Yeah, he's more hope, but I still don't think it's going to get there. He's not going to be good enough. I thought that the move for the Nuggets in this draft was to actually move up for Isaac. Obviously, that's conditioned on giving up enough assets to do that, but I thought that would have been the move. I don't really understand it from Denver as far as a fit analysis. Maybe they just thought the value was too good to pass up And Mitchell isn't like a standout talent in my opinion. I mean, he's going to be really solid. I think he's going to be a good pro. And he's kind of the guy you look at on winning teams next to these primary initiators with this two-way play. But yeah, I'm a little puzzled by this.
You make a really good point there, Cole. Like I would have been much more into trading up for Denver and burning assets than trading down. Like trading down, that is nothing for them right now. Like just trade up, burn whoever you can, and get at sort of a higher echelon type of player. Like why not? I mean, like, we're going to
right. Like that's the obvious pick here, right?
And I mean, I don't know if it makes any sense with Winslow. Like, I mean, it all depends on how much you want to empower your guys. I know who they are taking already.
I'm still on Denver. Sorry, did you guys move on to the Heat?
Yeah, no, I mean, I you were talking about the Heat. I will have taken Anunoby if you stay put 13th. Yeah, I will agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I was moving towards the Heat because the pick is going to be announced in like 1 minute or something, and I saw it already. I guess you guys did, and it's going to be a total crap shot. So be prepared for it.
Oh, great! It's gonna piss me off, isn't it? Like we're getting to that.
You haven't seen it, Cole. Yeah, it's gonna piss you off.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Last point on. I'm even moving back to Detroit. Like the Kennard pick, I don't like. This is again another roster that doesn't really have any upside. Drummond's kind of maxed out as kind of, we don't even know what Drummond is really as far as how he contributes to winning basketball. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is their best player, and he's a restricted free agent. They've said on record they don't want to pay the max to, which is crazy. So yeah. Oh boy. No, that's the next pick. Okay.
Yeah, we should probably move on to Miami.
Where did Miami go? Okay, here we go. Adam Silver with the pick here.
Yeah.
Oh Cole's no! Reaction live, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, we've reached like the fun house part of the draft where everything just goes to hell. So just throw some shit at the wall, man. This is time where you just tune in and you watch us break down and just destroy teams. Because Bam Adebayo, you're taking him in the lottery when you have Whiteside?
I mean, Whiteside is probably there for the long run, but still, like, why you take the one thing I will say about Adebayo, like of the guys that I was exploring in terms of like which big I should rank, or if I'm ranking a guy, like at least he can bring a little bit of value possibly down the road as a starter. You have enough offensive use from other guys because he can sort of switch, he can rebound the ball, he can finish alley-oops and stuff like that. He's mobile. Like if you are actually in a situation where you have enough talent, he can be okay. But like the problem is like those are the type of guys you sign for the minimum or for the biannual exception when you are ready to compete. Those are not the type of guys you draft in the lottery. Like that's the main reason for me to be against that. And the Heat don't have like LeBron James in the roster anymore. Like with LeBron James, it would be kind of okay. But like in the situation they are, I just will have made an upside play basically.
Yeah, on my site I have tiers like 1 through 9, I think, and then tier 10 is like everybody else. And I don't even have Adebayo like even ranked in any of that. And it's like 37 guys or something like that. But he's not even in there. It's wild. Like you have to, if you want to see any value from this guy, you have to have the perfect situation, right? You have to have him making like roles that are like completely free. He can't make any decisions. You can't like ever let him take a shot from the corner. On defense, you have to have him guarding like
you have to switch on
stretch
defense. He can guard the rim, so he has to be switching. Like he has to be in a switchy system. Like that's how he brings
exactly. And it's odd. It's difficult. Well, there's one thing, right? Like you have to give props to the Heat's development staff, who basically like just giant cojones for this pick, right? Just saying, hey, we're gonna take this physical freak and we're gonna make him something because we believe in ourselves. It's like I believe in myself. I don't necessarily believe in the kid, but he's such a freak. We're going to take him anyway. It's like, that's got to be the rationale, right?
Dude, this is a fucking heat check. That's a good part. This is a heat check. And ESPN has
intended, right?
Yeah, ESPN, very well done. Yeah. ESPN has him listed as a power forward. So what am I missing here as far as you're going to play this 4? I mean, I know he thinks he's a 4. But like he's not.
They have no force, so they have no force either. So they might try to play him at the 4 with Winslow at the 3 and Whiteside at the 5 spot. That would be fun to watch.
I think Winslow is actually a 4. That's what I like about him.
Yeah, I think so too.
Translation is the fact that he's so built. Like that dude is double wide. He's huge. His frame, and that's where you're gonna get like some offensive utility with him because he can beat guys, less mobile guys off the dribble, and his shooting isn't gonna be as much of an issue. So yeah, I don't get this pick, and I'm gonna hate the next pick too because I just saw it.
Yeah, I'm going to make a point here, like Adebayo, for like in the sense that Miami has at least, like Son was saying, like he's at least that type of freak athlete. The problem is he doesn't have the type of freaky length that you need if you are playing the five, because he's not going to be able to protect the rim in terms of like being a standstill presence there. And like we're saying, like Adebayo, one of the flaws I think he has is like he thinks a bit higher of himself offensively. Like sometimes if you are able to shoot the ball for real, is good. But if you think you can shoot the ball and you can't, there's going to be a problem. And if you think you can do more on ball than you can, like that might be an issue as well. So like him thinking that he's a lottery pick and him thinking, I think this could have been better for him if he actually dropped to the second round and he had to work a bit harder or be like a guy that actually had that type of chip on his shoulder. Like him being picked 14th and being like empowered in that sense of being like more of an upside guy. I already know how that's going to go, honestly. And then I will make like
one. Spolstra is coaching Whiteside, right? Like you can just think of Spolstra as being like this militant, like commander or something. I can imagine like the stress that Whiteside gives him. Now we're adding Adebayo on top of like, I just like he's not going to see the floor, right? Like for the next 2 years, he's not going to see a single minute.
Yeah, one thing we miss on Dennis Smith Jr., by the way, we're going back a little bit here, like got some God that is an assistant in the Mavs and actually helped a ton Harrison Barnes with his handles. He was the coach for Dennis Smith Jr., I think, I don't know if he's AAU, but like high school at least. And like they have that connection there. So I don't know if that matter at all, but like he's been like a emerging star for the Mavs as a coach. So I think that could be another thing that helps in terms of I'm trying to bring myself to like completely buy in the pick. I know Son is probably not there just yet, but like use another thing to point out there for Mavs fans that might be listening to us right now.
Oh no, I'm there. Obviously, like that pick was great. I'm just saying like Dennis Smith in a vacuum. I'm not as high as other people, but obviously that pick was amazing. Oh yeah, and Javier, like I'm looking forward to the Thunder pick where, I'm going to come back to the Thunder pick. So take your Mavs time right now because it's going to be Thunder after pick 21, like all the way.
Yeah, I was hoping that the Thunder could get Justin Jackson. Actually, I thought that he made sense there, but like not anymore. Like, we'll talk about it next, I guess.
So okay, here. So let's get into that now because we know the pick. The Kings traded back from 10 to 15 and got 20 as well. They're taking Justin Jackson. What are you doing, guys? Like, Jackson to me has like he's a rotation shooter. I like him more than most. I don't think he's gonna be a complete bust. I like his role, but like, okay, you're gonna play Fox, Hield, and Justin Jackson together. That's your plan. It just seems like it's like our cookie cutter decisions. Like, oh, he can play the three. Let's take him. But even though Donovan Mitchell can hold position way better than Justin Jackson, so that's like kind of like that positional mindset that people have still in the league, where it's like, oh, we must have the three, even though Mitchell is a way better defender than Justin Jackson is on threes. So
for sure,
right.
I don't agree. Like we talked about, I don't agree with trading back out of that range where you could get like a high impact player. I think OG is the last guy that I have in that third tier of mine. I know that Sean's lower on OG than we are, Javier, and I'm higher on him than both of you guys. But as an upside shot, I would have taken him. I mean, at this point in the draft, you can get a top 5 essentially on ball perimeter defender in the league. Like that's a ceiling outcome. Like why? Like I don't see that. What's the upside with Justin Jackson? What does he do for you long term?
One thing against OJ is like if you are trying to actually give Fox some tools, like you are not going to bring value out of Fox, at least top 5 value, if you are playing him with OJ. So that will be my case against it. But like at least I would have taken. I have 3 guys that are like somewhere there, but like they are not really there. It was PJ Dozier, who probably makes no sense for the Kings either. Frank Jackson and Juwan Evans. Juwan Evans doesn't make much sense with Fox, but I will say that Jackson makes okay sense if you are like trying to bring a combo guard from the bench. It's not like I'm super high on Frank Jackson, but I'm higher on him than I'm on Justin Jackson. So I would probably go that route if I was making this selection. I would just have a stay put at 10. Like we were talking about this before the trade, and like right now you will see how like far you are coming from like type of upside you could have gotten at 10 compared to getting Justin Jackson at 15.
Yeah,
really
like,
quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say just really quick. I like the point you made about fit, Javier. As far as the shooting with Fox, that would be magnified. I still would have taken OG because I think that his upside is considerably higher. I would have just played him at the 4, ran pick and pops with like a space 5. So proceed, Sean.
Yeah, I don't actually mind the theoretical OG pick here. Like the 3 guys left that I have that are kind of in this next tier are Thornwell, Evans, and Anunoby. And I don't even mind like if they take Josh Hart here, Derek White here, even like Tyler Lydon, if you're just going to try to fix him with Fox. Like I don't like that pick's not horrible, but again, just to Javier's point, this really magnifies like the level of player that you're getting here may never be anybody on a playoff team, right? He may never see any minutes whatsoever, whereas you could have gotten Monk or Mitchell or Collins or whatever it was. Maybe I'm making a mistake there about Collins, but it gets more problematic. And as these picks roll in from the Kings, we'll see like never going to contribute. So
I mean, they seem to be they seem to be like trying to get high character guys. Like Fox is that type. Buddy Hill was supposed to be that type, and I think he might be. Justin Jackson is clearly that guy as well. I guess they are trying to like clear a little bit the air and get a bit of a better locker room, but like still like it's just like you are having these selections, and where are they getting you? Like you you think you can defend with Justin Jackson and Buddy Hill on your wings? Like he's going to get a nightmare there. Like Justin Jackson is better on twos and ones than threes. Like he's much better on small guys. Like I will make one point. Like I think Justin Jackson is solid on small guys, and he's good enough in terms of like being able to make some passes. Like it also revolves around the shooting ability. Like if he's able to shoot as well as he did last year, even like with the diversity of his shot in terms of being able to come out screens, curls, and stuff like that. If he can do all that at the next level, he might be solid enough to play minutes even as a starter for the right team. It's just like you have to have him in the right system, sort of in a way like Joe Ingles played for the Jazz this year. Like Joe Ingles is better guarding small guys because he can bother them a lot with his length, and he's good in terms of timing, and he puts a lot of effort. And then he doesn't have a hope with stronger guys on the front court, so he plays better as a two even defensively. And then he can make plays in terms of like reading the passing lanes, and even making passes and stuff like that. So I think that was the closest comparison I had this year from a guy to another guy that is in the league. It's just like you don't draft a Joe Ingles probably at that stage, right? Like even if you like him a little bit, it's easier to even like Joe Ingles was undrafted. Like he was signed by the Clippers, go, just got by Utah from waivers. Like you can get those guys later on the draft. That was a point I tried to make on my board. Like right now we were in like trade out a scenario basically for me. And if not, at least just try to get guys that have any sort of upside in a two-way sense. And like Son was saying, like those guys were like more in the Thornwell. I know that I'm higher on those here than you guys are, but like those type of guys before you go with the one side wings, basically.
All right, we have about a little over 2 minutes before the Timberwolves pick after the trade with the Bulls. Let's do a quick rundown of who's been selected so far. Obviously, Fultz 1, Ball 2, Tatum 3, Josh Jackson 4 to Phoenix, De'Aaron Fox 5 to Sacramento, Jonathan Isaac 6 to Orlando, 7 Lauri Markkanen to the Bulls now, 8 Frank Ntilikina to New York, 9 Dennis Smith to Dallas. Then we have 10 with the trade up with Portland, Zach Collins, 11 Malik Monk to the Hornets, 12 Luke Kennard to the Pistons, 13 Donovan Mitchell in the trade to Utah, 14 Bam Adebayo to Miami, and then 15, of course, we have Justin Jackson to the Kings. Thing really stand out for you in any capacity, just general takeaways. If you're looking at it from, a mile ahead, or a mile above the actual action, what stands out to you so far? Any kind of trends, anything that you want to touch on?
So obviously number 7, Lowry, is horrible. And I don't want to necessarily harp on that. That's the sore thumb here that obviously sticks out. But the other one is Tatum at 3. That's a little bit disappointing to me because the opportunity for development for somebody like Smith, maybe somebody like Isaac, even Josh Jackson, like I don't mind there. There are like so many interesting picks there. And the Celtics are like really have like an interesting scenario, right? So you'd love to see somebody besides Tatum in that pick. I mean, I guess I don't like completely hate it, but no, I actually do completely hate it. I was looking forward to that pick, and I'm just a little disappointed.
Yeah, I think my main takeaway was before the Heat pick that the bigs actually sleep a little bit. I was hoping that happened, and I was not expecting it. I thought more bigs were going to be high just because like that's the way the NBA is. But like we got Bam at 14th, so you can just take that takeaway out of the realm of reality. It's not there anymore. And other than that, I think it's kind of clear like the top 10, top 11 were the guys that I was thinking they were going to be there. So I'm pretty okay with that. I thought that was more or less the case. I'm just a bit more surprised that guys like, I mean, I knew OJ was sleeping a little bit. I knew probably like that situation was because of the ACL, but like it has been a few picks where he could have been like the best option for several teams, and not seeing him there is just a bit surprising just because I don't really care about many more of the guys left. So like the upside is not there for me. I don't see it. And also Derrick White hasn't been out. He ended up being 12 in my board. I think anywhere from the late lottery to like late teens was his range for me. And I think like we are going to criticize the upside because he's not like super athletic and like he's not young. But like if you are talking about numbers and about feel, like he's the type of guy that actually brings that type of upside you want, just because the production is there and the feel is there. And like even if he's not the most athletic guy in the world, I think he's a guy that actually can produce. So I think actually Derrick White is my best player available left, even ahead of OJ right now.
Yeah, for me, I just be on the optimistic side. I of course really like Dennis Smith fit with the Mavericks. I think that of all the fits in the draft, I feel the best about that overall. And then Malik Monk falling to 11 with the Hornets, that really just stuck out as far as a team that really, really needed somebody, and they got a definite punch. And I think there's more upside there than meets the eye. So this trade just got announced, or not the trade just got announced with this pick. Justin Patton, someone who we are not high on. So Sean, please take it away.
We're big, man.
So Patton, he has like one strength, is that on offense he has touch and he has mobility, but he doesn't have speed. He doesn't necessarily have like the kind of explosive athleticism that's going to allow him to kind of get to a lot of the other like skill stuff that he has, right? Like it may not be accessible just because he's not good enough of an athlete. And then playing the 5 on defense, he's going to be awful, like just really bad. And I hate to be like so strong, like rarely will sometimes I'll play it up for dramatic effect, but like, and I hate to come down on these kids because they're just like kids and they could develop, who knows, but really slow. And you just like his reaction at the rim, his instincts at the rim are so late. It's a little depressing because you watch him on offense. Yeah, you watch him on offense, and there's even some potential for some really interesting passes. Like on hammer plays, like he might even be able to be the ball handler with that long wingspan. Like you saw a few times him passing out of double teams on the baseline to guys in the corner. Like really, really good stuff. On short rolls, interesting, like making good decisions, good touch, like kind of like even sidestepping guys, like finger rolls, that kind of stuff. There might be a shot there, but just on defense, he's a train wreck. Just out of 5, that's kind of a no-no, right? Unless you're Jokic, which he's not.
No, like the Timberwolves are down to Ricky Rubio that is in every trade rumor available, and Tyus Jones at guard right now. Like they don't even have a 2 guard after the trade. They traded out from, I mean, they're going to play Jimmy Butler there, but like Jimmy Butler can't displace the floor for you. Like why you don't take Derrick White here? Why you don't get like Frank Jackson, like a guy that can actually shoot the ball a little bit? Like what are you going to do with like Patton and Towns and Gorgie Dieng with a $64 million contract with Cole Aldridge with 2 more years? Like what's the point here? Like I'm just out of words. Like I just don't get it. Like I mean, I understand the theoretical upside, but like you said, Son, like he doesn't have the athletic profile for me to be like actually like a beast at finishing at the rim. Like he has a little bit of a skill. He has like some finishes and stuff like that. That's cute. But like I just don't see it. Like if he's going to be like, I'm sorry. Like I started liking him when I just watched like some flashes before I dive a little bit onto the tape. Like he is like what I like about Zach Collins is like he's physical, even though he's not a guy with the physique to be physical. Yeah. Like Justin Patton has even a better physique probably. His size away from contact. Like he doesn't go at the rim against people. Like he doesn't body up anybody. He's like not there. Like the instincts are, I think, better than actually the physicality, and that's the biggest concern I have with him, because as a big at the next level, I mean, he might be able to switch a little bit. He's okay, like going around guards, like going at the perimeter, being able to bother people there. But like if you are talking about him playing as a big on defense, like I don't think he's going to ever get there. I mean, he's a young guy. He didn't really play until he was kind of an old prospect and all that in high school. So maybe he has some untapped potential in terms of developing IQ. But like I would have just go with a perimeter player probably. Like I just don't see why. Like the Timberwolves are one of the teams that actually have now 2 probably building blocks for the future with Jimmy Butler and Karl Anthony Towns. What's your point of drafting a guy that the best thing he can do in this team is being a 3rd big, a 4th big? Like you can get this guy for scraps. Like what's the point there with this pick? Like try to go a little bit more for upside at this point.
This is Sean's like worst nightmare, right? I mean, he's been saying the entire time, don't take a 2nd big. Tibbs is going to play those 2 big lineups. He's going to kill Towns, and then he takes someone like Patton. Like, do you think it's foreseeable that he plays both of these guys at once? Because like Tibbs, what are you doing, my G? Like play Towns at the 5, allow him to actually guard 5s. Like I don't know. This is another one of those head scratching picks. It just doesn't make sense from. Even if you're higher on his upside, I get that he does some things offensively that like make you turn your head a little bit. Like he has some passing plays that are unique. He can pass the move a little bit. He shot a couple of threes. He's pretty quick off the floor as far as a dive catch. So I get like the upside. He's a really late bloomer, right? Like he came on really late. There could be some untapped potential here, but on this roster, when your fixture is a 5 and he should be a 5, there's already enough with this Gorgie Jane stuff as far as playing him there on defense. And it's just you have to put your primary talent in the best position to succeed. And this is just not a pick that does that.
I mean, you already made a mistake with that contract. Why are you doubling down again? Like, it's just they made 2 mistakes last year with Aldridge and Dieng. At least Aldridge is cheap and has only a whole 1 year guaranteed left. Or like, it's just like doubling down on bigs and more bigs. Like, you just don't get it, man. And like you were saying, like it's just a way of like undervaluing your best prospect. Like it doesn't make any sense at all. Even if you like the upside of the player, unless you're like going to flip Patton right away for another guy, like tomorrow. Like it's just like, what's the point? Like you're not going to be able to extract that type of value from Patton if he has to play with another big. Like the point with him is like stretch out the floor, put him at the 5 and run pick and roll because he's a good finisher. And he can get to the rim and even like stretch the floor a little bit at time, maybe. But like if you're actually going to play him next to Dieng or next to Aldridge or next to Towns or next to even Bjelica, like can you imagine Bjelica and Patton defending inside? Like it's just it's a bit mind blowing to me. Like it's confusing. Like I just don't get it there. But like just a quick run up before the next pick. Which were your guys left that you like the most for Milwaukee at 17th? Like I know you guys are higher on Thornwell. I know I like Frank Jackson a little bit more than both of you guys. I think OJ makes not much sense with Giannis probably. But like, who would you go with if you were Milwaukee at 17th right here?
They could go any number. I mean, Oden and Obi obviously fits the profile of the guys that they've, picked, the high upside athletic types. I actually really like Juwan Evans for them. I think
I do too.
Far kind of the best player on the board right now, and the fit seems really, really good.
Yeah, I like him too. I had him there in my board precisely. He was the last guy that I paired with a team after I went to like trade out the scenarios. So I will be all for that. I don't think they're going that way probably, but like I will be all for getting a dynamic guard here because they lack a little bit of that from the backcourt as well.
Yeah, that was going to be my thing was Evans here as far as a change of pace guy. You actually get into the lane, has some speed, good handle. Derek White would also be good in the combo role. Kind of, I mean, everybody compares him to Malcolm Brogdon. They're definitely different. Brogdon has that ridiculous frame defensively. I think White's a much better shot maker, and he gives them a little bit more off the dribble as far as creation. So I like White in his secondary playmaking in Milwaukee. I know what the pick is now because I saw it on Twitter. I don't like it. Surprise! Like
I saw the next 3 picks. I hate them all. So we can get down to the rabbit hole if you want to. I don't know if you guys saw all of the 3. We're talking Milwaukee, Indiana, and Atlanta. I don't like any of those, but like I don't know if you want to pair them or go a little bit to Milwaukee first.
Yeah, tell me what they are. Just announce each one.
Yeah, Milwaukee picked DJ Wilson at 17th. Indiana picked TJ Leaf at 18th. And Atlanta went with John Collins at 20th after trading for Miles Plumlee. So there you have it. That's the top 20 of the draft. Lock right there with 3 more picks.
So my first takeaway for Atlanta is the fact that, I mean, OG there, they have one of the best and most reputable shooting coaches in the league. That's where I had him. His ideal landing spot in my big board was Atlanta because if anybody can fix mechanics, it's them. So maybe they don't think the mechanics can be fixed, so they passed on them, or they just don't think that highly of them with Torian Prince on board last year. The rest of those picks are a complete dumpster fire. I mean, just being frank, like I don't see any value in any of them. DJ Wilson from Milwaukee. DJ Wilson's a 4. Giannis is a 4. In his ideal role as a chaos creator, that's what he does. That's what the role they played him in. Jabari Parker is also on that team still. Like, are you gonna play? How are you gonna play all these guys together? I would have gone in the backcourt unless, I mean, I don't know what they think of Thon. Maybe they think it's DJ Wilson is some undersized 5 with his measurables. I think Javier, we talked about that on our podcast after the combine. But like, Sean, what do you make of this? Does this make any sense to you?
No, so my first thought was, oh, this is a Hammond pick, right? The DJ West the Hammond pick, but obviously he's not there anymore. So I actually never saw who their hire was. Kind of back him up, but then they didn't hire him, right? So fill me in on who is making this decision.
I mean, I think Hortz was the guy that was there below Hammonds and Sanic before they didn't decide to go with Hanik. So like he was like the 3rd guy, and they just promoted him all the way up to general manager because the ownership didn't make a decision with Sanic, so they just went with the other guy in the house. Like they didn't want to. My guess is that they wanted
like throughout the season, like Hammond's big board. They're just basically working off like his homework that he left behind or something. Like is that what this is, or is this like a hey, I'm doing my best Hammond impression, but really I'm actually screwing this up?
I mean, your best Hammond impression will be just taking a Nunobi, right? Like he's even more of a Hammond guy than Wilson, I guess. I understand why Wilson is like enticing for some people because he's like a late bloomer in this. He has grown since being like a wing as a sophomore in high school, and he was like a 6'11", 6'10" guy now. But like, it's just like, if you're playing him at the 5, where you can actually bring value from his shooting, he has no hope at rebounding the ball or even do anything of the big man things. And he can move a little bit, he can switch a little bit. He has awful awareness in terms of like what is happening on the back of his head, like what's happening behind him. He has no clue at all on that. Like you see that with Zach Collins, he's really sharp in that sense. Wilson has no reads there, and he doesn't have the physicality either. So if you're playing him at the 5, you're losing all that. I guess if you are playing him at the 5, maybe you are using Giannis even more as a 5, and you're playing him as a 4, and then you're using him as a pick and pop big. But I think Maker, sorry, you have to pronounce his name right, is better at that than Wilson is. So why are you doubling down on another big in that sense? And they even have, like Cole was saying, Jabari Parker to play the 4. So I just don't understand the point of getting another big when you can actually get a similar player to Wilson later down the draft. And if you are planning on playing 2 bigs, there are guys that make more sense than Wilson also. Like you go with a clearly more stretchy big in Lydon. Like at least Lydon can shoot for sure. I know Wilson is okay shooting the ball, but like at least with Lydon you have a guy that can actually be a threat for sure for opening the floor for Giannis. Like you just a confusing pick on all ends from my world or from where I come from, basically.
So basically, philosophically, what is DJ Wilson giving you at the 4 that a combo forward can't? Maybe a little bit extra rim protection. We don't know if he can really space the floor consistently. So I don't really get it from that aspect, just overall. But then when you throw in the actual roster construction, when you already have basically 2 guys that are ideally used at the 4, what is he bringing you unless you really think that he can play the 5 next to Giannis? When we've already talked about from a rebounding standpoint, he's not physical at all. That's the key part that, Javier, you do a good job touching on with bigs, is looking for that edge and that just the willingness to mix it up. I think that's really important. And I just never saw that from him on film. Like he was not.
He's a volleyball player. He's a volleyball player playing basketball.
Yeah, he's basically a finesse guy.
Like that's
player. I don't know what you can really do with finesse guys in power positions. I mean, some guys are more finesse than power, but they still bring that power element and that physicality. I don't see it from him. What do you think about John Collins to the Pacers or no? TJ Leaf?
Yeah, TJ Leaf to the Pacers, John Collins to the Hawks.
Okay, TJ Leaf, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with TJ Leaf is like at least I think he's going to produce a little bit. I think it's likely that he gets numbers, and he's a guy that actually brings some ability to do stuff on offense at different levels, which is okay. The problem is like he's not good enough at any of those levels to be able to probably be a starter and to be able to compensate for his terrible, like he's super slow laterally. Like he doesn't have really bad instincts, and he's more physical than you will think for his looks, but like he's just so slow. Like I don't think he's ever going to be able to defend, especially 4s, and you have no hope of him being able to be big enough to play the 5. So like it's just a weird pick, because if you're playing 2 bigs, like I marked this in my board, like around 18 teams started 2 bigs out of 30 in the NBA this year. So there are teams that bring value that way by using bigs at times at the starting spots, and they're not even playing combo forwards. But like with Leaf, I don't even think he's a knockdown shooter like a Lydon or anything like that. So like if the shooting is not there, he's going to have to be much better at all the small things that he does okay or well. Like people were bringing up his post-ups numbers in scenery that they're near elite. Like who is going to build an offense around Tia Leaf posting up at the NBA? Like that's just nonsense for me. Like he's a complementary player. He could be okay as a bench guy. I think he can bring some value in that sense. But like, again, you are picking a guy at 18th, especially for a team like the Pacers that are going to be down in a situation without Paul George and not many assets. Like why are you going in a safest direction? That's my concern there. I guess he makes some sense with Miles Turner. You think Miles Turner can cover for him on defense, but like still you are like selling your team short because you are playing a non-defender next to a good defender. Like what you want to do is have 2-way players all across the board.
Sorry guys, I had to go myself trying to weigh in on the Bucks GM situation. My oldest had an opinion that he wanted to get on mic, but when I came back, I was like, okay, where are they? What are they talking about? And then I hear Javier talking about some slow big, and I go, oh, okay, they're on TJ Leaf, cool.
Yeah. So TJ Leaf to the Pacers, Sean. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, TJ Leaf. Honestly, I had like in the second half of the second I don't think he just really has that much equity at all. Like, he's very interesting as far as like his Cole, you talk a lot about the flexibility. He's pretty crafty around the hoop. Like, he's more athletic than you think. He has a lot of flexibility, a lot of like the finishing stuff that you don't expect. Like even some of like the rebounding acumen, especially on the offensive glass, just because of like kind of the advanced rebound preparation on the offensive end. Like, a lot of bigs at the college level are going to get fooled by that kind of garbage. But on defense, he was just atrocious. Another one of these bigs that just doesn't fit the NBA whatsoever. And yeah, he's barely draftable.
I mean, I will say like there is some, like, just before you fire it out, Cole. Like, I will say that there is some type of value by drafting a 4 ahead of a backup 5 at least, because
okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Like some teams start 4s, like old school 4s, like even stretch 4s, or guys that are actually not combo forwards right now. Like, they are like more than half the league goes that way. So like there is some value there, and there is also some value in terms of like being able to play a 4 from the bench at the 5th spot. So because if he gets strong enough, he might be able to hold himself against other 4s, because a lot of teams are playing 4s as center from the bench. So like at least it's better than picking up John Collins. That would be my guess. It's better for me than picking Justin Patton too, but like still, like, that doesn't make it better.
Yeah, I think that what Sean hit on with the athleticism, kind of like, you see really quick instincts on the glass, and I know that that's probably something they look for. I don't want to say anything on record, but that quick reactionary athleticism, especially you saw that in the Kentucky game, he was beating those athletes to the glass in that matchup pretty easily. And that's one element of his game that I like a lot, is that he does react quickly. He's not going to bring you anything defensively, though. And if you're valuing this guy, I guess pairing next to Miles Turner, you can get kind of like the playmaking 4, stretch 4 vibe with him. But again, this guy has a ceiling because he's going to get played off the floor, right? I mean, if he's in the playoffs, teams are going to put him in pick and roll every single time. They're going to attack the living hell out of him. And is he a good enough offensive player to offset that? Most guys aren't. Like, most guys aren't Kevin Love. They're not that good offensively. And it just seems like kind of a pick that doesn't really translate to the modern game. There's this conception about needing that stretch 4 type. That's really valuable if he can play defense and he can switch and he can do those things. If you just look at shooting, I don't know what it really gets you.
Can he really suit it? Like, for sure, like the volume was really low. I mean, I don't like his form all that much. Like, he's really slow in general, other than like that type of like making reads and all that. But like in terms of like physical things that you actually have to do, like he's kind of slow laterally. He's kind of slow putting his shot up as well. I don't know if he's like a sure bet to shoot the ball. Like, I will bet on Lydon before I bet on him on that sense.
Oh, for sure. Lydon's awesome. But you guys actually bring up the good point. Okay, so like maybe we should just couch all of these takes saying that we are talking about fit for like a good playoff team, right? I mean, Leaf, he might be a backup 4, like how you were kind of talking about, Javier. Like, there's a lot more 4 equity there. Obviously, there's 0-5 equity there. But at the 4, as a backup, playing some minutes, maybe next to Turner or next to like a defensive first big, especially when the situation dictates that he can guard somebody on the wing who's not a creator, right? Who's kind of a standstill guy, and he just has to make some like decisions defensively. You can see that there is enough skill there on offense. Like, there are some of these guys that just don't fit at all. Like maybe John Collins, who we're going to get to, or maybe you've already talked about him, or we're going to get to him next. Like, there's almost nothing that he does that makes sense in the NBA. Whereas Leaf has some things that he does that make sense in the NBA.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Really, like, I understand that. Yeah.
I think there's still guys on the board who I can see actually contributing to winning basketball in a superior role. There's going to get to a point in this draft where I'm not going to care probably who teams select, because nobody's going to be good, and it's just rolling the dice completely on some kind of player development or whatnot. And a lot of these guys just aren't going to be NBA players, right? But I mean, if you look at the board, Derek White, I think he can contribute to a winning team. Sterling Brown, OG Anunoby, even Jordan Bell, who I know, Sean, you weren't as high on, but that dude can at least play on the floor against athletes. Like, he can switch, and I know his positional size and his tools are horrible. I mean, that's very well warranted. But the fact is, I can see him translating to actually a winning setting much more than a TJ Leaf. But let's transition into John Collins. This is someone who I've never been high on. You see like the production, right? This kid for his age produced. Like, everybody quotes the PER. He's like all time with like Michael Beasley. I mean, that's a hell of a reference point, by the way. So but when we talk about like projectable role, this is the key with this. We're not trying to retroactively analyze what happened in college, right? We're more concerned about your skill set moving forward. So Javier, what does John Collins bring to the modern game? And like, if he can't shoot, like what does he really bring?
I mean, he can, like, if he's playing against fives and he can, like, go run with them, like, he's going to be able to get the space in the pick and roll just because he's quick and he's athletic. Like, he reminds me a little bit of Brandon Wright without the league length. So he's able to do all that. Like, he can be a specialist finishing. But, like, Brandon Wright was a specialist finishing because he was playing next to Dirk Nowitzki, which is, like, the best big man shooter of all time. So if you don't have him next to a good shooter, he's going to be probably worthless. And my problem with him is not even offensively, where he's like a black hole type that doesn't really stress the floor or hasn't shown that. Like maybe he has some upside there that we haven't seen and the scouts are banking on that. But like my problem with him is on defense. Like he doesn't even care. Like the things like for a big, like it's not even about like physicality with him. I think he's more physical probably than Patton, but like he's just like a rebounder that doesn't do much more on defense. Like he has not much awareness. Like he doesn't have much awareness on offense as well in terms of passing the ball. And like he's basically a rim runner that might be able to play some in transition, be able to score there. And if he shoots a little bit, he might be an okay finisher type of big. Like he can shoot the ball, he can stretch a little bit for you, he can finish, he has power, he has some athleticism. Like if the thing is about him being a complete big that is able to start for you, I don't see it at all. Like you are going to have him as a bench big for sure. And as a bench big, I don't think he brings enough value because he doesn't have the stretch completely locked down. He's like a project to be able to stretch the floor. So I just don't see it right now with him. I would have gotten a guy like Caleb Swanigan. Like I don't like Swanigan all that much. I don't believe in his upside at all. But at least I believe in his shooting more than I believe in Collins. I believe in his passing for sure. And he's a guy that put effort to the right situations and actually has some awareness and passing ability. So like if you are banking on a guy that has some sort of a skill set, bank on a guy that actually can play some four for you as well, or be able to be a combo big. I don't see a situation where Collins actually brings any equity to be able to play the four, because all the value he brings is about like outrunning bigs, not outrunning fours.
Yeah, don't talk to me about the workout, like his shot in the workouts. That's come on, guys.
Yeah.
Been the report.
What do you think, Cole?
You even see on Twitter right now our buddy Mike Ribanoff noting that he shot well in practices and he shot well in workouts and stuff like that. I don't care.
Mike loves him so much.
I know. I mean, like, Mike's obviously really great at what he does. Of course, I'm not trying to harp on him at all. I'm just saying, like, that is the popular narrative, right? That's a microcosm of what has been said. Like, this guy can shoot. He just didn't show it. Fine. I mean, if he didn't show it, that, like, okay. But the thing is, like, there's a difference between shooting in a workout and shooting in an actual game, extending out to NBA 3. And when you look at him, his defense is a disaster, in my opinion. Doesn't protect the rim. He's a classic, like, 4-5 tweener, right? In the modern game, he's between those two positions. He's Ivan Rabb type. Those energy guys. Maybe, yeah, maybe like a Kenneth Fareed. That's kind of who he's compared to because of the offensive rebounding prowess, which, by the way, teams don't really crash the boards offensively anymore because everybody's running back in transition defense. It's that somebody's going to utilize and be like, oh, we'll send John Collins after the boards. Cool. I don't think that's worth the top 20 pick, especially given the talent still on the board.
And it's also like the situation with the Hawks is basically the same as the Pacers. Like they have no real hope and they are a little bit stuck before rebuilding. Like, what are you doing picking a guy that has that type of like ultimate ceiling? Like, why you don't go? Like, I know you guys don't like Frank Jackson, but like, I think Frank Jackson has some type of upside if he ever gets it, like IQ wise, and he has at least the physical tools to be like, eventually with his shooting acumen, like if you compare him historically with other guys, like he has really, really good numbers for a freshman as a shooter, and he has a really good physique. Like I know he doesn't have like the brains for now or the reach in terms of like being able to make plays or even like defend, but like he has the physical profile to not get like abused completely on switches. So if you're going to go to a switch heavy system like most of the league is going to, like at least you can get there somehow with him. But like with guys like John Collins that are fundamentally flawed, like what's the point there? Like it's just difficult to understand, especially in a class so deep in mediocre bigs that you can just pick a big in the 50s that it might be like as good as John Collins down the road.
Yeah. So guys, just to like try to get a little bit of positivity in here, if you're trying to make the case for Collins, what would it be?
If he stretches the ball, he's like quicker, like I said, than other guys. He might be able to be an offensive producer, but I don't know if he brings enough on defense to be able to live with it. So best case for me is like a rim running big, like a Brandon Wright with less of an ability to protect the rim because he's not as long. Like Brandon Wright has like a 6'7" 3 or 7'4" wingspan. John Collins is like almost even, like has like a 6'11", I think, wingspan. So something like that will be my most optimistic outcome for him.
Cool. What about flashes on defense? Just really quick before we get to this next pick.
Yeah, I didn't see much. I admittedly only saw probably 3 of his games in full. The games I did see, his interior awareness defensively was horrendous. His pick and roll defense was really bad. So I know he has the athleticism and the mobility. He can cover some ground. He has some range. But if you don't really have the IQ to go with that, and if you're not an interior defender, like I don't know. Again, I mean, probably he can't be a 5, right? He can't protect the rim. He's not going to be a 5 defensively, which means he has to be a 4. But again, he's a 5 offensively. So that's kind of the tweener thing. I think that you can get some value from him as like a transition big. I mean, he's definitely athletic. He can change ends well. But again, value-wise, I don't really see it. Let's move into this next pick with Harry Giles going to the Kings. The Kings, of course, traded back from 15 and 20, drafted Justin Jackson at 15. Harry Giles at 20. This is someone who everybody's pulling for, right? That's first and foremost. Let's get optimistic for a second. Great kid. Great kid. I've seen him in person. He's one of the better kids I've seen as far as just how he interacts with people. Personality that's like, it gravitates you towards him. It's fantastic stuff. Last year, he was basically a non-prospect, right? I mean, like the only thing he did well was rebound. If that athleticism comes back, you're looking at a really big steal. I think his ceiling outcome initially was a little bit overrated as far as his position in this class entering high school and stuff like that, or entering college. Like his profile, he was more of like an outlier athlete, right? He was more like he could switch on the perimeter, which he didn't do well at Duke, and he's obviously has good vertical athleticism. So, Sean, what do you think about this pick? How he meshes with Sacramento? Was it a good outside dice roll at this point?
Just like in a vacuum at 20 here, I totally think it's fine. Again, like I said, I was watching a lot of Duke games recently because of the Kennard and Jackson podcast that Mike and I did. And Giles like still sticks out. When he gets minutes, you go, oh, who is that NBA athlete, right? Like his body is still amazing. He's still like reasonably fluid. I know that like people say that he played timid and all that kind of stuff. And it might be like a mental thing still with the whole knee surgery stuff. He still doesn't trust his body or whatever. But as far as just like the length, the physique, the fluidity, all that kind of stuff, like he's clearly somebody that belongs on an NBA floor from just like, hey, I'm going to take a picture. He's an NBA athlete. But just, I know you wanted to stay positive. And I would say that in a vacuum right here, it's fine to take a gamble on somebody with his kind of upside. Like maybe it's all injury stuff. Maybe he comes back and he's going to have like a lot of defensive equity as a 5. But to the Kings, that's like one of the worst situations, unfortunately, for him, right? Like, gosh, I feel so bad for him.
I mean, the thing is like the Kings
stuff just because of like how many project 5s they have right now.
Yeah, but like maybe none of them matter. Like I don't know if Will Calistene is going to get extended or at all. Like he has another 2 years of his rookie deal, and after that, who knows? And Skal, they are grooming him to be a 4. Who knows what's that going to go with that? And Papagiannis might not be a factor anyway. So like, if he's good, he's going to get to play. Like that's my thinking there. If he proves that he's good, I mean, as an outside play, like at least it makes some sense. I would have made that type of play with another type of player. Like I'm down on bigs in general, but like still I can get it. Like I forgot to rank Giles. I just noticed, like I was checking in my board because I was like, I think I didn't put him anywhere, and I would have probably put him like outside the first round just because there are some guys that I value more as like I said, like a shot in the darkness. Like at least if you're developing a type of 3-and-D guy or a type of wing that can defend a little bit, you might be able to bring more value. And at this point, like we talk about this a lot, Son. Like at this point, like most of the guys are not going to make it. So at least if you're making a bet, make it with a guy with some upside. My problem with Giles is like I didn't really like his upside all that much just because I didn't like his skill set all that much. Like he's a guy that theoretically can play the 5 and switch and defend a little bit every position and rebound the ball. Like that's his elite skill other than athleticism. But like, I don't think the guy actually has much more on offense. Like some people were talking about his shooting ability, passing ability. I didn't see much of that. Like I think his shooting form is okay. I don't think he's all that fluid shooting the ball. And then if you are talking about his ability to score, other than being a rim runner or a fluid big in transition, I don't think he brings much more. And I think he lacks a little bit of the elite size, elite length that we look for a defensive big that we were talking about with Collins before. Yeah. So like, it's just, I didn't like him all that much, even for a highly touted number 1 high school recruit, even without the injuries. I would have him lower than that probably. But still, as an upside play here, makes all the sense in the world for Sacramento. And again, doubling down and tripling down with high character kids like we were talking before, Justin Jackson, the Aaron Fox, right now with Harry Giles. And Jackson and Fox have the connection from Houston. Both are from that city. So I just trying to make a better locker room, I guess, for them.
Really quick, last note on this for me. This is my favorite pick for the Kings in the draft so far, which I think might be a little takey, but for what was on the board and what they could have done, I think I like this one the most. It's the most defensible. Of course, I'm lower on De'Aaron Fox. I didn't like, trading Donovan Mitchell essentially for Justin Jackson. So here I can understand the philosophy, even though I do agree with the points both of you guys made. It's at least defensible, and if Giles does return to form athletically, I think he's at least a rotation big in the league as far as being able to hypothetically give you some switching, give you some high-level activity on the glass. So I get this pick. Again, they have a bushel of centers, but I'm not really high on any of them. Cauley-Stein has a little bit of equity still, but the rest of them I could do away with. I'm not a Papagiannis fan, of course. Yeah. So
I don't think
here we go, man.
Song, what do you feel about the pick hasn't been announced. I saw it already. I don't know if you have spoiled yourself with the selection, but how do you feel about the Thunder? What do you think they should go with this pick? Like total upside with Anunoby, getting a shooter with like a guy like Josh Hart, not a straight up shooter, but like a guy that can hit the three ball a little bit or go in some other direction with even a point guard like local phenom Juwan Evans there. Like I think he could make.
If I don't take Juwan Evans here, I'm gonna pull my hair out. Like you guys will see me going bald live right now on YouTube. This is the pick, and it's so obvious, right? We need something to back up Russell Westbrook. The 5 minutes that he's not playing on the floor, we have the worst plus minus. Like I don't even know what it is, but it feels emotionally like the worst plus minus in the league. He's
and they can't pick Anunoby, right? Because of the lack of shooting, like they can't really go that route. So if you're not going for that type of upside,
so many athletic perimeter people that can't do anything but defend. It doesn't make a lot of sense as far as fit. It might be a good upside play. Like that's fine. The Thunder love to do this in their development. Like every once in a while it hits. So if they do, I won't be super mad at it. But Evans or Thornwell here makes sense. I wouldn't even be mad at like Oliver. Honestly,
I know you don't like Frank Jackson, but like Frank Jackson makes sense for me. He can mix a little bit with Russell. He can play off ball. He might not be able to shoulder any creation from the bench, but like he might be able down the road, and like he can play the two a little bit. So like at least you can play Oladipo a little bit at the one. Cam Oliver, the problem is like they have so many fours. Like even the guys that are threes in their roster for me are better at the fourth, like McDermott or like I'm blinking right now. Robertson, if he stays, and especially Jeremy Grant is a 4 or a 5 for me. So like I don't really see it with we were talking about like the 3. I forgot already.
So the pick is announced. It's Terrence Ferguson.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So Sean, we're gonna see Sean meltdown on live broadcast here. Yeah. I can talk about him for a second just because I've seen him at the Hoop Summit over the week of practices. I kind of have a pretty strong grasp on what his game is. It doesn't entail any kind of ball skills whatsoever. He is a conceptual 3-and-D player who is right now is really limited by his frame. He's super skinny, so you saw him playing in Australia. His footwork defensively was good. He tried hard, but he just got dislodged pretty much at all points in the game, and he didn't shoot the ball well in Australia. This is someone who's kind of a streak shooter. Malik Monk got a lot of comparisons to J.R. Smith. I think that's more appropriate for Ferguson, but even like a poor man's J.R. Smith. So, Sean, with that in mind, why don't you take this away and tell us why you hate the pick?
Well, I'm going to be unbiased here. I am now officially a Philadelphia 76ers fan. I've renounced my fandom. Markelle Fultz is one of my favorite players in the league. I was never very high on Russell anyway, so that's fine. Gosh, this is frustrating. Okay, so like I'll just say that my first experience with Ferguson, when I was really like starting to get into the scouting stuff, Ferguson was one of the first like high school games that I watched because I'm blanking. Mike's in the chat. Maybe Mike, you can tell me who he played for in high school. He was playing with the guy that goes to Duke now and with Billy Preston, my favorite Kansas recruit. I'm blanking so hard. Anyway, he was awful. Like as far as just in high school, being any kind of creation on the wing, being a defender on the wing, there's zero basketball feel there. And then you saw that like later and later. He has the one good game that he hangs his hat on where he hit like 7 threes, right? In the Nike Hoop Summit or whatever that was. And then I also watched I signed up for like the free NBL basketball stuff. And I actually watched I wasted my time watching like maybe 6 or 7 Ferguson games. And he's just there's nothing there. Like there's nothing there. Gosh, this is frustrating. I guess the Thunder development stuff. I'm obviously still a Thunder fan. Let's just say best upside is he's still a freak athlete. I don't know about laterally. Defensively, he's probably never going to be anything because there's got to be some feel there, and he's super weak. So, but if he can shoot at all, and maybe he's passable, then he can play next to Russell. Gosh, I tried to be positive and I couldn't even do it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing for me is like he falls into the same fault as guys like James Young or things like that, like guys that supposedly are 300 prospects but don't bring the 3 or the D all that much because they are erratic from 3 and they don't have the physical frame or the capabilities to actually be physical on D. So like it's just like if you are drafting a guy that has to be that type of player, you are better off banking on the D being there and some sort of signs for the 3 to be a possibility than actually drafting a guy that is a streaky shooter that might not be able to defend ever, just because the frame is so underdeveloped and you don't know if he's going to be able to develop. He's a skinny guy by being born that way. Like he has this type of Nerlens Noel type of like shape to his body. Like he has that type of like not wide arm, like shoulders, and like not a wide frame at all. So like it's difficult for me to see him getting much stronger, and he can play with much force on that end, even if he like tries. So it just gets difficult to see the defensive upside with him. And then the 3 is so like miss or hit with him. Like he gets it sometimes, he doesn't at times. He's really like James Young. Like he's not a natural shooter. Like he can hit it, but like he's not like he's an elite type of shooter from that range. So he's like some teams have tried to bank on these players before. It hasn't panned out. The statistical translations are like the worst on the class, so that has to account for something. So like if you are messing around that, I mean, I will just refer to Mark Wiggins from hating on all year long, but like it's just difficult for me to believe. I mean, unless we have to talk about like the Thunder being able to develop guys on and on. So like if that's part of the upside here, I guess, but like it feels like an easy pick that they try to like make a guy fit into a type of like a slot that they needed. They need a shooter, they need a 2, they need a guy in the perimeter. Let's draft that guy. But like if you were banking on 3 and D guys, I would much better rather have like drafted a guy like Darius Thornwell, even if he doesn't shoot all that well, maybe, or like Charles Cook, or guys like Josh Hart. Like he might not be able to defend all that much. He's going to be able to defend more than Ferguson just because he has a better frame for me. So
this is what we started talking about from day one on our podcast. It goes back to philosophy as far as that athleticism equals upside, especially when you have this kind of shooting intersection. This is exactly the kind of pick that embodies that entirely, right? Like it's like this idea of something that just drives up his upside, or like his in air quotes upside, and it's just, I got nothing, man. Sean, you keep filibustering. I got jack shit.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's funny because I try to do my best impression of like a positive take on this, and even as I was doing it, I couldn't. And then Javier just demolished, like, from a skills perspective, specifically why this is never going to work. And then Cole just said philosophically why this is one of the stupidest picks in the draft yet. Like, by all accounts, like, is there anything positive? Somebody give me something.
I mean, he might be able to shoot the ball, and that might be enough. Like, if he's able to shoot it eventually, like, at least you can put him in a corner and just left him there, and he might be able to stretch you a little bit. I mean, he can be maybe Anthony Morrow. I mean, Anthony Morrow was a pure shooter. I don't think Ferguson is a pure shooter in that sense. But if he gets there as a shooter, he might be able to be useful. But, like, where is Anthony Morrow? Like, he's been a guy that has been able to get signed out of, like, the waivers each and every year, and he has no, like, fundamental value. Like, you are basically using a first rounder in a guy that you can get for free anytime.
Frustrating, guys. Let's just move on. It's like,
yeah. I mean, we can move on to Brooklyn. Like, the pick has been announced in Twitter. Like, is Jarrett Allen out of Texas? Like, I make this distinction in my board. Like, I was thinking, like, out of the top 17 guys, if you're actually picking a guy later on, like, it's good to pick a 3-and-D guy if you want to develop them, and I'm fine with that. But, like, some of those guys can be picked later on the second round, or even getting picked out of, like, undrafted. So if you're actually picking a guy with some sort of upside as a starter, I had a list of guys there. I had Cameron Oliver there. I had Jonah Bolden. There were guys in my tier 4. I didn't really, like, I was not as high on them as, like, being top 10, 20 picks or even first. I would prefer to trade out than making this pick, but not every team can trade out, of course. So if you are going to get forced to make that pick, I think Jarrett Allen at least has some of the physical tools and has some of the ability to maybe be able to be a starter down the road. I like him more than any of the other, like, random centers that are out there. And I think he has some of, like, fluidity, some ability to even shoot a little bit from the mid-range, some passing acumen a little bit. So other than, like, him lacking a little bit of like physicality or frame or even like explosiveness. I think like he's a little bit of a non-productive athlete in terms of like what he brings in stocks or like steals and blocks, of course, or things like that. Like he didn't play in the right role in Texas as a basically a 4 in that system. He's a stretch, like he's a pick and roll big, like has to play as a rim runner. And I think in that sense for Brooklyn that they don't have any 5s in the roster that make any sense right now other than like maybe Mozgov as a like patch for a couple of years. Like it's totally fine for them going this route for me.
I don't hate the pick. I think that similarly, I had Allen as the top remaining 5 in the class. Brooklyn has a very unique situation where they can kind of wait and develop him because there's no pressure to win. He has some skills offensively that are kind of alluring. I thought he defended it in space. Sean, you touched on this on one of your podcasts, and I initially disagreed because I saw him at U18 play pick and roll defense, and I was like, this guy is trash on the perimeter. Like, he can't sink and slide. Like, he was getting just blown by. His technique was horrible. I went back and watched the film, and he was actually a little bit better than I thought there. I'm not sure how high his IQ is as a basketball player, but he's someone who popped at the Hoop Summit when we saw him play at practices. And, of course, he was playing next to Marquise Bolden, so who wouldn't pop in that situation? But at the same time, like, he did show some things, and people were high on him coming out of that. I think a lot of sites, like DX, I think had him 10 or like 7th or 8th or something in that class coming out. So he was really impressive there. Of course, Texas wasn't an ideal setting playing with another traditional big. So this is one pick that I can get behind. I'm not super high on Allen. And I didn't have him as the best player on the board, not even like one of the top 7 players on the board. But I can get behind this philosophy from the Nets perspective. What about you, Sean?
Yeah, this is interesting. Just when you think about the Nets, obviously they are just trying to find something, right? Like they can take super high upside swings, that kind of thing. I think this is like kind of the perfect mix of upside versus like real legitimate production. Yeah, just very interesting from all the aspects that you guys have already talked about. I think there is even some upside with the shooting. The thing that really, really bothers me, not to be negative right away, but I just don't want to echo all the stuff that you guys said.
Yeah.
Like the one big like negative is that I think he's a step behind. Like I don't think his decisions are very crisp. Now that could be because he's playing at the 4, right? Because in FIBA that wasn't necessarily the case. Like as a rim protector, I thought his instincts were decent there. Playing on the perimeter at Texas was kind of the problem. And so maybe that just speaks to the difficulty, kind of the ranging opinions, and all of us, I think we saw flashes of like really good stuff and poor stuff. And maybe it's all positional, and maybe the Nets just like are going to get, like this could be the steal of the draft potentially, right? Just because of the context there was just really just put this cloud around, and it was difficult to scout through.
I think his technique, like he's really raw still. Like he plays out of instincts most of the time, and like you said, like his instincts maybe not like they are not as fast as other guys. So like I think if his technique is better and his experience level gets better, he might be able to get there a little bit more. And at least he has, I think, the intriguing physical tools and some of the skill in terms of being able to like shoot the ball a little bit. I think he plays hard at times. Like my problem with him at U18, it was more about like his lack of consistency on the defensive end. I thought he like played kind of like low a little bit too often. Like he didn't really bring the effort all the time. But like other than that, I think if he gets consistent on that end, he might be able to be a starting big at least. For this type of pick, that's kind of a home run if that happens. Because even if starting bigs are even less valuable than before, they are still a valuable commodity, and you can have those type of players any day because they are movable. You can bring assets for them in a trade, and especially if he's able to hold himself defensively, I think it's a good pick for Brooklyn. Of course, you have OJ still on board, right? Like OJ has more upside than Allen does, but like I guess they didn't want to have another non-shooter with Rodney Hollis Jefferson, and probably they didn't think about OJ as a 5.
He's not on the board anymore. He just went to Toronto. And that's a hell of a pick, dude. I love that pick. I mean, rookie's not going to be able to contribute, but if you're the Raptors and you go against LeBron James, you at least have somebody that can physically match up with him for stints. He's going to be an offensive liability, but at this spot in the draft, like, holy shit, like this is a hell of a pick. He has some short-term. Who knows if Lowry's back? If Lowry's back, this pick becomes a lot better because you have more win now. But even from a value perspective, getting potentially a top 5 perimeter defender in this class, and even in the league, I mean, that's more accurate to say would be his ceiling outcome is a top 5 league defender from the perimeter with his tools, his strength, his athleticism is just crazy when he's healthy. So, Sean, what do you think about this? Do you think this was a good pick?
It's interesting. David Talon, maybe I'm mispronouncing that name. I'm not sure. In the comments was talking about how, like, apparently his medical reports, at least this suggests that it could just be like a medical thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's interesting, right? Like, just because, I don't know, it seems like he should have gone a lot higher. Obviously, Masai, maybe he does it again. He's awesome. We all know that. I'm sure Cole's in love with him. Masai, if you're listening, which you're not, Cole Zwicker is available for hire. He'd love to learn from you. I think this is interesting. Their development curve right now for him is ideal as well, right? Just the fit is perfect in so many ways. We've talked about OG a lot. Like, just as he's fallen, it seems like we've talked about him a lot in like all these spaces. So I don't know if there's a ton for me to add. I am a little bit lower on him than you guys, but still at this point in the draft, like, the value's awesome.
I mean, they might be losing guys that he can step into that role. Like PJ Tucker might not be resigned. Patrick Patterson, of course, like, they are more advanced players than he is, but like, at least in the playoffs, I mean, I don't know how healthy he's going to get to be able to play in the playoffs next year, or be able to like get there in terms of like learning the system, having enough opportunities during the season and stuff like that. But if he gets there, at least you can stick him to LeBron and give him that role and just try to stop him, and that's all you have to do. Of course, you're going to suffer offensively. Like, it's not like they are going to be able to win against Cleveland by playing offense basically only. So I think it's an upside pick that they should make, and it makes sense for them. It gets a little bit dicey with playing like picking Siakam last year, and that's why I didn't enjoy like them picking two picks in with the first rounders they had. But like, who cares? Like, if Siakam isn't anything, or he's a backup pick and Oye is better than him, you should go that route any day. So like, I think for them it's like the best likely opportunity. And after Toronto, like, I think like my next guy that I am actually confident in is Derek White, because the one left that was high for us was basically Oye, and now he's off the board as well. So we have to talk a little bit of the rundown after these picks. Like, we have a 25th. Who's at 25th? I forgot. It's the trade with Portland. No, it was 20th, not 25th. 25th is Orlando. They have another pick there after picking Jonathan Isaac. Then it's Portland at 26th. The Lakers have two picks straight up, like 27th and 28th, and then it's San Antonio and Utah. Who you guys think, like, of your remaining boards? Who you think makes sense in this last 6 picks of the first, and who should be a steal if they fall to the second, basically?
Take that away, Sean.
Obviously, Juwan Evans is still there. Thornwell, I think Cam Oliver is interesting. I think Isaiah Hartenstein at this point has a lot of value. Obviously, we talked a lot about Josh Hart, Derek White. I'm even a little bit higher on Tony Bradley. A lot of the models really loved him, so I went back and kind of looked, and I think there is some like backup equity there. I think at this point, Tyler Lydon. Did I already say that? But yeah, those guys. PJ Dozier even I think is a good pick here.
Frank Jackson also, like, I'm probably banging his name a lot, but like, I think he makes sense here if you are like trying to go in that route in terms of like at least getting a shooter. I think he makes more sense for me than Hartenstein, at least. I'm not big on him. And you were mentioning basically all my names. I had some of these 3-and-D wingy guys, but like, I don't know if you are going to draft them high, because some of them might fall, like Sterling Brown or like Thornwell, stuff like that. And then the more one-way guys like Dillon Brooks, which might never defend, but like at least he has some modicum of creation. And then guys like Jonah Bolden, I know Cole likes him, and Cam Oliver, you have mentioned him, son. And even Semi Ojeleye, like, I sour on him a little bit, but I will be okay with him in the late first, early second. That's where I ended up having him. So I'm fine with him then. Tyler Lydon, and I guess, Cole, you have Jordan Bell as well.
Yeah, you guys basically mentioned all my guys. I would just add Jordan Bell, of course, because
of course you would.
Yeah, so I have
Kuzma also. I know people. Yeah, I know you guys don't like Kuzma that much, but I will be okay with Kuzma as well in the late first.
Yeah, there's some talent still on the board. It's going to be interesting to see how this breaks out. Of course, we have the Nuggets on the clock right now after that trade back opportunity. So we'll see where they go. Picking up Trey Lyles. Do they go guard?
Sure.
I mean, guard play already. They have Jamal Murray, Moutier, who doesn't even play minutes anymore. Jameer Nelson, of course, who's kind of the veteran presence on that team. So there's a lot of different ways they could go. They have Nuggets, and we already touched on with, like, it made more sense for them to trade up because they have so many pieces. It's like they have a lot of really nice pieces around Jokic, but they don't really have any impact guys. So that's why I like them to make a move in this draft and package those kind of B or C plus level players to move up for an Isaac to really build around Jokic. So yeah, it's fascinating to see where they go with here, but they might even trade back again. I don't know if they made the pick yet or not. I'm not following along.
Yeah. Who of the 3 and D guys or the defensive prospects that are left makes more sense here? I guess Jordan Bell, but like still, I mean, yeah, I guess Jordan Bell. Like it's just, I don't believe in any of the wings all that much, at least playing the 3. Like I don't think any of the guys I have can play the 3 full time, or even like maybe at times, like with Thorwell, he's strong enough. Like with Hart, he might be able to cover some 3s or some of the wings of the other team. But like if you are projecting a team with 2 small guards in Murray and Harris, like you want a bigger 3 probably, or a bigger wing next to them. And then if you don't have any of those guys available here of the 3 and D prospects that we have, I guess Jordan Bell is the best defensive prospect out there for sure to play and to pair with Jokic. But again, they have Juancho, they have Trey Lyles. Jordan Bell is more of a 5 even. So I don't really know if you want to get another big at this point.
So I have a question for you guys. Mark has said this, and I'm sure that Cole agrees. What about you, Javier? I guess, Cole, you weigh in first, and then Javier. Why do you guys think that Bell is a better defender than Thornwell?
No, I don't think he is. I think he makes more. I mean, the problem with me and then, I mean, I don't even think he. After running his bigs through my head, I will go with Thornwell, even if he's a guy that plays a position that they don't really need another guy, probably because of Gary Harris. But like, at least he can play on the wing, even if he's defending like the lesser wing or the lesser 3s. I mean, even Norman Powell, that is a better athlete and a probably better defender than Thornwell is, honestly, struggles with bigger 3s. So he's not going to probably be able to cover those guys. But he can do a better job on that and bring in some sort of offense than Bell. And they have a lot of bigs already that they value. So I will go with Thornwell ahead of him, I think. So probably Cole is the guy that has to answer there more than me.
Well, it's pretty easy for me. It's just Bell brings big man defense combined with perimeter defense, and big man defense is more valuable than I think Thornwell's wing defense will be. I like Thornwell's wing defense. As far as did a really good job breaking it down, Sean, you and Mike, as far as all that stuff. His anticipation is fantastic, and he plays really hard. So I like him defensively on the wing. I don't think he's going to be necessarily an impact wing defender. I just think the athletic limitations are going to manifest against the better wing defenders, and that's when you see like the elite, like the Robert Covington types. Those guys have immense value, but you really have to be that good if you're going to mirror some of the big man defensive guys that just they have more value in the league, especially with all the way the analytics are measured. The ability to protect the rim is huge. So I would say Bell's weak side rim protection, his switching in space, which might be a little overrated, but I think for NBA standards, he's definitely elite as far as like in the top 10 probably switch guys, in my opinion. So that would be my argument for Bell being a more impactful defender at the next level.
Yeah, I think I that's the argument that I buy, and I'm sure that's the one that Mark had in mind. I don't mean to put him on the spot when he's not even here, but I think Thornwell, just like for his position, is the better defender. But the fact that Bell brings such versatility and he's plays a more defensively valuable position, that's the best argument that I'll kind of buy. I still think that Bell on switches after the first goal, still a bit overrated, especially against the kind of athleticism that he's going to see at the NBA. And mostly, right, the switches that are going to happen are going to be point guards, right? Like it's going to be the point guard in the high pick and roll that he's going to have to switch on to. I mean, that's not always the case. Obviously, your creator could be a wing too, but it's going to be really quick guys he's going to have to switch on to. It's not just going to be bigger guys.
I mean, for me, the problem is like he has the physique of a wing, and he's going to have to end up defending from the big position because he doesn't have the skill set to play outside of that. So, like, I think he's going to get challenged more than people think in terms of like covering bigger guys near the basket, like even covering guys that are bigger than him because they are forced and they can both stretch and put it on the floor. Like, I think he's okay defensively for sure. Like, I think he can be good, but like, I'm confused with his physique and his lack of tools in terms of length. I just don't see him like being able to play unless he gets some shooting ability, even from like even from not even three, like just from the mid range. Like he's not going to be able to play the 4, and if he doesn't, like what is he going to be able to do defensively? Like, can you play him at the 5 other than against like really downsized lineups? Like, I don't think you can play him at the 5 even against Kevin Durant. Like, I mean, he might be a better defender to play against Kevin Durant at the 5 than other guys. But like Kevin Durant can shoot over him all day, every day as well. So like, it's just confusing. Like, I mean, I understand the appeal. Like, he plays really good and like he's instinctful and like he maybe makes good passes and good reads. But like, I just think like he's more of a college level player than projecting to the NBA. I get a bit confused with him at times.
Well, I think it's important to remember that he's going to be a very specific and select player as far as ideal usage. He's going to be valuable in certain matchups. He's not going to be playable in other matchups. But like I do think that, I mean, there's no really dynamic big switch defender that can lock down everybody, right? Like even Tristan Thompson got absolutely eviscerated by Kevin Durant in the finals. Like he couldn't stay in front of him at all. And he's one of the best switch defenders for a 5 in the league. So there really isn't like switch on to all 5 positions and corral guys. That's like that's narrative that like, oh, he can lock down all 5 positions. Nobody like that exists from the 5 position. And I think that Bell is good enough to where he can stick with some of those guys. But again, if you put a traditional center on him, he's going to be unplayable for the most part because he's not going to be able to space the floor likely well enough. And those guys are going to move him around like we saw against UNC. But let's move on to the Nuggets has made their selection at 24. It's Tyler Lydon. So we're doubling down on these kind of fours that can't play defense. So I don't understand this at all. Like with Jokic, I get you want to space around him, and they have this inverted offense where they run Jokic is basically their initiator from the middle of the court from the 3-point line. They run a lot of screening actions. They're really dangerous, either popping to shoot or back cutting. But Sean, like we're again talking about fit and building around your fixture player. What is really Lydon bringing this team outside of shooting when he's going to take so much off the table defensively and not complement Jokic?
Well, if you're just staring at block percentage, then maybe you can kind of fool yourself into this pick, right? Because I look in that 2-3 scheme that they run, he's actually not a horrible weak side shot blocker, but only weak side shot blocker. Like on ball, guarding that kind of stuff, he doesn't give you a ton of effort. There's actually some character concerns there. There wasn't a ton of improvement from his freshman year to his sophomore year, and people really started kind of, to pique their interest about him as an NBA prospect at the end of that freshman year. So that's a bit concerning. I mean, that's getting into a little bit of like armchair psychology stuff as far as like the attitude and the work ethic and all that. I obviously don't know that, and I assume that Denver has done their homework. But doubling down on the offensive stuff, Lydon's shot is so pure and so fast for his length. Like, that is very interesting to me, right? Like, putting him in the corner with Jokic gives you tons of space, all the cutters that they have. Like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you can't just sit in the corner in an NBA offense. You have to make a lot of decisions. And Lydon's decision-making, I think, is a little bit behind. He can be a little bit of a chucker. I think he made some questionable decisions on defense. Obviously, you saw that. There are flashes, though, on defense. I don't want to say that it's not there. I actually don't mind this pick very much at all. I know you guys kind of freaked out. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's defensible kind of.
I mean, I hate the pick because for me it like kind of makes me think that they're going to try to keep playing Juancho at the 3. That's why they play him a lot this year as well. And I don't see it for him. Like, I think he can play there at times if you need him to. But like, for me, he's much better at the 4. I think Juancho is a better prospect than both Lydon and Lyles. I would much better rather play him straight up at the 4th. Like next to Jokic, and just because there is a lack of wings and there is not enough quality wings, and like there are some guys that you don't maybe trust enough to develop, like you shouldn't go the other way and just try to play 2 4s together. Like just try to develop those wings or try to find them some way, or like just try to make a trade. Like, do you have a lot of assets? You have enough guys you can move. You can make a lateral move, and even if you are losing a little bit of value, you are gaining it altogether because you are moving your guys into the right spots on the court. So like, for me, that's my concern here. The term that like, if you pick 2 4s plus having Juancho, plus they have Farid, they have Darrell Arthur, like they have a lot of bigs right now. I know some of them might leave, but like my senses here are like towards like they might want to just let Gallinari walk, and they might just play Juancho at the 3, and they will play another of these bigs next to Jokic between Juancho and him. And like, that's going to be first terrible defensively, and then it's going to be more of an issue for Juancho to be able to beat down some guys because he's going to get guarded by a wing instead of getting guarded by a big. And like, for him, it's much easier to get his shot off and like be able to shoot against bigs and be able to put it on the floor as well. So like, it's just, I don't understand it in terms like, I thought Juancho was one of the better prospects they had after like after the Jokic, Harris, and Murray. Like, he's probably their best guy after those 3. Like, I think it makes sense to build a little bit with him in mind, but like probably not, because like drafting Lydon, for me, it doesn't really make much sense there, I will say. But like, there is a trade here. Like, Philadelphia got the 25th pick from Orlando. At first, it was reported that was Memphis, so it's a bit confusing. But like, I don't really understand. Like, yeah, you're trading it for no, but some people are saying that it's to OKC. I'm a bit confused. Like, I've seen 3 different trades with the same pick. So we are
What's up,
like a bit on
Evans?
hold.
Evans?
No, I mean, Sam's. If we are trying Sam's is saying that it's Philadelphia. So I guess we're trusting Sam's over here. But I guess, I mean, it was John Denton that was saying that it was to OKC. But like, I mean, he's a writer for OrlandoMagic.com. I guess is the one with Sam's, because we have to trust. But someone else, like I think it was Walks, that reported that it was Memphis that bought Orlando's pick. So I mean,
just one more quick thing about the Nuggets, real quick. I just want to make one more point before we move on. They're really doubling down on offense. I think they're going to be unguardable. Like with Jokic facilitating and having all this shooting around him, I think they're going to be really fun. They're going to score a lot of points. But if we're talking about philosophically building a championship caliber roster, you have to have some modicum of defense. You have to be in the upper half of defensive ability. You can't just be, a bottom 5, bottom, 10 defensive team. And I just don't see any effort and emphasis being placed on that fact. I get they're going to be an awesome team to watch. I watched more Nuggets last year from any other team because I love Jokic so much. But again, in the playoffs, like this team's going to get boat raced pretty easily, in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems like it's Philadelphia. I mean, I'm going to trust Sam's here just because of his history. But like, it seems like it's Philadelphia, and they are supposedly picking Pasekniks over here at 25th.
What the hell?
I mean,
weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get the selection for Philadelphia, but I guess if you are trying to stash a player, that would be my guess. But like, I don't understand then why you trade up. I mean, it's a stash. They probably want to stash him. They didn't want to use all the second rounders. They have 4 second rounders. My guess is that Orlando is trading down probably. But like, first for Orlando, what's the point trading out or trading down? Like, they need quality players. They don't need to diversify their assets at all. And then for Philadelphia, like, if you want to stash, like, you should stash 2 guys instead of 1. Like, what's the point on stashing another big kind of like? I mean, I get the upside with Pasekniks. It's a bit with Patton. Like, he has more size than Patton. He's probably less of an athlete, but like, he's a better shooter, I will say right now. Like, the mechanics are slow, but like, I think his stats is better than Patton's. But like, if we're talking about him developing, he's probably going to need a few years in Europe just because physical wise he needs to add a ton of weight, because he's kind of like a thin big that gets pushed around even in Spain a little bit. So I think he's a quality player overall if he shoots, and he has some like skill in terms of being a finisher, and he's kind of a quick guy. Like he moves well for his size. The thing is like how well you can move if you are 7'3", right? Like, he moves well for a 7'3" guy, but like how well you can move in this type of NBA at that height. So I mean, the problem with me is like the trading, in a sense, I don't understand it for either team.
Just an update. Yeah. Apparently, they gave up a future first to get this pick. Philadelphia did. So they traded a future first. Chad Ford's reporting that, and that makes it a little bit more like questionable to me. I mean, you're trading a future first to move up in the first and get another center. Like, okay,
is the OKC pick that they got from Jeremy Grant. So it's a first, but yeah.
It's like heavily protected, right? There's something on it, so it's not.
Yeah, I think
not really.
It has to be.
It's probably 2 seconds or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there's something about that. I don't know. This is weird. You really hope here. This is where I kind of wish that Mark were in my chair. You'd love to hear what Mark thinks about this, right? Like, this is where you start just swinging on wings, like Sterling Brown, Josh Hart, Derek White. I mean, even Evans, like, although they kind of had their point guard thing a little bit locked up here. Thornwell, right? Maybe if he pans out like a little bit Josh shooting, Hart. He's here. It just, here's where you just start taking swings on wings, especially for them, right? Like, now for Philadelphia, the draft is all about fit, not about value. Yeah. And it's weird.
Yeah, it's a weird pick. I guess they think he can be like, my only reasoning behind it is like, if you think he can become a starter caliber big down the road eventually, you might not be all that sure about Embiid's health, and you are making that type of bet just in case that goes wrong, and you at least have like some sort of like upside guy. But like, other than that, I don't see the value at all. Like, there were at least 6 or 7 guys that will pick ahead of him for sure.
So it looks like Portland at 26 just selected Caleb Swan again. Again, to refresh people's memories, they moved up for Zach Collins. So they doubled down on their center equity. or whatever you think Swanigan is. I think it's a 5. If you think it's a 4, I guess whatever. But overall, I think they're just getting these cost-effective means to replace these high kind of money players because they don't have a lot of flexibility. Are either one of you guys high on Swanigan? I can't remember if you guys had him around the first round. I do not, and I'm not high on him at all. So
I have
you guys
him
want to
in
paint
that tier.
a brighter picture?
Yeah, I have him in that tier 5 after the tier of wingy guys that I will make a bet on. So he's in the same tier for me with all these like Jonah Bolden and all that. He's in the latter part of the tier, so he's at the floor of the like probably be like the latter part of the first round or even early second. But I'm fine with him because I found the reasoning of like basically half the league is playing with 2 bigs as a starting combo, or more than half the league during the regular season. That's probably likely to continue at least for another year. At least with Swanigan, I believe in his shooting ability. I believe in his fluidity as an offensive player. He's not athletic enough to hold himself defensively. That's never going to happen, but at least he brings some value through rebounding, and he has the length that he stands still near to the rim. He might be able to do something. Like he's not going to be able to protect the rim against like elite caliber athletes, but he might be able to be enough of a wall. And I think he's enough of a basketball player in terms of skill. I just wonder if he's ever going to be able to be more than a backup big. But for Portland, I don't mind it completely because they are going to lose probably Ed Davis next year. He's a free agent. Noah Vonleh, I don't think they are ready to pay him up, and he might be a restricted free agent next year as well. If they don't offer, even unrestricted, if they don't offer the qualifying offer. So like they need like cost control bigs, like you said. So I'm kind of okay with it. Of course, I will have made the bet with like other upside wings before, like Sean said before. But like I like it better than Pasekniks, for example. I like it better than the decision like Orlando made trading out, for example. I prefer to pick a Swanigan than trade out of the first, unless you are getting. I mean, they're getting a future first, though. I mean, I like Orlando's move better than I thought. I thought it was worth trading down for 2 seconds. If it ends up being a first, it's totally fine. I like it more than with them. I mean, no, I like Lydon more than Swanigan actually. So it's just I have him in the same tier as Lydon. That's what I would say.
Cool. What do you think about Swanigan?
He does give Portland a different element if you believe in his passing. We talked about Collins' limitations as a short roll playmaker and ability to make that initial read. I think Swanigan probably profiles much better to do that, and it gives him some diversity. I mean, if you believe in his ability to space the floor, I think that's going to be the key for him. People want to talk about him carving out space in the post for one. Like, I mean, NBA don't run like post offenses very frequently. I think he can do that in like mismatch situations, but even in college, he had trouble exploding over guys. But I do like his passing ability from the top of the key. And if he can shoot the ball, he gives them a dynamic that they don't currently have. So at this point in the draft, I'm fine with it. I think there were better bigs on the board, and there were definitely better wings. And just philosophically, like we've talked about 1,000 times, the two-way wings are the hardest guys to find, even if they don't really profile as dynamic. They're just worth the dice rolls in this area more so than a backup big. But from a roster fit perspective, it does make some sense.
I mean, and the athletic force have more upside also, like the Kuzmas of the world, the Cam Olivers of the world, the Jonah Boldens of the world.
Yeah, I mean, this is the new tweener, right? Like, he's a 5, but he can't guard anybody, which is just awful. So yeah, I don't know if there's much left to say. I didn't even have him ranked in my top like 37, which is all that I actually read. Yeah, I don't do anything but echo your guys' sentiments.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, it's just difficult to go other than. I mean, at least I have like of the guys that I like and I bother ranking next to a team. Like those were 17 guys. I have like 3 guys left. Like PJ Dozier is still here. I would have gone with him before. I had Portland taking PJ Dozier at 15 as a good possibility for them over there if they didn't trade out or trade up like they did. So like I would have been okay with them trading, like picking a guy that has upside just because he has the three possibility. Maybe like if he never shoots, he might be out of the league. But if he shoots, he might be a player for you because of his defense and his ability to be able to defend anywhere from like 1 to 3s. So like I would have gone that way before probably than Swanigan, and then I had we talk about like how Jawan Evans doesn't make any sense for them probably, but like then or Frank Jackson, but like those other wings that we're talking about in terms of like having some 3 ability, you have like Thornwell for sure, and then guys like Sterling Brown. I think they can play a little bit as a small forwards as well. So just trying to bring value at this point in the latter part of the first is difficult. I understand that, but like I won't be afraid of making risky moves because the most likely outcome is that you are not drafting anything useful anyway. So who cares? Like at least try to make that bet with a guy that might bring at least real upside and not just random upside, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that Jonah Bolden is the guy that brings the most hypothetical upside. Again, I've only had a cursory view of him, and I know that he's probably not going to go in the first round because of his kind of intangible issues at UCLA. They're pretty serious, apparently. So I don't know if teams are going to feel comfortable really giving him guaranteed money. But at this point in the draft, I think for that kind of athlete at the 4, I just think that he's a more valuable archetype. I mean, backup 5s have value in a certain sense, but I mean, the market is so saturated. You can get these guys for cheap. You don't have to invest first round capital in them. I had obviously I had Jordan Bell ranked as a first round pick, but I mean, obviously I'd prefer to get him in the second round where there's less guaranteed money. And I mean, the value is just much better in that area. So at this point in the draft, there's nobody that really jumps off the page as far as like a dynamic impact guy, of course, because you normally don't get those guys outside the top 10. But there's a ton of value still on the board overall. I think that this draft is really playing out nicely for that early to mid second round. I think you're going to see some nice value picks there.
Yeah, we are moving on towards the Lakers. They have 2 picks now, like the 27th pick acquired from Brooklyn, and then the 28th pick that they got from Houston in the Corey Brewer, Lou Williams trade. I guess they should go a little bit with tools for Lonzo, right? Like that's something that we'll talk about before. Like at least if you are drafting around Lonzo, you should add something there. And they don't have much other than like Brook Lopez for a year and Brandon Ingram probably. So I don't know exactly which direction. Would you take Derrick White as a guy that can do some of what we thought D'Angelo Russell could do next to him for appearing here at 27th?
Yeah, I think so. Like, interesting, that kind of fell off a cliff last year as far as his impact as a secondary handler. So getting White shooting and that secondary acumen, they need guys that can help Lonzo Ball as far as playmaking potential and playing guys that are actually offensively capable. They just don't have a lot of those guys right now. If you put Lonzo on ball like full time or even like in a dynamic setting, he's going to struggle. I think you want to ease him in more in that motion scheme and kind of play to his strengths. So anybody offensively on the wing here would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, we have both picks already. I don't know if you want to go through them before they get announced on TV.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, the first pick was Kyle Kuzma from Utah. Yeah. And the second one with Tony Bradley from UNC. I'm okay with the Kuzma pick. I have him here ranked because sometimes this type of like better athlete force bring more value eventually for you than the swingmen or the 3-and-D guys, because you can maybe develop the 3-and-D guys out of the free agent pool or draft them in the second, and that way you might be able to bring both guys. So in that sense, I understood picking Kuzma in this range. I'm okay with it. I like his functional athleticism. My problem with him is like his shooting numbers are not there, but like his stroke is not awful. I think if he can get to shoot, he can be valuable because he can add this duality of being able to play big while having the skills of a small guy, like a bit of a Juancho in Denver for me last year. That's where I like him a little bit because he can rebound the ball. So that I'm fine with it. I don't like the Bradley pick all that much just because you are loading up a little bit on bigs that make much sense together. Like I think Zubac has much more of an upside than Bradley does just because of the ability to protect the rim a little bit more and his passing ability. Yeah, so I don't get the Bradley pick all that much. I would have gone for a straight-up shooter, basically, if you are trying to surround Lonzo with somebody, or even a Derrick White, like we talk, like a guy that can make a play on a dime, and if you need somebody to dribble the ball a little bit with Lonzo stretching out to 3. So, like, the Kuzma pick, I'm okay with it. The Bradley pick, I'm not really understanding it all that much.
Well, at least Kuzma gives them some flexibility, right? Like he brings a skill set that they don't have really on their roster. If you want to play him at the stretch 4, like Larry Nance is more of a mid-range guy. Randall obviously can't extend his range. He's more of a playmaker at times. So I like the Kuzma pick. I mean, I'm not high on him as a player. Just defensively, I just don't like guys like that, those combo 4 types that can't really switch. I mean, he's okay. Like I don't hate that pick. The Bradley pick, for the exact reasons you laid out.
A correction to be made here by me. The Bradley pick is for Utah. They traded up with number 42 and number 30. So the Bradley pick goes to Utah. So it's a pick for the Jazz there.
Interesting. So that's a backup 5 for them.
Yeah, they traded out of Trey Lyles. I mean, it's not like they are the same player, but at least they traded out from a big. So they might get to use another big. And Jeff Whiteside is a free that they might not bring back. And Boris Dio has an unrest is like a non-guaranteed contract that they might decide to cut him eventually, maybe this summer. So they have enough spots there to be able to use a big. I just don't think Bradley is like dynamic enough to mix match with Gobert. So if you're not going to be able to play him together, it's just going to be his straight up backup. I thought that there were enough guys like a Jonah Bolden, for example, that we used to talk, that brings in a bit more of a different component to the game, that they can actually play a little bit with your starters and bring value on different settings.
Sean, what do you think about Bradley as a player? You touched on him pretty briefly. I haven't seen a lot of his tape. He's more skilled than I think a lot of guys give him credit for as far as his feel's okay. He's got decent touch. He can shoot mid-range a little bit. I just didn't see the space defense, and that kind of is duplicative with Zubac's weaknesses. And I just think Zubac is a much better offensive player and prospect. So, Sean, what do you think about Bradley?
Yeah, sorry about having to jump out for a second. But yeah, Bradley's interesting. Like I said before, I've watched a little bit of him kind of recently because the analytics love him so much, which is one reason why I don't mind this pick at all, because like I've said a billion times, as the draft goes, I think having one reason or another for like a high upside pick makes a lot of sense. Like you said, decision making is actually a little bit of a strength for this guy. Like he's super long. He's not very fast, but as far as just moving in space, like turning, that kind of stuff, I think recently I've kind of started to value a little bit more. Just like when you're in traffic inside, it's a little bit chaotic with rebounds or like kickouts or interior passing. If you can pivot kind of well, even maybe you're not like super quick laterally, and you can't switch a lot, but if you can move well inside, there's a lot of like help defense. I think that is a little bit underrated when we talk about just interior kind of switching your position. And he does that pretty well. He's a good rebounder. He's an instinctual rebounder. Now, offensively, as a roll man, he's not there yet, but a lot of that is just technique stuff that I think he can learn. Yeah. This is like a high upside pick that's definitely defensible, no doubt.
I mean, he's going to Utah. Do you think he can play with Gobert at all? Like he can get to stretch the floor a little bit from the 4 spot or be able to even defend a little? Because if not, he's going to just be a backup. Like there is a merit to have 2 guys that are long and are able to cover the rim at all times. But like if you are, I mean, and also there is a merit to not like overplay Gobert or not play a 7-2 guy more than like 30 minutes per game. So it's good to have some depth there. But I would have to prefer a big that has some more diversity to his game and actually can play some 4. I don't really see Bradley. I know he got like to finish not all that low in a 3-point contest in high school. Like he was like 3rd behind. I think Monk was there, another guy that's an elite shooter. So I guess he might be able to have some touch on his jumper. But like if he's not that guy, like do you think he can play together with Gobert at all? Because if he can't, shouldn't Utah go with another guy like can do a little bit more there on the perimeter?
Yeah, I think that he's a pure backup 5 for me. Just he doesn't profile to be able to guard for us. From what I've seen, I mean, he's not going to be that twitchy, and guys are going to be able to downsize. And like, what is he bringing? It's going to be able to score in the post. I think he's got good touch there, but again, at this point in the draft, I mean, I know the models really liked him because offensive rebounding rate was really good. Is that correct?
Yeah, and defensive rebounding rate. Just rebounding in general is solid.
Yeah. I mean, I would have preferred Utah to trade up for Lighton without trading up, right? Like,
yeah, I think it gives them an element they don't have. I would understand that.
Yeah, or even Bolden.
You talked about the offensive stuff, and it's interesting because he was in a very, very limited role, right? He didn't play a ton of minutes, and he was like asked to make like 2 or 3 decisions. It was just like very, very specific. So maybe Utah knows something that we don't. Like maybe they know more about his, offensive upside from high school and all this stuff. Like there are other elements to him that we kind of maybe don't really know about, or that we definitely didn't see at UNC that other people might know more about. I guess that's not a great argument, but that's just one thing kind of on top of the, the mystery box that he already is.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good argument. I think that would be the argument if I was a Bradley fan, that I would make that, because context does matter in the college setting, and this guy did not get the chance to really showcase his full abilities. And at lower levels of play, I know that DX was pretty high on his skill set overall as far as what he showed feel-wise, and that kind of backed up what you saw on film. And at this point, I guess backup 5s, I mean, whatever. If you think he's a high-impact kind of legitimate rotation backup 5, in this range, not many picks are going to be bad picks, depending on what your philosophy is.
I know you some hate comparisons, but I compare him to William Gomez from the Knicks. I think he's that type of like big that is not overly physical. Like he can do some of the big man things. He can rebound the ball. He's more mobile than you will think. He has the length. He has a little bit of shooting touch. He can play any backup minutes for you from the bench probably. He might be able to like play with like guys that are not able to defend all that much because he has some length, so he might be able to protect the rim a little bit for you. So he seems like a solid guy to have. It's just like we have seen, like when you are a team that is close to competing for a championship, you can't sign those guys for free. Like we have seen, like like Golden State signed Pachulia for like 2.8 million. They are going to probably be able to bring him back for cheap. Like Aaron Baines is the primary guy this summer. Like he's going to probably be left off because nobody's going to want to pay him. So like a contender, if he wants to play for a team that is going to improve his value or revitalize his game, he's going to be able, like they're going to be able to sign him for like that type of money. So even then, why are you drafting a big of that ilk or a guy of that profile ahead of these bets on the wing? Like that's my issue there. Like I understand it more with Kuzma. Like we were talking about that before, because at least Kuzma, like he's an athletic guy. He might be able to bring that duality of being able to like shoot the ball and rebound the ball and be able to play small while staying big. But like those guys might have more value just because you never know with these wings which ones are going to pan out. But like with bigs, I don't really get it, because it seems like with bigs you can get them whenever, kind of. And we got I had a friend, like one of my best friends is a super fan of the Spurs, and when I had Derek White mock super high, he was like, don't tell me that because I want him at 29th. And there you have it. They draft him at 29th.
Wait, is he
I
really
don't know if you guys
pick?
want to move on to yeah, it's really the pick.
Gosh, like every time San Antonio just takes somebody, everybody just says like, ah, crap, how did they fall all the way, right? Like everybody regrets the pick, and all of a sudden now he has like tons of upside and all this stuff. They're going to completely maximize like everybody that they take. You know, it's just like this massive stamp of approval. Also kind of the same aura that Golden State has as far as drafting. Obviously, this is really interesting here. Javier, what do you think about like his let's just go like offensive strength really quickly, because that's where he provides most of his value, right?
I mean, I just think he's like the total package offensively. Like he's not the typical guy that is probably going to go all the way to the rim or like going to be able to finish over like the towers that we have in the NBA. But like he has really, really good feeling for like where guys align on defense, like be able to navigate through guys, even if he's not the most athletic guy in the world. He has good feeling for like be able to use dribble a little bit to the side in a square feet and be able to move and get able to get to the rim, even just like by using limit dribble moves and stuff like that. I think he has enough there. It's just like he's not like overly athletic or overly explosive or stuff like that, but he has enough there, I think, still. And you can see that with his timing on defense. Like I know people don't think he's going to be like a super defender, and I think he might be just okay, but at least he has the timing and the reads and the IQ to be able to get there and be there when you have to you have to put the hand to get a block, you have to put the hand to get a steal. He's not like super long. He's okay. Like his size is fine for a point guard. He's like a little bit lacking if you play him at two guard maybe, but like still, I think he just brings a lot of stuff of what the Spurs like the intelligence to play and the consistency and just like the type of like basketball acumen that you want from a guard in their system. So he's going to probably fit right away. Like if Ginobili retires, he might be able to have that role from the bench. And I think he has more upside than people think, just because his proficiency and his actual stats, like other than him being old, like his production was like that for a freshman, he would have been like a top 8 pick for sure. Like I'm positive on that, unless he was like playing for a total non-school. But still, like even Damian Lillard as a senior, he was playing for a total non-school and he got picked in the top 6. So like I think like the production is really outstanding. Like he's the best one for a guard. Even like the advanced numbers are better than Fultz. The advanced numbers are better than Smith. Like the numbers are unreal for him. And I think it's more about like people perceiving him as a guy with not much of an upside than his real level as of now. And I would have picked him like, we were talking like, we're making this excuse about the Spurs picking great, and this is a great pick for them. But like, it's not like nobody knows about this guy. Like we've been talking about this like for the last 10th picks basically. Like it's just a bit frustrating because it's always the same thing. Like there's always a guy that falls a little bit. I didn't like the DeJounte Murray that much last year. I was fine with him getting picked there, but like every year there is somebody that falls a little bit and they end up nabbing, and it's just frustrating because there are so many bad picks in the late teens this year that you could have gone with this guy instead.
Yeah, this is an incredible fit for me. Just his ability to be multifaceted offensively. I'm not saying they're exactly the same kind of player, but like he can kind of play a little bit of the Patty Mills role. He's got better vision. I think he's a better playmaker for others. That's what really popped on film for me. Like this guy's a creative passer. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to make reads and pick and roll. He has really good feel and he can shoot off the dribble. And, at this spot, he never had like considerable upside. But if we're talking about like a guy who's going to stick in the league, now it's like I'm going to move him even further up my board. And I had him like 14, 15. It's like with the Spurs, this is what they do. They draft system players that know how, as far as their skill sets go. And this is another guy who is a combo kind of player, good playmaker, good shooter. I think he's okay defensively. He's not going to bring like any plus defensive value because of his frame. We saw in the combine even like him great physical traits, but he is an instinctive player. We see that with his block rate. So there's a lot there to like, and of course he falls to the Spurs because they're the damn Spurs. So what do you think about that, Sean?
Everything you guys just said, the fit's perfect. But like, who in like the draft Twitter sphere, right? Like, doesn't fall to the Spurs, and everyone immediately just like the Spurs shine is all of a sudden on him, and it's like this perfect, amazing. I don't know. They seem to always do this. I wonder, what is it? Is it that they're so good at drafting? Is it that maybe they have like a 1,000 like, Twitter bots or something like this?
Yeah, I think they make the easy pick. Like, he's the best player there for sure, like in terms of stats and like translations and stuff like that. Why not? Like, just go with a guy. He covers a need. He makes sense cultural wise. Like, he plays the same type of brand of basketball that they do in terms of like being a guy that actually makes reads with his brain before he actually makes a move and stuff like that. Like, he's a consistent player. He's been productive. Like, they just go with the easy selection, and I think teams try to get enamored with potential, sometimes in the wrong direction. We discussed this with Terrence Ferguson, son, and I would have preferred Terrence Ferguson. Like, I would have preferred, Derek White for the Thunder than Terrence Ferguson. Like, it's just he will have been there fine, like no problem there. So it's just, I think they are just going with the easy selection basically. That's my guess.
I guess for me personally, like I wasn't that high on DeJounte last year. Like when the Spurs picked him, I was like, oh my God, like the Spurs is going to be an all-star. Like that wasn't what I did. I was like, but this guy, like you look at his skill set and you're like, yep, he fits in that scheme. He's skilled enough, and he's exactly the kind of guy they look for. The Lakers just made a selection. Another guy we really like. So now the guys that we like are starting to go off the board. Josh Hart to the Lakers at 30. I really like this pick too. I think that he just knows how to play basketball, and then like they have two really high IQ basketball players now that they've selected in Lonzo Ball, of course, and then Josh Hart could fill a role, kind of that secondary handler. Maybe he can do a little bit of things that they expected Clarkson to be able to do. He's way smarter than Clarkson, so he'll be able to make that like extra read, keep the ball moving on a chain. Sean, what do you think about Josh Hart overall as a player? How high were you on him compared to the other wings like Thornwell and Sterling Brown? Do you like him as much? And what do you see in his game that you think will translate?
So I liked him a little bit more than Sterling Brown, but not nearly as much as Thornwell. Again, another moment where I wish Mark was in the seat instead of me. Obviously, Mark knows him very, very well. The one thing that I'm a little worried about him maybe never being able to play meaningful minutes in the NBA is his foot speed bothers me. Now, again, we've harped this year on the fact that defense is most about anticipation, and then like athleticism and length, and and also strength is a big factor there too. He has the anticipation, he has the intelligence. I don't know if he has a great anticipation, but it's pretty good. He definitely has the intelligence, the feel, that kind of stuff. He has the strength, but it's like the foot speed that I'm not sure if he hits the threshold that you need. Everything else though is solid. Obviously, you're not looking for a lot of creation out of him. So like in their offense right now, he's obviously just going to be a complementary piece, but that's fine. They're still looking for the creator on that team, or maybe two or three creators, to pair with these guys. But as far as like pairing him with Lonzo, I guess it's fine. But between those guys, like who's kind of creating your shots? They're very similar players in a way, right? Hart maybe is a little better on ball defense against like bigger, stronger players. But actually, they're fairly similar players, like in a way.
Yeah, I understand that point. Like, it makes sense because both of them have problems with getting to the rim, or are getting to have problems with that. And like, Hart plays a little bit of bully ball in that sense. Like, he kind of gets to the rim in the collegiate level, but like, it's more about like his strength and his finesse. Like, he can ramp, he can roll okay, but like, I don't think he's going to have much upside as a secondary handler. He can be okay in a motion offense actually, because they can use him in more of a situation. Yeah, I think he makes sense for the Lakers. It's just a bit difficult for me to see working out defensively, because like neither of them are going to be able to defend point of attack and stuff like that. But like other than that, I'm fine with the pick. I think it's a valuable selection. I would probably have leaned towards like having more of a guy like Thornwell ahead of him, just because with 3 and D guys, I prefer to have the D a bit more locked down than the 3. I prefer to have like optimism on 3 and really good D than having like solid or really good 3 and having like dubious D. So like Hart falls a bit more on that sense for me. Like the same with Sterling Brown. I have Thornwell ahead of both those guys. So I think Thornwell makes more sense to me. But like if you want a guy that the ability to do more on offense, I think Hart can do more on offense than Thornwell. I just don't know if it's worth it. I think eventually like you might need a guy that can do a little bit more on D and just is able to do enough on offense in terms of like shooting the eventual 3 and just locking down guys. So it just depends on what you value more. I guess for the system they run, it makes total sense.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not saying like pairing him with Lonzo doesn't make sense, and that's like a reason that you shouldn't have made this pick. I think this is a really good pick, and he grades out as a backup player. So it's not like I'm worried about, oh, the fit in the future doesn't make sense. That's not the point at all. It's just, Lonzo Ball really on their roster is the only guy that matters right now, I think. And so just talking about that, it's not, I'll shut up.
I mean, I like Kuzma and Hart in that sense. Yeah.
Real quick, I think one aspect of Hart's game that was a little underplayed that I've gone back and looked at is his off-screen shooting. I think he can do that a little bit better than led on at Villanova. Like he had flashes of that. He was pretty efficient when he was allowed to, and that like works right into the motion style offense, right? Like he's not going to be someone who is going to take the ball in isolation and create, because he just doesn't have that kind of burst. Like even in college, he had to like double back, stop when he turn the corner, and then kind of spin back and try to get fadeaways off. He didn't have like the raw burst of the ability just to get to the lane at will. But again, in a motion style setting, when you get him the ball off dribble handoff, so he's already moving, that's going to benefit him. If you get him the ball in these pin down actions or these floppy sets where you can come off and shoot a 3, I think he's going to be a value as a role player type. And if you're viewing him as like a rotation wing, a bench reserve guy, I think he has some value here. I mean, he can do a lot of different things well. And maybe the individual defense is going to manifest in negative fashion. I think it probably is, for the reasons you noted, Sean, with the foot speed. That was definitely concerning watching him back. I think that was much more concerning than the first time around watching his tape. It was like, he's probably not going to be able to stick with a lot of these guys. But if he can be a team defender to a certain extent well enough, I think he can stay on the floor. I think Walton's going to trust him. I think that's why they made this pick, is like he has it there mentally, and he's going to be able to see the floor early. So, I mean, bravo for the Lakers trading back, getting an extra asset, and then taking Josh Hart. I like that move.
Yeah, I mean, and rotation wings have more value than rotation bigs. So if he's just a rotation guy and he just plays from the bench for them, that's totally fine. Like I'm okay with that type of reasoning. And he ends up being enough defensively to be a starter next to Lonzo. Much more power to them. So like I don't really see a downside here, because it's not a result oriented type of pick. Like if you are picking up on upside, like there is no upside in terms of like the guy being able to make the league, because most guys that get picked number 30 don't. So you just like don't worry about it and just go with a guy that might be able to be a player for you down the road if he develops. Just really quickly, like which guys you are more like stoked or like interested for in the second round. Like I think Dozier, Jackson, Evans, and Thornwell were the highest ranked guys left on my board. I guess Jonah Bolden also could be a possibility down there. Or Dylan Brooks hasn't gotten picked either. Samuel Jaleye or Cam Oliver, Jordan Bell. Which guys you think, like Charlotte, we have to remember, got the 31st pick in the Dwight dump. So they have the first pick in the second now. And that could be another value pick for them, because they got Monk. And right now there are a few guys that we had probably in the first, or at least even in the top 20, at least for me. And they might be able to get that type of talent in the second round. And this team that has not much upside, it seems like the draft basically played exactly like they needed to. I will see what they pick, but like I guess they have the opportunity at least to make a really interesting selection here.
I would just add,
what do you think about the remaining guys?
I really like Sterling Brown. I think I'm a little bit higher on him than both of you guys. I had him ahead of Hart and ahead of Thornwell, just right neck and neck with those guys, but 2 positions ahead of my board. I mean, they're same tier, of course, but he's someone who I think is really underrated. Jay-Z Maslish wrote a really good piece about him that came out, I believe, yesterday or the day before. I got a chance to read that today. It was really well done. It hit on a lot of aspects of his game that I think are underappreciated. I think he's a better athlete than he's given credit for. He's got a great frame as far as established strength at 6'5", about 225, 230. Pretty good length that he uses well. I think he's an instinctual defender. And he's the best bet for me we talk about like, do you bring the D? Do you bring the 3? I think he's on the precipice of D because he's not that athletic and he's not like as impactful as Thornwell there. But his shot is way ahead of both Josh Hart and Thornwell for me. Like he has a projectable shot. He didn't shoot a lot in college because they had that motion scheme. He wasn't like a primary handler type. But when he did shoot, like that guy has a very projectable form. I think he can shoot NBA threes. So he's someone that I don't think has a lot of upside in the conceptual sense. I don't think he's going to be really valued by the league that highly. Like if there was one point where at Portsmouth, he didn't get invited to the combine even after Portsmouth. So this is someone who probably isn't, he might not get drafted. I think he should. But as far as at this point in the draft and like getting a rotation wing who might be able to stay on the floor defensively and he's going to space the floor, like what else are you looking for at this point?
Well, Cole, I have a question for you about the functional athleticism because Jay-Z wrote that great piece and it was kind of like some stuff that I saw, but it was just like the functional athleticism that I never really saw translate. Sure, like he gets up a few times, you know, for some good looking dunks and some finishes, but the functional stuff was where I kind of had my questions.
No, 100%. I think I'm the same with you. He even has a pretty good handle. Like when you look at it, you break it down, like it's a pretty tight dribble. He can shoot off the bounce. He looks pretty fluid doing it. But like you said, it doesn't really translate. He's not breaking guys down and like blowing by guys. He doesn't have that kind of athleticism that translates. I do think the run and jump athleticism is okay. And that gives you some pause. I mean, is it going to translate to the functional aspect? But defensively, he showed me a little bit more. And this is someone who I've heard from people that have been in his private workouts that this guy competes on every single drill. Like he has that mentality. And we talk about these fringe athletes like Thornwell and Brown and Hart, like the competitiveness is what makes the difference for me. Like they have to bring that intensity. Otherwise they're not going to cut it because they don't have the athleticism to coast. So for him, when I heard that, I was higher on him after I heard that just because he shoots the shit out of the ball in drills. Like he's shooting NBA threes really casually and he makes it look easy. I like his form. And then if he brings that intensity on a play-by-play basis, I think he can make up for some of that functional athleticism that he lacks, like you said.
Yeah, the pick is going to get announced soon. I think they are on the clock already, the Hornets. So I don't know what's the bet here. I don't know anything. I don't think we have seen the pick filter through Twitter already. I guess Sterling Brown will be your selection for them if you are them. I mean, they really need another wing. They traded out of Bellinelli's contract in that deal with Dwight, and they have a ton of bigs already. So I guess a rotation guy that can actually play from the bench or even a big point guard could be an option for them just because they had a lot of success mixing their point guards together last year, like 2 years ago with Lin and Kemba. And they don't really have that. I know Monk can play a little bit into that, but like they probably could use another one that actually can play a little bit as a 2 defensively with Monk as a 1. So like that could be a possibility here. I don't know if you guys like any of the guys. Yeah.
You've mentioned Dozier a little bit. Dozier is like maybe the top like 5 guys I have remaining. It's like Thornwell, Evans, Oliver, Hartenstein, and Dozier. And like I thought I was going to be this lone guy on an island, like the Dozier Island, but you actually sound like you might be a little bit higher on him than me.
Yeah, I think so,
describe to me why you like him. Like, why are you so high on him? Is it just like the fact that he's a wing and we're taking gambles on wings, or is there something else there that you?
It's not just that. I think the pick is going to be announced now. You know, you want to wait after it just because in case he's Dozier, we can just talk about him right away. But like, I mean, the situation with me and Dozier is like, I like his poise more than people think. I know the advanced numbers are not great in terms of like him decision making, but like I think the guy can read the floor. The guy can read even with the ball in his hands. Like he has athleticism on the fly. Like he can move. Frank Jackson is the pick for the Hornets. I fully support that pick. Like I think it's a great selection for them down there at 31. But like if you want to just finishing up on Dozier quickly, like I think he has some poise. He has some touch on the mid range. Like I don't think he's a quality shooter in terms of like being able to stretch it all the way to 3. But he has shown me enough in terms of like even making plays quickly, like making plays in transition, being able to stop in a dime and making a read. And he has like really good like IQ also defensively. Like he moves well. He's able to stay on guys, and like even like when he's going for a steal or he's going for a block or anything like that, he goes really, really hard. I really like that about him. Like when he decides to go to the rim, he goes super hard and he does all those things with like confidence. So like that's my take on him. Like I like him as a wing defender, but I like him also as a guard defender. So he's versatile as a defender. And like even if he's just a backup guard or a backup wing, at least he has that type of like enough versatility to mix match with the starters. So that's another added value for me there. I don't think he's ever going to shoot, but like if he does, like that's enough of an enticing point for me to have him like high in the like 15th overall, I think I have him, or 16th. Like for me, that's enough of a point to have him there, because if he ever shoots, he's going to bring even more value than that to a team. So like you just like that, like I said before, if a guy has enough defensively and has even some stuff that I like in terms of on ball and poise, I'm going to bring him up there. Like he has more IQ and more poise to create plays and create on the ball than Frank Jackson does, for example.
I agree. I think that what you made a good case for him just now. I just don't think there's any chance he ever shoots. His form, I hate his form. His release and everything. Like some guys, you just look at and you're like, he's not going to shoot unless they completely recalibrate his release. And then what are we really dealing with? You just then that applies. That logic applies to everybody, right? If you have a bad shot, it's like, oh, he can just change his form and fix it. But with him, it's just like it didn't look translatable. He didn't have enough control. That I just look for certain elements of mechanics, and I just didn't see it with him. But a lot of the elements he does bring, like if you compare and contrast his creation ability with Thornwell's, he was much more shifty with the ball. Like Javier said, he looked like he was more capable of running like a pick and roll. So he does some things that I really like. And you see some Sean Livingston comps. I mean, do with those what you will. I don't think he's quite the level of the decision maker that Livingston was. And Livingston was probably even a better athlete pre-injury. So there's some appeal there. I can understand. I know a lot of people are higher on him than me. But let's talk about Frank Jackson quickly. Again, Sean, you guys just did a podcast on the Duke Lights. So take this one away. Why do you like Frank Jackson? Why don't you like Frank Jackson? Do you see him carving out an NBA role?
This is like exactly where Mike and I had him projected. So like I'm fine with this pick. I should say this. I'm not fine with this pick because I think there are much better players on the board, but I'm fine with this pick in the sense that it's kind of where Mike and I had him graded. So I don't know, take that for what it's worth. But Jackson is one of the most exciting, like one of the most entertaining players to watch. Like just aesthetically, he's a pleasing prospect to kind of scout, which is nice because sometimes this, like watching all these games of players in college can sometimes really drag on, especially if the offense that they play in is awful, right? His first step is elite. Like I don't throw that word around lightly. Like at the NBA level, I think he's going to be able to blow by guys if he can add a little bit more hesitation, like a little bit more craft in there. He has a plant step that's like pretty good at the rim where like help defenders will kind of blow by. But honestly, besides that kind of stuff, there's really not a ton else to like. On defense, he has some of the worst anticipation for somebody as strong and as quick as he is. It's weird. It's like he's always kind of sitting backwards on his heels, like really weird balance stuff. It's like he's athletic. There's some finishing potential there. The catch, I should say, the catch and shoot in the corner, very consistent, very smooth, very good. Like his shooting flashes there that make a lot of sense. He doesn't have any vision in the pick and roll. His defense, frankly, is atrocious, where you would really hope that this guy could be a 3-and-D prospect, somebody you can pair with a Ben Simmons type, like a wing creator who can be your quote-unquote point guard, but basically just guard a point of attack, that kind of guy, like a George Hill kind of guy. I mean, not Hill is out of the pick and roll, but that kind of role, like the Donovan Mitchell role, but he's just not there on defense, which is unfortunate. So
yeah, I mean, he was traded to New Orleans, by the way. Like, I don't know what they're trading him for, but like the pick was, I guess, number 40 and maybe number 52. Like the Pelicans traded back during the day, I think, or yesterday. They traded the point guard from Penn State, I'm blanking right now, but like the backup point guard they traded him to Washington for number 52. So maybe that's the trade. I don't really know. But like still, I think Frank Jackson, like the thing with him is like the numbers shooting wise, they are kind of elite for a freshman of his age in terms of production. I mean, a lot of attempts are assisted, of course, but like still, like if he's able to hit it from the corner with this first step that he has, he can be able to make plays and just attack closeouts and stuff like that. And then defensively, like I understand the point about IQ is the same issue he has on offense zone, but like at least he has the frame and the length and the physicality and he was the only option on Dennis Smith Jr., for example. Like he did an okay job on him in that game. I think you give him just a matchup and you asking him to focus on that guy, or you ask him to like play on a switch heavy system, like at least he's not going to be able to get picked up upon because he's not a weak guy. He's not a Malik Monk that plays with no force. Like he tries on defense. I know he's not like making the right reads and all that, but like I think the guy has some sort of upside there as a sort, like maybe not a team defender, but a guy that can stick to a guy or that can rotate a little bit because he has a good frame. And then on offense, if he's able to use hit do shots and attack the rim out of closeouts, like he's going to be able to bring some value. And we are not even mentioning like he might not never get there. Like he gets any creation upside somehow ever. Like then you are talking about real upside with his athleticism. So like I'm totally fine with this pick. I would have picked him like 10 picks earlier, no problem. And like the possibility of him to New Orleans, like even if he uses sticks on the corner as a shooter, they need guys like that. Like they need shooters. Even if he's used a shooter for them, that's fine. Like if they retain Drew Holiday, at least they have another guy that can shoot the ball in the backcourt. So I'm totally okay with New Orleans making that type of play here early in the second.
Yeah, I mean, the athleticism and shooting intersection for him is kind of interesting. I saw him again at the Hoop Summit a year ago, and he definitely popped. He's bouncy. He's a microwave scorer for me, an undersized 2 guard that comes off the bench, can give you some baskets. Like Sean was outlining, you really wish that he was a better playmaker for others. If he had any kind of vision and pick and roll as far as being a secondary handler, that would be huge because defensively he's going to take a lot off the table for what he is. I know he did a good job in Dennis Smith. I also think that was a lot of Dennis Smith attacking athletes and not having the confidence in his body to do that. I think he definitely showed a couple of those flashes. So I don't hate the pick here. I think there is some physical upside. We've seen athletic league guards, or not league guards, but athletic guards come into the league and thrive with better spacing. Maybe he's the next one of that ilk. Phoenix Suns just made a pick at 32. Davon Reed from University of Miami, someone who I saw, of course, watching Bruce Brown tape. He never really popped in like a dynamic sense. He's someone who I liked more in like the later. I mean, I did a podcast with Sam Vecini, and we had like sleepers after the second round, like late second round, undrafted guys. And this was one of my guys. Sean, what can you tell me about Davon Reed?
Not much. It was funny that you said that you saw him watching Bruce Brown film. All these ACC guys that were scouting, it's like you see Davon Reed because you're scouting for someone else, you know? Like, honestly, I can't tell you a lot. I didn't watch a single game for him specifically. I have not a single note. I have notes on like tons of guys. I don't have a single sentence on this guy. And from what I saw, he's like, you know, he's like an interesting athlete kind of guy, but there's not a lot of upside in terms of like creation and that kind of stuff. And defensively, he just seemed like, okay, like he never really pops, you know? It's like, oh, I've seen that guy, but there's not a lot there to offer.
I mean, he has a good frame. He has length.
So my favorite part of the show, I turned to Javier. Tell Javier to take it away because Javier's obviously seen.
I mean, the thing is, I watched Bruce Brown and I was more like trying to check all their guys just because I was trying to get a feel for how their system work. And I really like Reed in terms of like how like crisp he is at times in terms of like reading the defense and being able to position himself. It's just like he doesn't have the type of like size maybe that you want from a 3-and-D guy, but like he's 6'5" or so with a good wingspan. He has a good frame. He hit the three okay. I don't think he has like the fastest release or anything like that, but he seems to be a guy that if you stick in a corner, could be able to produce from there. Like Sean says, the problem is like probably that he's not able to do anything in terms of creating. But like if he's just a guy that can rotate on the wing, I think this type of bet, I would have bet on other guys before him. Like I think Thornwell is a better bet than he is. I think we talk about like guys like Charles Cook. Even I like him more. I like Dillon Brooks more, even if he's not a defensive player. But like I think he can bring more value to his ability to create a little bit off the bounce. But like it's okay. I don't mind it honestly. Like I think this is better than a big. I will say that much. I think for Phoenix after selecting Josh, like other another guy that can be able to shoot the ball and be able to defend. Makes some sort of sense. Honestly, I think he's a fine pick for them. I would have selected Thornwell ahead of him. I can't really believe, like I thought when I was seeing Thornwell late, I thought it was going to be a weird thing. Like he was going to fall all that hard, but like he seems to be falling maybe into the 40s even because we have Jawan Evans getting picked by the Kings right now at 34. I mean, in terms of value, this is a really good pick. I think it makes a ton of sense to pick him here for Sacramento because they're just trying to get somebody that sticks. And I think it's okay to have another guy that can actually handle the ball and shoot and create a little bit next to Fox because maybe you want to play with 2-pointers at times. That's something that has been pretty valuable for Dallas and with guys like that maybe are not the biggest in the world, but like they can actually create through dynamism and ability to move and play through slower guys on the backcourt. So I think I'm okay with it. Maybe like in terms of fit, you want to go with another wing. But like it's a solid, I think it's a solid selection for Sacramento. They are okay banking on point guards because they haven't had much there for a long time.
We didn't talk about Wesley Iwundu really quick. He was the pick right before Kansas State. Kind of like this. People, I think the idea of him is definitely better than the real thing. Mike Gribanoff just tweeted this, that he's conceptually a 3-and-D guy, but he doesn't do well enough. I think that's absolutely spot on. He's someone who has some interesting skills as far as his passing ability, his size. When you watch the tape, like I watched some of his tournament stuff, and it was like some things, but when we really break down and look for translatable qualities, I don't really see it. If you watch the combine, I don't put a ton of stock into that, but he was pretty awful. Like he, in the 5-on-5s, it didn't look like he could do anything in that setting without being able to shoot because nobody respected his shot. And that's kind of what we talk about, having the threat of somebody pressing up on you and then having that ability to expand your ability to create. Sean, what do you think about Wesley Iwundu? Do you like this pick? Obviously, we probably like other wings better. We've talked about Thornwell and Brown at nauseum, but what does Iwundu bring conceptually to the Magic?
In that Lost podcast that I referenced earlier with Mike from last night that I'll never publish probably, I railed on Iwundu. I think this makes no sense. I'm not sure that he's like a basketball player. He's just like a track athlete that somebody slapped a uniform on, and like gave him a basketball. I basically echo everything that Cole said, but just like magnify Cole's take by like 5 or 6, and that's my take. Like this guy has almost zero feel. Almost all of his production, like people say he's like a point guard. That's like, I don't know. That just means like you're kind of blind, I think. I shouldn't come so hard because this is going to backfire. I'm sure he's going to be great. But like there's almost zero feel on both sides of the ball. And a lot of his production comes out of Kansas State's like motion, like weave style offense, where he's just like a lane opens up and I'm athletic and I'm long so I can get to the rim and I can dunk it. Like other than that, there's like almost nothing there. There's a tiny bit of like passing acumen when it's super obvious. Because he's long and he can see over when he's like dribbling at the top, he can see over and it's like an obvious play. He's a little older. Like maybe you expect him to pick up on a few things, right? So I'll give him that. But yeah, there's nothing there. He's a pick like at all. I think definitely he's somebody that you bring into camp just to like try to get other guys to work harder. But yeah, he's not a draftable player. I hate this pick.
Yeah, I was going to say like, I report this. I mean, I said before that it was Evans going to Sacramento. Now I seen that it's Ivan Rapp going to Cleveland, and then I saw it was Fran Mason going to Sacramento. So I don't really know which one is the pick at 34. So we better wait. It's been like 3 guys reported already for 3 different guys that are like reliable, like Marcus Spears and Sams and stuff like that. So we'll see. But like regarding Iwundu, like what I didn't like about him is like he can do anything off ball. Like he's super slow in terms of reading like off ball situations, and like when he's on ball, like I don't think he brings enough as a creator to be able to do anything in that regard. So another guy that can't really shoot the ball. I mean, I get getting a wing, but like why this type of wing, especially in Orlando? Like they have enough of non-shooters already, like enough of guys that struggle in that sense, especially among their best or like the guys that they drafted highest in the past few years. So
like Juwan Evans, right? Juwan Evans, please, like just a tiny bit of creation in Orlando, right? Please, Why, what's up with this guy? Is there some like medical red flag that we don't know about?
I don't know. I mean, you see Frank Mason just go to the Kings. I mean, they're on like a freaking like character witch hunt here. Like everybody's high quality character. Like throw basketball out the damn window, man. We're bringing all of the freaking high character guys in. I like Frank Mason personally. Like I thought he was a draftable player. He can shoot the hell out of the ball off the dribble. He can shoot off the catch. He's got that rock sturdy frame, but he's not a better prospect than Juwan Evans. Like I just don't get that from that setting. I mean, I like what you said, Javier, about having the versatility to run 2 point guard lineups. They're not going to work a lot of the time, of course, especially in higher levels of play. But having that dynamic in the regular season was kind of interesting to me, especially when Evans is one of the best players left on the board. I could totally understand that logic, but like Frank Mason, I like Frank Mason more than most, so I'm not going to kill the pick as far as that goes. But I mean, I don't think he's the same level of prospect as Evans is.
I mean, the thing with Mason is like he was in Sacramento 3 times, I think, during this workout season. So he was like a telegraph like prospect for them to pick at that selection. I had like, if I were making a mock, I would have him there for sure. So like it makes total sense from that because like they have him overall several times and they have value guys that want to play there. I understand at least he can shoot, and I think he's not going to have to like shoulder a lot of creation if he plays ever next to Fox. So I'm pretty okay with that in that sense. But like, I just don't get, like you said, like Jawon Evans is a better prospect as a point guard. Like I think there are better prospects to be had overall. I think the case for Mason is basically the same case you can make for Evans. Just that Evans is much better in the pick and roll and a much better creator. So like if you're making the case for another player and he's a better prospect, why you just don't go with that guy? Like neither guy can really finish. Like both are good shooters. I guess Mason is more used to play off ball, but I think Evans is younger, has the potential to get there. I don't think he's a total like non-player of ball. I think he can get there in terms of like running through screens, and he has more of a feel for the pick and roll, more of a feel for creating for other teams. And neither of them, like I know people have banged on like Evans being short and being a back defender and all that. Evans has like at least a plus wingspan, and I think he's
right. Yeah.
Or okay defensively, but neither guy that is 6 foot tall like is going to bring anything defensively anyway. So like who cares there? Like you can value a point guard that is that small on defense, and in creating and all that, Evans blows Mason like really, really hard. So
really quickly before we get to you, Sean, we got some questions. I didn't know we had this chat functioning actually. So I just got a text from my buddy Mike Vissenberg who wants to know, did the Blazers win the Kings trade? Yes, they did. In my opinion, they got traded up, got Zach Collins. Do you guys have any disagreements with that? I think it was pretty clear.
Yeah, we railed on this when it happened. It's just about trading into the back end of that tier makes a lot of sense because these guys have some starter equity, whereas people afterwards probably don't. So,
yeah. Okay, so 35th pick to Memphis, we have Ivan Rabb, someone who Sean is really high on. I'm just kidding.
He's going to Memphis that pick.
Yes, 35th pick to Memphis. So someone who was probably going to go maybe even the lottery last year as far as people that were once comparing him to Chris Bosh, which was absolutely insane. That was a real thing. Like that, websites had that thing. This is kind of why, like, if you stay in school, you should never stay in school. I mean, I feel bad for the kid, but like, if you're getting Chris Bosh comps, get the hell out of college. I mean, come on. Like, now he's kind of an interesting energy, big off the bench. I think Javier's noted this in the past. He has decent feel. He can change ends. He's got really good hands, but he is that classic 4-5 twinner. Like, he doesn't space the 4 well enough at the 4. He doesn't play make for a 4. He doesn't protect the rim as a 5. So, Javier, do you see him as salvageable in any kind of sense?
I mean, I would say I like his stats. The problem is, like, it takes forever for him to get his shot off. So that's an issue. Like, even in the mid-range, like, he's just, like, you see him, and, like, he has okay mechanics. It's just, like, he pulls off, like, really, really high. So, like, he has, like some people have issues like with getting enough arc. He has a ton of arc. The problem with him is like he just gets too slow to be workable. I guess eventually it might work. I like his defense better than people thought last year. I thought he was okay, especially if you are going to switch. He's enough, in terms of being mobile. He brings enough in the rebounding aspect as well, and he can actually pass the ball a little bit. So I like him okay for a backup big more than other guys. It's just like there's difficulties for him to get away to be. And I tend to value those guys lower, but as a backup big, he's on the upper echelon. But just like for Orlando here, I mean, going to Memphis, sorry, but Memphis drafted Dejonta Davis last year. I was much higher on Dejonta Davis than I was on Rabb. I think
me too.
If you are evaluating what they have in the roster, like they have Jarrell Martin as well, they probably will end up paying JaMychal Green, I guess. I mean, is this like insurance in case they can pay JaMychal Green? Like that could be part of it, I guess. But like, I don't know. Like, if you are evaluating the draft as a whole, I would probably not be okay with a backup big unless you are in the 50s. So I guess there's better players to be taken here. But like in terms of like at least being a guy that I think could translate and could bring eventual rotation value to the league, I'm fine with it.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so this is the part of the podcast or live stream that may eventually become a podcast that we really need to shout out Don Yates, a Twitter king by my estimation. For some reason this season he hasn't been around a lot, which is like, you know, we're lesser for it, obviously. But when he came on my podcast earlier in the season, he said that Ivan Rabb had at that point in the season, Ivan Rabb had the worst rating of all the players in his model.
There you go.
and like I set him up to do like my player profiles, right? That usually take about 15 minutes or something. We spent, I don't know, 3 minutes on this guy. Like,
I remember that.
I really have nothing to add to what you guys have. He doesn't fit the modern NBA in really any way. And honestly, he didn't even dominate the college scene this year. And for like what he is, kind of, you would hope that he would be more productive in that sense too. He's just, Yeah, he's maybe not even a draftable player. So
okay, so real quick,
he played in a really bad situation in California, I would say, like with 2 bigs all the time, kind of like. I mean, they had enough shooting this year, but they didn't have enough playmaking. It's just like last year it was a total disaster, and then again, like playing for Quonso. I mean, we'll see it next year with Michael Porter Jr. Probably like just playing for Quonso is kind of like ugly to see.
All right, so we just got the Sixers pick in at 36. Jonah Bolden, fantastic selection in my opinion. Probably the highest upside guy left on the board as far as just his physical tools, his athleticism, what he brings to the NBA game, maybe some switchability on the perimeter. Pretty good release. He shot some deep threes that were pretty enticing. Yeah, Sean, have you seen a lot of Bolden? And I think you guys touched on him with Trevor maybe really briefly a while back. What do you see in Bolden?
Yeah, I've actually gone a little bit deeper recently.
Okay.
I mean, not a ton. The scenario there is like really, really difficult to scout because he often plays the 5 there.
Yeah.
And he's one of their main creators. Like he is the FMP version of like Karl Anthony Towns. Like he's at the top of the key creating like crossing people over, long strides down the lane, you know, kind of like that thing that Karl Anthony Towns does, but he's doing it at the NBA level, you know, so it's completely different. One thing that I will say in his favor is that his shot is pretty pure. He has, I think, some great coordination, and while there may be some mental things that, you know, on defense really manifest themselves, and on offense, he's not like looking to pass a lot. And I thought, you know, maybe he's just this team's only creator, so that's his role. He needs to get this shot up. He's not going to pass the ball. He's going to jack it. But if you can just stick him in the corner and just off somebody else creating, you know, sucking in that other defender and kicking, just shooting quickly, his release for how long he is really good and really quick. So there's a role for him. Like, I don't know if he'll ever achieve that because mentally get there, but there's like some attributes, not just physical, like coordination stuff that's really intriguing.
I was going to ask you, Sean, about his defense, basically. Like, that was my main difficulty judging him just because of the level of competition, and like he's basically the best athlete on the floor at times, so like it's difficult to judge. And I think Sharks makes this point about like him being able to block shots and be able to be a guy that can catch lobs and shoot the 3. I don't really know how much you like him like as a big or like as even a starting 4. Like how you see him defensively in terms of like being able to actually cover some ground there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part, right, is translating these international guys, figuring out how much is the surrounding talent, the surrounding athleticism versus how athletic is this guy really. He just did some really athletic things. I mean, he's a dynamic run and jump athlete. Like, he can get up in space. And the shooting is what is the biggest allure for Philadelphia, because now they have their core 3, and they really have to start trying to build around those guys. And if Bolden can shoot in kind of a combo forward type of role, that's someone who can fit next to, you know, Joel Embiid off the bench. Can play in the small lineups. Like, there's a lot of versatility there. So if he can play both sides of the court and he can space the floor adequately, that's the kind of guy they're looking for. But next pick up here.
He signed with Red Star, so I guess this is a stash. Like, he has an NBA out, but I guess Philadelphia has more interest in stashing him. So he has like a 2-year contract with Red Star, and Red Star plays EuroLeague, so he's going to be able to get to play to a higher level of competition and be able to maybe develop more. So that's a good opportunity for him to actually get involved and improve in a real team. So it's not a bad future asset for Philadelphia either.
Yeah, that's a really good point that we should just make, because maybe the Possessionix pick and this pick, like, they maybe have seemed like reaches, and maybe we're like banging, you know, you need to start looking at all these wings, just take a bunch of tickets at the wing for Philadelphia. But if they have other plans for their roster spots, which are actually getting kind of crowded with all the young guys they have, then maybe they like are talking to agents, and they just seem to find guys that are willing to stay overseas for a couple of years.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, that's a really important point to make. Next guy up, Boston just selected Semi Ojeleye at number 37. This is someone who Sean and I dished on pretty extensively on our last podcast. I think we see him kind of similarly. Maybe you value him a little bit higher, Sean. So tell me what you think about his fit in Boston. What can he provide them as far as any kind of immediate skills, or do you see him as like a rotation player potentially?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very Boston-y pick, right? This is like so Boston. I think he's a very good shooter. Again, like Bolden, he just has like a natural smooth release. That's going to translate. I feel pretty confident that that's going to translate. It's just, will he ever have enough like flashes on defense for Stevens to like stomach playing him? Because I I think he's good in some respects, but if you're going to switch a ton with him, even though they did that at SMU, I think he's going to get on the smaller guys, and it's going to become a problem. Where he's really good is on like kind of slower wings and bigs, right? Like switching up is good. Switching down for him is going to be the problem.
Yeah, my problem with him is like in situations where two players get involved offensively, where he's going to have to guard a screen or guard a screener or guard a guy on the move. Like he's really tight and he's really bad at moving around or turning around himself. I don't think he can cover ground in that sense or defend in space that much. So he can get down in the stance and like be okay at that. But like when he has to actually move around or like turn around or stuff like that, I think he struggles with that mildly. And then if he's playing at the 4, which is the best position for him offensively, he might not be able to just defend guys in the pick and roll because a lot of there is 4-1 pick and roll, 1-4 pick and roll nowadays. If he plays at the 5 at times because he has the frame to withstand some fights at the post, like he's not an good enough rebounder. So he's a system player. I can see him being okay in Boston's type of defense where they mix match guys and actually play down positions and play like big wins at the 4 consistently. I think that's an ideal scenario for him at least of the teams that were left. So I like him more here than I would have liked him being picked ahead and for like by Orlando or something like that. But like other than that, I just guess like he's a guy that needs the right context to develop because he's not going to bring much in terms of creation. And if he's a standstill shooter, like he's built like an NFL player, and you can see that when he he plays basketball, like he's not as fluid as you might want from a player his size in terms of like being able to move on tighter spots or like tighter distance.
All right, so I have to announce this because it just came across. Golden State just traded for Jordan Bell. I called this in my big board. That's the best bet in the draft for him. And of course, Golden State, like this is the same thing happened with McCall last year. Wow. We have to talk about this because I love this shit. We can go back to Ojale in a second. But
Chicago's pick, right? That they bought into. Chicago that's the pick. That's the pick that they got from the like super protected first from Sacramento that never conveyed. We've been waiting for years, and it was always top 10 protected. Like they got the second from that, and they ended up like basically drafting Jordan Bell for Golden State.
Probably the best situation for him as far as just being able to pass to all these shooters. Nobody knows how to utilize versatility better than that team. Man, I'm on a heat streak today. Dennis Smith to Dallas, Jordan Bell to oh man. Go ahead, Sean.
No, Cole, you definitely deserve my little 2-minute allotment here. Just go off on how you think. We've already talked about the fit and how he is a little bit as far as when we were kind of comparing him to Thornwell. But talk to me more about like how you see that fit exactly playing out.
I mean, this is someone who, again, we talked about space defense, being able to switch at least competently onto most players in the league. Offensively is where you worried about him because he's more of just a pick and roll kind of dive guy in most schemes. He can make decisions on short rolls, but really if you don't have the shooting around him, he's probably not going to give you much creation. Can he stay on the floor? Stuff like that. But holy hell, man. If you have like Durant, Clay, Steph around him, and he can just pick out these shooters, and this is someone who can like go run middle pick and roll with this guy, and he'll be able to, if they trap Steph, he'll catch the ball and he'll make an immediate read to these wing shooters. He'll have a ton of space. And that's what the best part about him is I think he can actually dribble functionally in like a straight line if he has a bunch of room to operate. So from a scheme fit and from a team fit, man, this is like, I'm on cloud 9, dude. I'm going to watch every Golden State game next year. It's lit. They got McCaw, they got Jordan Bell. I mean, I was talking to my buddy, Austin Peters, who's I think watching this. He called this too. He called this to me via text. He's like, I know this is going to happen. I know that the Spurs are going to get Derek White. I know that the Warriors are going to get Jordan Bell, and that's the way this works.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like I was talking in my board about like why you shouldn't pick like a backup big, unless you are a team that is ready there to compete because those guys are valuable for you, or even a rotation big because if you can get them for free or for cheap, you can get them in the second round, you can get them in the free agent market. Like for the Warriors, this is ideal. Like I don't think maybe other teams, if they're picking a guy like Bell ahead of Thornwell or anything like that, I'm going to give them a bad rap or anything like that. But like for the Warriors, like it's just the best scenario, both for him and for them. Like they needed probably a guy like this. They don't know if they're going to be able to retain David West. They don't know if they're going to be able to retain some of the rotation guys inside, like Pachulia, etc. So like he's probably not going to be starting for them, but like as a big that can play from the bench, that can play the 5 for them, they can play next to Draymond. Like I think it's an ideal situation for him to thrive in, and it's an ideal upside play for them to be able to just roll some guys, defensive intensity and defensive IQ, and being able to fit in their system down the road in the playoffs. So I like him more than Kevon Looney. That is a guy that they picked a few years back that had some issues with his hip. And I like him more than Damian Jones that they grabbed late on the first last year as well. So I think he might outplay those guys and be able to be, like, Kerr likes to use a lot of bigs as well. Like he likes to mix his bigs and give opportunities to all of them. So like as a guy that can play into that role, I think he makes a ton of sense over there. Another guy I had penciled for that was Cameron Oliver, just because he's from the Bay Area and he brings a little bit of similar things, plus a little bit more upside in terms of being able to shoot the ball. But like they ended up with Bell instead.
I'm still on cloud 9, man. I'm not processing it right now. Did Juwan Evans just go 39? Did you guys see that?
He went to the Clippers.
Yeah.
The Clippers bought the pick and they selected him. I don't know. Are we giving credit to Jerry West already for this, or?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to give credit to Doc Rivers, so let's give that fucking credit to Jerry West. I love that, man. I mean, this is everybody comparison to, like, right, CP3 light. He's not CP3 athletically, of course. His vertical athleticism is just not even close to what Chris Paul's was, especially coming out as a prospect, but really high IQ guy. And they didn't really have a lot behind Paul as far as, like, whenever they go to their bench lineups, right? That was like the thing. When Paul was out of the game, when Blake was out of the game, it was like we have Austin Rivers running the point or some ridiculous. They never had a good backup point guard. So that's what I always thought that Evans was. Maybe he could start on like a lower level team, but ideally how he's utilized would be a high level backup. He does everything I like in a backup point guard. You know, come in, dictate the pace, really fast, good handle, can run pick and roll. Like his pick and roll volume at Oklahoma State was the highest we've ever seen in the past 10 years for a lead guard. That's basically what their offense was spread pick and roll every time. He knows how to make the reads. He's really smart. He's just offering from a position of that he can't control with his size. Like he's not going to be able to profile well defensively, even though he has a compact frame, has pretty underrated length actually, 6'5" wingspan. But Sean, would you have him on your board, and what do you think of this fit?
Well, obviously this fit is great for every reason that you just talked about. Like their giant need, the way that Chris Paul succeeds, he's going to be able to learn a lot from him. Obviously, I had Evans in that like 11 to 15 tier. This is amazing. And like everything you just said, I could echo. It was great. One thing is that on defense, there are some lapses, and I'm not sure. I couldn't ever nail down if it was like a feel thing or if it was like an effort thing or if it was always like a size issue for him. But as far as just being like a really annoying point of attack, like anticipatory type defender that Chris Paul is, and I should get off this comparison train immediately because like this is all we're going to talk about, just comparing him to Chris Paul, which is not fair at all to him, obviously. But if he can learn anything from Chris as far as just like the tenacity on defense and making the right decisions, I mean, there's so many times in like baseline out of bounds plays, like there's like 3 screens and then all of a sudden he's lost and he's giving up a layup and it's a little bit disappointing. So if you can fix stuff on defense and he can be passable, because right now he's going to be a horrible defender in the NBA. Like most rookies are, but I think he's going to be especially bad. If he can pick up on some of those things and Chris just gets after him all the time and forces him to learn pick and roll coverages and like be a lot smarter in that area, like, okay, he could be like the next Bledsoe where they trade him for like high value out of some like backup role from Chris Paul, right?
That's the point I wanted to make. Like I think eventually he can develop into a starter for some type of team. Like we have seen Jameer Nelson being a highly elite level point guard in the game for a contender, kind of like he was an all-star in a year. Like I think Jawan Evans has a path to that. Like I don't think it's likely, but like as an elite point guard from the bench, like there is a merit to have like enough decision makers in the game for like 48 minutes, so you can rotate between your guards. Like the Clippers can either use him so they don't need to like utilize Paul too much if he resigns, and if he gets to improve under Paul tutelage, he can get flipped for an asset down the road, and they are short on assets. So like this pick makes a lot of sense. I think it's an ideal situation for him as well. And eventually, like you said, Son, like they have the possibility of getting something for him like they did with Bledsoe is really intriguing too. So they can bring value with him in several senses.
Guys, sorry, this is where I have to bail, unfortunately, This has been awesome. This next pick, especially, it's one super close to my heart. This Dwayne Bacon to Florida State in high school.
no.
I loved his jump shot for some reason. But I got to run. Thank you guys so much. The people that listen to this, I really appreciate it. Maybe this will go up on one of our feeds. I'm not sure exactly. We'll have to talk about that. But this was awesome. So many intriguing storylines. I'm glad that Cole, you had your moments. Unfortunately, I had the Ferguson moment. And then obviously maybe the biggest winner here is you, Javier. I mean, getting Dennis Smith at 9 is freaking amazing. So thanks a lot, guys. I got to go. Peace.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, be well. I mean, do you want to take it on Dwayne Bacon, Cole, or we didn't think much of him, or we didn't want him to get drafted?
I mean, not personally, I don't hate him, but I hate his game. He's one of the guys that was a no-fly zone for me in the class. As far as every time you watched Isaac, and you just felt so bad for him because Bacon would take these contested fadeaway twos. He has no playmaking acumen. He doesn't try defensively. He's like a college scorer that's inefficient and it's not going to translate. That's just my take. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like him at all. The problem is he doesn't even stretch it all the way there, and he doesn't get much in terms of passing the ball or anything. He's a bulldozer type of player. He likes to go to the rim hard. I don't think athletically he's going to be good enough to do that to a degree of being especially efficient. The thing with him is at least he has the physique and he has the build. So if you think you can teach him all the rest of the things and you think he can stretch his range, sure. I'm not really optimistic about that. At least he's going to get picked by a situation where they need wings. So it's worth take a wing here. At least it makes sense in that fit type of thinking for New Orleans. They need a guy that can step up and play the 3. I just don't know if he's the right guy for the role. I would have much better preferred to have Dillon Brooks, because at least he's going to be a quality player offensively, because he can pass the ball and he can shoot it better than Bacon actually.
I agree. I for all those reasons, this was one guy that I just did not even consider in my analysis after watching him this season. He got picked already. Tyler Dorsey got picked by the Hawks at 41. I like him at the same level as I like Kennard. I think he's an underrated player for his situation. He's not big, but he can play a little bit more combo than people think, and he can bring that type of elite shooting to the table as well. I just thought he was more intriguing on defense than other just pure shooters. It's not he's size-wise, he's not going to be able to do much, but he sticks to guys. He's not all that weak defensively like other small guys are. I think he's an okay pick for the Hawks, and they need shooting in that team badly. And there is something to be said about getting shooters in a team just to improve the chances of your young prospects of developing. And I think that's going to help probably if they hope to get anything out of John Collins, if they hope to get anything. I like Torian Prince. I think that's going to be something that might help DeAndre Bembry also if they are playing him with a shooter in the backcourt. So I'm okay with the pick. I think there are still guys that I like more, especially Dozier, Thornwell. They are the guys left that I like the most. Sterling Brown, Dillon Brooks are guys I will have had ahead of Dorsey as well. But I'm pretty fine with Dorsey getting picked here. I prefer him much better than Thomas Bryant for the Lakers. Yeah, I don't have a strong lean with Dorsey. He's fine. I would have preferred Kennard just because I trust his shooting a little bit more as far as shot diversity. He showed more dribble combined with off screens and spot ups. But yeah, at this point, if you can take a shooter, and especially if he's very high on DeAndre Bembry as far as his ability to cut, finish, he was pretty outstanding at that to translate. And he's a good field player. He can run a pick and roll. He can locate shooters and stuff. He has the athleticism to turn the corner. So if he's going to make those guys better, yeah, go ahead.
One point to be made about Dorsey, he holds Greek citizenship because his mom is Greek. So you can have the opportunity of stash him a bit better probably than other guys, because if you have a passport, you can get a roster spot super easy in Europe. So I think he probably has the opportunity if that's what Atlanta wants to do. So that's another probably situation where you have more flexibility with this pick if that's the direction you want to go.
Yeah. So Thomas Bryant, this is to the Lakers, correct? Or is it to the Jazz?
Yeah, they traded down with Utah, and that's the pick they got, the 42.
Okay, so this is giving them another element at the 5, more of a stretch element, because they don't really have that with Zubac as much. Yeah, I don't know what to think about this. I was never high on him, but maybe I know a guys that warmed up to him. Before it was he has those high hips. He doesn't move well backwards. And I just don't trust him defensively at all. And those kind of offense-only bigs, unless you're like Channing Frye, which he gets comped to sometimes, unless you're like a knockdown shooter. And even Frye was actually a pretty good defensive prospect.
Yeah, he's not that fluid.
Yes. So I don't know. I mean, he gives them another element to their team that they don't have as far as having that ability to space the floor. And that's what they desperately need, right? They really need bigs who can open up the floor for these guards. Of course, it would have helped a lot more if they had a primary guy still like Russell, but still they need that. What are your thoughts on Thomas Bryant?
I mean, my issue with him is like he has the length and he has the standing reach to defend the rim and he has the shooting ability. But other than that, he doesn't bring anything in between. Like, I don't like him on the move. I don't like him defending anything, basically, other than if he's there at the rim when someone is going to it. I don't like him, like, passing the ball, or, like, I don't like his IQ on offense, especially, like, he likes to jack up shots. Like, we thought about Lydon that way. Like, we talked about him, like, being a bit one-dimensional, not being much of a passer. He blows Brian in that sense. Like, Brian is, like, there is no shot that he doesn't like, especially from the perimeter, and he loves to face up. Like, that's fine if you are like an efficient scorer and his numbers from three are good. It's just like you wonder if he's going to develop anything other than being a specialist from three. So, like, it's fine to bring that. I just like Subats more than him already. I like Nance at the 5 more than I do like him. I just don't see, like, especially when you have prospects on the board that might be wingy guys that might bring some more value. Like, again, we are hammering these names all over the place, but like Dillon Bruce will have been an excellent fit in this motion. I understand that they pick hard, and like if you are not going to be able to roll with two guys that probably won't bring much in defense sense, but like you can just make two bets and maybe one of them pan out and not both of them. Like, that's okay with me. I will just like prefer to go that route than going with another big, but like again, at least with Brian, he has the prototypical size, I guess. Like, that's the other situation when you can actually a guy that might bring some value just because of the length.
Yeah, he has the physical tools to where he's intriguing from a certain perspective. I'm not sure about the athleticism as far as functionally on the defensive end, but definitely has the measurables and the projectable maybe shot to take a dice roll on at this point. You don't see a lot of stretch fives that are available if they're even competent at this juncture in the draft. Yeah. So yeah, I don't hate the pick.
I like him more. I like him more than Hartenstein that got picked by Houston, for example. So like, I mean, Hartenstein is a bit younger.
Oh,
yeah, he got picked 40. Okay. We know the next two picks. Like 43rd is Hartenstein for Houston. I guess they just wanted a stretch, but like they made that selection with Chu Key last year, the Chinese guy. I like Key more than I like Hartenstein. I just have issues with Hartenstein because of IQ related to how he's a son of a basketball player. His mom and his family is super involved basketball-wise, and he still like has super weird IQ for me. Like, he makes really weird decisions on court, and it's not because he doesn't have the ability to pass the ball, because at times he gets really good passes, but he's just all over the place offensively. And then on defense, like, he's mobile and he has some length. I just don't like his posture at all. Like, he has issue getting into stance, and the same you can see about his form when he's shooting. Like, he's supposed to be this stretchy big. I don't think he's like all that good at shooting the ball. It's a bit of the Henry Ellenson conundrum. Like, he's supposed to be a stretchy guy, but then you see the numbers and you see the form, and it's like maybe. So like, I just don't know with him. Like, I guess he's going to be a star. He's playing for another EuroLeague team in Lithuania, so I guess he's just going to stay there for a while for Houston. So maybe he correct those things and bring value down the road. But I'm not really like all that high on him, honestly.
Yeah, I think I echo pretty much all of that from what I saw at the Hoop Summit. I mean, I know that's only one sample, but this is someone who just couldn't score.
Live,
yeah. So he couldn't score at all in the half court. You know, he could dribble. You saw what you were saying. The vision stuff is kind of intriguing at times. He's a very willing passer. It's just his decision making is pretty atrocious for the most part. I talked to my buddy that writes for B-Ball Breakdown, and he thinks his mechanics are fixable. He uses too much thumb on his release. He has that side spin. So that's the first thing all of us noticed. Like, we walked in the gym, and he was shooting around, and we're like, okay, that's the problem. Because, like, you look on film, it looks okay, and then he doesn't shoot that well. You're like, okay, what's the problem? It's definitely the side spin. So he uses too much thumb. People think it's correctable. If he can shoot threes, he becomes kind of an interesting situational 5 to me. He's not going to protect the rim in dynamic fashion with like vertical bounce. He's kind of hunched over, like naturally, like his body position is kind of weird, impacts his ability in space to defend. So he does enough, and he has the frame. That's his main thing, right? He's coordinated. He has a good frame. If he can shoot, he gives you some select value. Interesting fit with Houston as far as, you know, they always prefer like these kind of like stretch big types. I mean,
yeah.
Except for last year when they took the two centers. I mean, they just load up with centers in the second round. So I don't know how good I don't know how good he checked out with the analytics. Hartenstein did. I know that Cho, the Chinese center last year, was incredible there, and so was Anawaku, who they selected. He was really highly rated by all the analytics. So that's.
I don't think Hartenstein was high on Pelton's model, if I can remember. Like he had really high grades on Besenkov, the stretch four from Barcelona. He's like a prototypical stretch four that might not be able to pass the athletic threshold for playing in the NBA. But other than that, I don't think Hartenstein was particularly high. So I don't think. I mean, I will guess that Pelton and I'm blanking. The general manager of the Rockets. He just got resigned today. I'm just blanking on his name. Yeah, Morey. I don't think I probably have similar sources in that sense. So I don't know. Yeah. I will not project there, but like maybe just like his profile. Damian Dotson from East Houston. Like he transferred from Oregon after some type of scandal. I think it was Oregon, right? Like he transferred from Oregon after some type of like investigation in a rape case. I don't know how it ended for him, but apparently okay, I guess. Like he's in Houston. He played for Houston in the NCAA. He's the typical one-way wing that is basically a scorer shooter type of guy. He had a really good Portsmouth Invitational tournament, and he just got picked by the Knicks here. At least he's a wing and he can shoot a little bit. I know Ben Rubin, our guy in Twitter, was kind of like okay about him in some sense, but like I still feel like there are some better wings on the board still, just because like he's super old. Like he's a similar player for me than Andrew White, like the Syracuse wing. Like they are not much of a passers. They are basically shooters, similar size. I mean, White is a bit bigger. Like they are both super old. I don't know if they can bring anything defensively. Like the production that Dotson has in terms of like steals and blocks is super low. So it seems like a one-dimensional guy, like a shooter on the wing. I just don't know. Like he brought enough numbers in the rebounding aspect, and he seems to be an okay athlete. I guess it's an okay fit just because New York needs any wins they can get and any shooters they can get might help. But like it's just a bit confusing to me that you pass on some guys that for me have more of the defensive and the two-way acumen.
I mean, I haven't seen very much to this kid, I'll admit. Like out of anybody that's been selected so far, I've seen the least of him. So I don't have like a strong take. Just really quick on Hartenstein, Jonathan Gavoni tweeted that he fell dramatically after being red flagged by doctors for a back condition. So that kind of goes to that curvature.
With that posture, there's no surprise with that.
Exactly. So physically, it kind of, I mean, obviously we didn't have the details with it, but that kind of explains his fall. I know some guys were a little bit higher on him than we were, or I was at least, as far as a prospect goes. And I'm, again, very much invested in what I saw in person at Hoop Summit, and that's a very small sample for what he contributed internationally. Do you have reads on the next couple picks? I'm trying to locate them here as far as
No, I know the Rockets the Rockets have drafted Dillon Brooks, but they sold the pick.
Yes.
So I don't know who is he going to.
Memphis.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're trading him to Memphis. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Dillon Brooks.
What do you think about Dillon Brooks? Yeah, what do you think about Dillon Brooks' fit in Memphis?
I mean, they need wings for sure. They drafted Zagorac last year. He's supposed to come over, but Zagorac for me is more of a 4 in the NBA. Like he's a little bit like Chandler Parsons, but not as athletic as Parsons was before the injuries, and maybe not as good of a shooter. He has like a weird mechanics situation going on. So he can hit it at times, but like he's not all that fluid then. But like he has that type of creation. I think Brooks can help in that sense. Like he can pass the ball, he can shoot it a little bit, and I think he's not going to be a defender at all. But like they need a bet there at the 3 or at the 2, or like any wingy guy can help them. And at least with the Grizzlies, they have an ecosystem and like a defensive structure that might help enough to cover for this type of guys as long as Gasol and Conley go. So I think it's a very okay pick. I was ready to draft Brooks in the first somewhere, like in the 20s. So I'm pretty fine with it for Memphis. I think it's smart for them to try. They have done this before last year as well. They try to add wherever they can from the second round and try to add young guys down the pipeline because they have enough needs to be able to cover those guys. And Fisdale will try to develop those guys and try to play them. So I think it's a pretty well done picks here.
Okay, so now we have another breaking news story here. Milwaukee is acquiring the 46th pick from Philadelphia and taking Sterling Brown. So Sterling Brown going to Milwaukee. I love that, man. This is so good. This is so much better than their first. I mean, Sterling Brown, in my opinion, is a better prospect than DJ Wilson. So getting him at this point, if you reverse those, I mean, I know taking Sterling Brown in the top 20 would be a little optimistic in realistic settings, but I really like this fit. someone who can probably play both sides of the court. Going to give Giannis another shooter on the wing who also profiles to be at least a non-liability defender. He's got, like we talked about earlier, it's kind of his athleticism level is right on the precipice of being like what it should be versus like being just barely passable. So what do you think about Sterling Brown on the Bucks? Do you think this is a good pick?
I mean, the good thing for them is that they have a lot of versatile wings already, so like they can mix match guys. Like I think like Brown, if you are going to put him as a primary defender for you in the wing, he's probably a bit limited. Like I like him more of those 3 and D guys. I like his O more than his D. I like his defense is okay, but like I don't think he can be a stopper at all. He can just be a passable defender, which is valuable. But like if you are mixing him up with like Giannis at the 4, with like Middleton, who is a good defender, with Brogdon that can cover once, like they have enough guys there to cover for him, and he just needs to be okay. And then he's good enough in terms of like being a ball mover, a guy that can make passes, a guy that can even hit some pull-ups and stuff like that. Like he has a really smooth release. I like his dribbling ability more than some people do. The thing is like he's never going to be able to finish because he's not like a guy that can actually get to the rim hard. But like other than that, I think he fits well as a secondary guy for Milwaukee. I think probably you want to still keep Tony Snell and use playing off wings so you can play Giannis at the 4 full time or even at the 5 at times. But like done much better in the first. Like if they had drafted, I don't know, Juwan Evans with their 17th pick and then drafted Sterling Brown here, I would be super ecstatic about their future. Like I would have loved their draft a ton because they are still lacking a little bit of creation ability on the backcourt. I think like Brown creating a little bit is just the issue of him going all the way to the rim. Like I don't think that's possible. But like maybe in a secondary role or maybe out of a closeout if he's like in the corner for you, or at least making a pass after he drives. Like he can do that.
Exactly. I mean, he doesn't really need to get to the rim on this team as far as they have Giannis, they have Parker, they have Brogdon who can do that occasionally. So really all he needs to do on this roster, this is the benefit of having actual primaries, is he needs to space the floor, shoot threes respectively. And I think he's more than capable than that. I think he's the best shooter in this general range that you're going to get. As far as aesthetics, his form is really, really good. If you watch him shoot, I mean, the thing about him is the volume level, again, was really low. He didn't shoot a ton of threes at SMU, but when he did, he shot off screens a little bit. He shot on spot ups. And of course, even like his advanced stuff was off the dribble. Like he showed some real fluidity there. And that's kind of stuff I look for as far as being an all around kind of balanced shooter. So great pick by Milwaukee here. I don't think you're going to get better value than this in this draft as far as the two-way dice roll. Go ahead.
He was much better in terms of numbers when he was playing next to a real point guard, Nick Moore. Like his numbers shooting from 3 dip a little bit down this year, but it has a lot to do with him having to shoulder a bit more of a creation load. I think he will be fine with a guy like Giannis that is attracting attention. I just wish that the Bucks had another guy in the backcourt to create a bit more. We should probably move on. Indiana drafted Ike Anigbogu out of UCLA. I guess why not in terms of upside, but like they have Miles Turner already. I know they probably don't trust him to play like 48 minutes even in his prime, and it's smart for you of having like 2 centers that can play at times and actually cover the rim, both of them. But like I like Ike as a backup. I think he can be good enough. I'm of the mindset that like if you can play a more skilled player of the bench, you can actually play out, like try to beg these guys don't be playable because you can stress them out all the way. I know Ike has like excellent physical tools for a consistent like center in terms of like being a typical prospect, but like I don't really like his ability to actually cover in the perimeter all that much. So if he's going to be like more old school, like I was comparing him to like physically, he has like similar, like he's a bit heavier, but like he's a similar build and similar length to Biyombo. But like I think even Biyombo was more advanced in terms of reading the game than he was. Like Biyombo was like had a triple-double in the Night Hoop Summit back in the day, and he was like playing ACB and being a super effective player for a near playoff team as an 18-year-old. I think Biyombo has like more in terms of like his ability to read. Like Ike is just trying all the time, and he's like has like super good coordination in some sense to get to the rim defensively and be there and like even cover some ground. It's an upside pick for the Pacers. I just don't know if you, with having Miles Turner, you want to mix him with that type of big, but like maybe you just want to coop some trade value with him if he develops.
Yeah, and I think here I'm more okay with taking a project like Ike. Like in the first round, I don't know what value you're getting off that first contract really, because he's so developmental, right? Like he's not going to contribute in any kind of real fashion. You can put him in the game and he'll kind of try to block shots, but he's not going to do anything that's going to lead any kind to winning basketball. Okay, hold on. Oh, the Bucks just took Darius Thornwell too. Oh my God.
No. It's the Clippers, man. It's Jerry West again.
Oh,
Yeah, they got the pick.
Of course, it's Jerry West.
Yeah, you can see Jerry West drafting here behind the scene. I'm not ready to give the credit to Doc Rivers, so I'm surely giving it to Jerry West for sure. Again,
we're giving it to Jerry West. That's a great pick. As far as what they need, I mean, the Clippers, man. How long have they needed like a wing who can defend threes, has that physical frame?
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, like the shooting's a big dice roll, right? I mean, that's why he's on the board right now. If he could shoot, he would not be here. He can pass really well. He make that extra pass. I like his ability to pass on the move. It's not very shifty, so like I think you've noted a lot of times, like he's not going to run secondary pick and roll that effectively, but at least has the vision to make that extra pass. And for what they need, if he shoots the ball, this is a great pick.
Yeah, he can be if he shoots the ball and he gets to the level that we think defensively, he can be a less athletic Tony Allen that can actually provide something on the shooting on the wing. I think that's a hell of a pick for the Clippers. Like, I mean, I'm totally giving the credit to Jerry West. Like these two guys, like they can help the Clippers eventually, and they surely need guys in the backcourt. Just in general, like I'm not like guys like Rivers have developed okay, but they tend to play like three guards, as your wings at times. Like they play small lineups in the perimeter a ton. So like Thornwell in that sense might be even better than Rivers if you want him to cover a three. And I think they can actually use him right away. So like he's a guy that might come out and play more than some guys that are picking the first round for the Clippers, and the Clippers might still be a solid team. I think the pick for them is fantastic. Like they probably have bought it. I will have to skip this pick as the Bucks and just pick Thornwell for me. But I guess after they did the previous pick already with Sterling Brown and after picking DJ Wilson, they were done with it. We have to probably talk about a Denver pick, Vlatko Kankar from Mega. Like he's like this typical like a wing from Europe that doesn't have much physically, but like he has a little bit more in creating that you think. He's a fluid athlete. I think he's just weak. He needs to add a bit more in terms of strength. But like he's fluid. He has a really interesting shot as well. I think he's an upside pick for Denver. Denver tends to do well with European guys. I kind of like this selection of the European guys that actually declare. Only 10 guys declared this year other than the automatically eligible guys. And I think he was one of the most interesting guys after Nilikina because most of the other ones basically pull out of the draft. So like I think makes some sense. He's a real wing. I don't think he's like Lydon that is better at the 4. He's a guy that can actually play some 3 for you. So I don't know if you have watched any Mega this year to try to scout Musidi a little bit as well because they play for the same team. But like he's a really interesting prospect, I think, in terms of like at least being able to bring some utility from a wing perspective here.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much. I mean, I've seen a little bit of him. I watched Nilikina's games against them, and I was more fixating on him and just some ancillary parts of how he played in that kind of construct. The kid that got drafted from Memphis last year, I was paying attention to him because I had him pretty high, like you said. Zagorec from that kind of Chandler Parsons kind of equity. That's why I liked him. I think I had him like 16th overall in my rankings just because he showed some really interesting handling and skill moves. So I don't have a lot to say about him. But at this point in the draft, I mean, he's probably going to be a stash guy, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
For sure.
I would understand. That's the case. I know Philadelphia had the 50 pick and they pick another big. They pick Lesort, another international. Like this is the time where probably most of the guys that we like, maybe they don't want to get drafted and they just want to have a chance to pick their team. Like PG Dozier, for example, we maybe have seen that with Cam Oliver right now already. Like maybe he doesn't want to get picked at this stage. We have a ton of bigs still left of the guys that we didn't like or value that much. There are a few of those still there. And in terms of like Lesort, like I heard from a back channel from one of our guys in Twitter that he has an issue with an eye and he might drop a little bit with that. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't really know if that could be the situation there. But like the thing with him is like he's basically a specialist. Like he's the type of guy that you add to your team as an undrafted player, like a Tariq Black kind of mold. Like he's not an ideal center in terms of size. Like he's around 6'9". He has a long wingspan and he has like this type of barrel chest. Like he's really strong in the upper body. But like he's the typical rebounder guy that can actually like protect the rim a little bit with his length and he's fluid enough as an athlete. It's just like I don't think he brings enough on offense to be able to do much for you. But like in that type of mold, we have seen Tariq Black being a factor for LA. I think he can bring some sort of that type of equity. It's just like I don't know if I value that enough to even draft it, but like sure. Like I mean for Philadelphia, it's just that I don't understand what you want. What another big does for like I will just go with another guy in the international ranks. Like I like it Marko Guduric from Red Star. He's probably not a guy that is going to pass ever the athletic threshold or even Besenkov from Barca. Like, but at least there are shooters and guys that can actually make plays. Like Goodrich is a bit of a non-athletic or non-as-athletic Bogdan Bogdanovic, the guy that the Kings have the rights. Like he's like a wing that can make some plays. He's a bit similar actually to Dillon Brooks. So like those type of guys, I think they make more sense for Philadelphia. I was actually banking on them making all these 4 second rounders on like the best 3-and-D prospects available, but they went with bigs in the first with Pasekniks, and then they drafted Lesor now, and they got another big before, right? Like I'm blanking right now, but like they have drafted 3 bigs right now already almost. So just a bit confusing on that sense.
Yeah, I agree. And I watched a little bit of Lesor. I probably watched 2 games or so. I wasn't that impressed for the reasons you said. I mean, it's a very specific role. I get the allure as far as like as a pick and roll dive guy. He's got a good catch radius, good body control. He's really explosive, but he can gather off too as a finisher. I didn't like his perimeter defense at all. Like I thought he was really poor there as far as recognition wise. When teams put him in space and pick and roll, like he was bad recovering. He just missed assignments a lot. And I think just the general role, like I don't really value it that much. I mean, I'm fine with him in the second round. That's kind of an energy big. That's kind of what he is with the length, with the athleticism. He's really productive. I get all that. He's going to be a high effort guy. Just how much do you value a backup big at this point in the draft? I mean, basically all of my top 30 is off the board right now, except for Cameron Oliver. He hasn't gone, right?
No, he hasn't gone, and I have those here as well. So
Oliver is one guy for me, and then the other guy, who did I have? Edmund Sumner, who I had. That was another kind of dice roll pick for the athletic. He's coming off the injury, so those are the only 2 guys that are left for me. So at this point, it's like whoever wants to take guys, I don't really have any kind of strong argument against.
I mean, I still think Dozier is the best player, like the best prospect out there. I will be okay with him getting taken, but maybe his agency doesn't want him to get taken late in the second, so that could be a chance there. We should probably move on to the Denver Nuggets. They pick Monte Morris again, doubling down on offense. Like they are not drafting any defensive players for this team at all. I guess he's a good like pick and roll player. He's going to be able to play with Jokic. They're going to understand each other well. He can like play in transition, play in different settings on the half court as well. They're going to have enough spacing for him to maybe even get able to get to the rim a little bit. I just don't think he's never been a good defender even in college. I don't think he's going to be anything defensively in that next level. And I worry that he's a little bit too like random, I would say, offensively. Like he's okay. Like his best asset is not losing the ball and being like a good passer, but like most guys in the NBA are like better at different things than he is. So I get it. Like the statistical translations were super good for him, like in the same level as Fred VanVleet for last year. And he's probably going to be a backup point guard in the league for years. So that's fine, I guess. But like, it's just, you probably can, if you are shooting totally for a backup, like I would have loved PA Dozier for the Nuggets here, for example, if you are like aiming a little bit more in the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with, we know what Morris is really good at, right? He's like an all-time legendary decision maker. Every year he has an elite assist-to-turnover ratio. He knows how to run an offense. But how much is intellect worth at the next level when you don't have the athleticism? Even like people said that Tyler Ennis was some kind of like basketball genius, and his game hasn't translated at all because he doesn't really do anything on the floor. Like he's not a scorer. He's not like a dynamic shooter. He can make decent decisions like he did at Syracuse, and he's much worse off there than Morris. I'm gonna give Morris his respect. And like he's an elite decision maker, but how much can you really do when you don't really have the functional athleticism to unleash that? So I get the pick here. It's fine. Like I think there are worse backup point guards you can roll the dice on. I actually had Frank Mason ahead of him on my personal rankings.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah,
because he can score, and that I just value that more in a backup role. Like those guys that can get buckets in limited minutes. So it's more of a philosophy thing for me. But yeah, like you said, they're really they know where they are. I mean, they're going all in on offense. Everything is just. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch, and I'm going to like watching that team. As far as during the regular season, they're going to be one of those teams where it's league pass. It's like 8:30 Pacific, and you're like, okay, who are we going to watch? It's going to be the Nuggets because they're so damn fun. But just as far as how it translates at like a higher level of play, they just don't have the equity to defend.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like I just don't understand. I guess it could be from the agents and all that, but like they need some sort of like defensive prospect on the wing. Like I get that there are not like ideal threes, but like it's just some possibility there. Like I mean, it's just a bit confusing. Like the Pelicans, by the way, like they sold this pick. Like they got it from the team. How is his last name? Like the point guard from Penn State. They traded him to Washington. Team. Oh, I'm blanking right now. You know him?
No.
Yeah, come on. Oh, well, like they traded him to Washington for the 52 selection, and they sold that one to Indiana, and they drafted your guy, Sumner. So the Pacers got him at 52. I don't know if you want to break him down a little bit. The issue with him is like he doesn't shoot the ball well, but he has the athletic profile that you want. At least he's bigger than a Kobe Simmons, and he's more. I would say that he's more athletic or has more. At least he plays with more force than those guys. I will compare him like with Dozier a little bit. I like Dozier better because even if he doesn't shoot the ball, I like his decision making better. I like his feel for the game better. My main takeaway with Sumner is like I understand the athletic profile, and he's probably even more athletic than Dozier, depending on how he comes back from the knee injury. It's just like I didn't like him either as a decision maker. Like it's not like I didn't like him as a shooter. It's just like I didn't even like his vision all that much. So like that's what I didn't get the allure with him other than the athletic profile.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It really just is the athletic profile as far as his dribble drive game. And even that, like when you watch him on film, when he gets into the paint, he really doesn't have a plan. Like he just threw some shit up there for the most part. He didn't really have any counters. He's just really athletic. And if you translate his game to the NBA floor, I read Jay-Z's piece about his big board, and he included Sumner possibly being like a Jordan Clarkson kind of player. I think that makes a lot of sense as far as just getting that guy who can get to the rim in space.
A bit of tunnel vision as well. Yeah,
I think
like Clarkson.
Yeah, so I mean, if you have, exactly. I think that's what the parallels are, kind of tunnel vision. I'm not sure if his shot's going to translate as well as Clarkson. I mean, Clarkson's not a dynamic shooter, but he's gotten better to the point where he's serviceable.
Much
there
better than Sumner for sure. Yeah.
About the shot, and that's obviously why he's available at 52, because NBA teams probably are too. The athleticism is there. We'll see how he recovers from the injury, but at this spot, like we've seen again, athletic guard types translate better to the NBA with NBA spacing and more talent around them. So I don't hate to pick.
I mean, it's the only upside pick that actually Indiana has made so far, because they got TJ Leaf in the first round. I mean, they pick Ike and Igbogu used before, so I guess that counts a little bit. But like I just don't believe all that much in him. I think he's going to be too raw to even bring any sort of value for them, even by a trade, because you have to produce a little bit to get there. So like that's part of it, but like we probably should talk about like Ben Rubin's favorite, Kadeem Allen, getting picked by Boston here at 53 overall.
Wow.
I had him as an honorable mention after my top. I think my tier 5 would probably finish around like 30 something. So he probably was in the next 10 guys that I value. It's just like he's more of a wing on offense and he has point guard defense. But if you pair him with the right guy, I guess if you are planning on maybe losing Marcus Smart, it makes sense as a immediate replacement. Like he's a guy that actually was a super elite scorer in junior college before he transferred to Arizona. So maybe he can do a little bit more than what he has shown in Arizona. Like the shooting ability is all right. Like he's probably not likely to shoot well enough, but like he has shot it all right in a really cramped system in Arizona. Like they don't really run a lot of motions that are towards like developing a free 3-point shooter. Other than maybe even in the sense of Markkanen, like he had to work a little bit more than you would think for his shots. And then he has like this type of like a stopper potential as a guard that you want to see at least. Like if you're drafting a guy for being a defender, like at least he has that type of like production there.
Definitely. I think the defensive part is really what you're getting at. One of the best point of attack defenders in the class athletically. You saw him match up against Markelle Fultz. Did a pretty good job against him. He has the athleticism. He has the length. He's just super old. And offensively, I mean, what's he really going to bring you at a high level? So that's why he's available at this pick. And like point of attack defense, if you can't bring anything else, is probably a little overrated. But if we're looking for NBA skills at this point in the draft, you're not really going to find usually a lot of them. Cameron Oliver, I would probably take as an upside.
No, we know Boston tends to use these guys. Like they find a way to use these guys. I think it makes some sense for the Celtics, especially if they might lose. Like I said, like probably Marcus Smart or Avery Bradley, they're not going to be able to bring both of them. So if you can sort of use Kadeem Allen as a specialist in that role down the road, and if he develops to be able to be playable because he shoots the ball okay, I think that's fine. Like I think he can be all right there in that situation.
Definitely. And getting to the next pick here, if you're good with that, Phoenix just took Alec Peters, brother of one of my buddies, Austin Peters. So I'm really happy you got picked. We're talking about NBA. If we're talking about NBA skills, this guy can shoot the hell out of the ball. I know he might have fallen off the cliff a little bit this year, but I don't think he was fully healthy. This guy is one of the best shooters in the draft as a stretch four. That's probably what he is a situational kind of player off the bench, but he can definitely shoot it. At this point in the draft, again, you're looking for NBA skills. I think it's very established that he's going to be an effective shooter from range, and he has some feel to his game too. He's physical in ways that he doesn't get credit for with that established real measurables for 4, but I think he can play a small ball situational 4 type. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I haven't watched him that much. Like I basically follow the statistical translation and some highlights. Like I didn't really watch Valpo, but like I mean, he's basically a stretch 4, but I think he can be like he has been used as more of a diverse scorer than maybe he will get used at the next level. So he might get even more efficient as a 3-point shooter with better situations. I guess like with some of these guys, you worry about the statistical, like the athletic translation, and if he's going to be able to hold up. But I think Peters, at least he seems to be a fluid athlete. I don't know if he's like explosive enough or anything like that, but I think he moves well. So maybe like I mean, for the team that he's getting drafted into, like Denver, like Phoenix, they can use and shoot him for sure in that situation from the 4 spot. So eventually he might get some minutes there, and they can use that to spread the floor a little bit for Booker and for Bledsoe. So I think he's probably fine there, and he's going to be able to learn from Jared Dudley. That's probably a good situation for him down the road, like a guy that has basically made out a career of being able to stretch the floor and play intelligent defense, and even if he's not all that athletic.
Yeah, and I think at worst, you're looking at a player who can at least give your summer league team a very functional environment to operate in. We haven't made this point enough, but like he's probably going to make the roster. I think he's a decent chance to make Phoenix's roster is their final 15. But at worst, we're looking at a guy who makes everybody in summer league a better player with his floor spacing. We've seen the Spurs do that with the Michigan State kid, the shooter. So that makes a lot of sense regardless. At this point in the draft, if you don't believe in any of the talent, people clearly don't like Cameron Oliver very much, and I really echo that. I don't really like him as a player. I just thought as an upside kind of gamble. Yes, if you have he's a tools guy. The intersection of athleticism, shooting, shot blocking was kind of alluring. But if you actually watch him play basketball, like you hit this right when you saw him, as far as the rotations defensively, how high is his IQ? Doesn't seem very high. Everything you hear about him as a character is that he just wanted to get the hell out of college, and he wasn't a great teammate and all that stuff. So as far as just upside, I could see. I think his team should take a stab at him over the next couple of picks, just because you're not going to find guys with this physical profile, probably in free agency. But yeah, it's I can understand why you dropped.
He might prefer to go undrafted, I guess. Like that could be the thing. We got 2 more picks. Utah drafted Nigel Williams-Goss at 55, and Boston drafted Jabari Bird, my guy. Like I actually had Jabari Bird in the 40s or in the late 30s, so I'm pretty content that he got drafted. I like Jabari Bird more than the typical 3-and-D guy, because even if he doesn't have a lot of length, he kind of like is consistent on defense. I don't think he's going to be like an elite defender at all or anything like that, but I think he can stay on the court in that end. And then he has that stroke. Like I do think his stroke is really good. I think he's a better shooter or more consistent shooter than a Terrence Ferguson, for example. He doesn't have the same probably athletic profile, but I think he can be a bit of less athletic, more consistent Reggie Bullock for you. And Reggie Bullock hasn't been able to stick to the league, but like a guy that is a bit more consistent than he might. So I think for Boston that needs shooting desperately, or guys that can hit a shot, he can be like their James Young replacement basically, or the James Young replacement as a bet. I think he's fine there at that range in the late 50s. And then for Nigel Williams-Goss, is just a guy with no many holes and not many highs either. For Utah, it makes sense. Like he's a typical. Actually, if you think about the offense they run, like he can fit really well in terms of being able to shoot the ball, open himself up in the perimeter for a 3, being able to move the ball and not having to dominate the rock all the time. And then they have Selvin Mack, that is a free agent and might leave. He might just fit right away in that role if they bring all the band together. So I like the pick for both teams. I still are mind blown that like P.J. Dozier hasn't been picked just yet, but like I guess like he might have tell some teams that he doesn't want to get picked this late. But other than that, like he should have gotten picked in my mind like way before now.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't even have Jabari Bird on my radar. I know him as a player, of course, from the past, but he didn't even come up. But yeah, shooting again. Talk about that summer league point. The very worst. I mean, he's going to be a contributor in that setting. PJ Dozier's interesting. I'll see if he goes here. Cameron Oliver. Those are the 2 guys. Charles Cook is someone who Ben Rubin really likes. So those are 3 guys to look for here. Have you gotten any news about the 57th pick, or?
No, nothing at all. It's Brooklyn, right? Is the Brooklyn pick?
Correct. Yeah, it's Brooklyn, New York, San Antonio, and then Atlanta to close this out.
Yeah, they might go upside the Nets there. I don't know if Oliver might make sense for them if they want to go that route, or they might just go international as well. There is like one of the drafts like with the least amount of international players drafted. Actually, if you count it probably, unless you count guys that are international playing in the NCAA, like Dorsey, or like Dorsey's Greek, American Greek, or Markkanen, or even Volden if you count him as an international because he played in UCLA before, but he moved to Serbia. But like other than that, and Pasekniks and the guys we knew, like he's just like been 5 guys maybe. So normally in the second round you get a whole lot of internationals. I guess both like a weak international class plus the new 2-way contracts on the way you can stash guys in the D League now, G League, is probably helping people not having to reach for stash candidates basically.
Definitely. Okay, so I'm going to read
the next pick. I don't know if it's there already.
Yeah, I can't find it either. I'm going to read off Jay Billis's top remaining guys. The Baylor kid, Jonathan Motley, still on the board. Devin Robinson of Florida. Those are 2 kind of big names. I think most people will be familiar. PJ Dozier.
Yeah, Robinson is all right.
Yeah, BJ Beacham from Notre Dame, not surprised.
He's not all right.
Jerome Blossom Game, Kobe Simmons, Cameron Oliver, Malcolm Hill, the shooting guard from Illinois. And the final 2 are Chris Boucher, of Oregon. Of course, he's not going to get drafted. I mean, that guy's freaking rail thin.
No.
And then Ben Moore of SMU. So those are kind of the consensus, or at least ESPN's consensus, remaining players.
They didn't even have Dozier?
No, they did. Yeah, Dozier is number 3.
Okay.
Dozier's 3 and Cameron Oliver is 8. So both of those guys that we were discussing are still on the board, as well as some other guys that are kind of big names. A lot of guys like Devin Robinson. I know we did not. But that's kind of interesting. I mean, if you look at his physical profile as an NBA player, if he can't shoot, of course, he's nothing. But I thought a team would take a dice roll on his physical makeup.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought he was going to be a candidate to get drafted like in the early second, just because at one point teams were going to reach for wings, and he was one of the guys that maybe you can select in that sense. But like, I guess not. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't do what got picked, and I will much better. I don't like watching Devin Robinson at all, just because he never gets in a stance, and he doesn't like. He's okay defensively because he's long and he can recover, and they play. Like he played in a super good defense in Florida, so he didn't need to do all that much. But like he doesn't get in a stance all that much. It's just like the length, the athleticism, and the ability to actually play some modicum of shooting ability and all that. I thought he was going to get picked just by those abilities, and I think he's a more of an NBA player than Ibundu at least. But like, I don't really know. I mean, Charles Cook is also there. I know he has no hype at all. It's the same with Jeremy Morgan. But like those 2 guys are the ones with the best statistical translations instead of being able to maybe be a 3-and-D guy left for sure, because both of them have produced on both senses. So I don't really know. I got the pick for the Knicks, but I haven't seen the one for the next pick, Besenkov, which was one of the best guys in Pelton model and the best European for sure. I think he was 11th or 10th for him. He has been high in a lot of guys that have been really good at the next level. The only problem with Besenkov is like he's probably not passing that athletic threshold, and he doesn't bring the type of like passing acumen that Jokic has or anything like that. He's your typical stretch 4. He has some ability to put it on the floor just because people has to close out on him all the time, and he's really smooth. But like he's just not much in terms of athleticism. But like as a bet for the Nets, and based only and solely on the ability to stretch the floor and the statistical translations, and I don't mind it. I was okay with him there. And then the Knicks drafted another international, Yaramas, the point guard from
I don't
Mega.
know who the hell that is. Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
You have seen him for sure. You see Mega with Kankar and with he's playing point guard in that team. So he's basically their sort of combo guard. Like he's not a real point. I don't have a good buy for him either. He's like confusing to me with like he has never been like all that efficient and all that good in terms of like making reads and all that. But he was really good. I don't really remember what was this, but it was Nations, I think. No, not Nations. Sorry, Adidas Eurocamp. I mixed them up. Like that was like in Treviso like a few weeks ago, and I think he got like a really good game there. So maybe he got into some sort of like hype because of it. We saw the Clippers drafting Mishinov, this French guy last year, because he had a good showing in Nations, and he got drafted like 38 for the Clippers or something like that. So I'm basically making that reasoning here with this pick for the Knicks as well.
Yeah, I have nothing. I think
the Knicks have been really good with internationals though.
Yes,
but like, we have to make that point. The Knicks have been really solid there.
For sure. Yeah. They have hit a couple guys internationally. Of course, Porzingis at the top, but that was more obvious. Just some of the second-tier guys. They've had good success. I mean, that's been kind of their MO as far as they do attribute a lot of emphasis to international players, which is good. I mean, they need to carve out a niche while they can because they're so far behind in basically every other aspect of their organization. Yeah. So
San Antonio is drafting Blossom Game at 59. So there you have it. we were not all that high on Blossom game. I guess the production last year was enticing with the 3-point shooting, but like that just didn't stick. And then you were left wondering like he was even like when you get another chance to dig deeper into a guy's film, you get to wonder like if he's even like that solid of a defender, or if he's like that solid in terms of like making those defensive reads and all that. He has the physical tools, but like he's just I don't know if his functional athleticism is there, like in terms of like being a quick thinker, a quick guy in terms of making reactions to actions on the other end. So like that's the main concern there. But I guess at least with San Antonio and with his athletic tools, because they are there, like he's a long guy, he's explosive. But like if they can make him a player, it's a decent bet for them, because we know they have actually the ecosystem to develop those guys maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in the NFL draft, they call these guys like height, weight, speed guys, just like physical profile types. I think that Blossom Games, the idea of him is much better than Real Thing. I don't think he's a 3 or a D player. His 3 was, like you said, only good one season. The rest was not. I don't believe in his shot really translating. He's a really awkward player in that he can score a little bit from the post. He's got good touch, but it doesn't really translate to it in a projectable setting, of course, because nobody's going to trust him to do those kinds of things. And defensively, I just saw too much damning tape of him moving laterally. He's just not that explosive in the situations. He has the frame to maybe play some small ball 4 potentially. I don't like him as a wing, like a true wing prospect. I don't think he adds a lot of value there. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, I think he's more of a combo guy, like a combo forward. So I guess that's the thinking there. I mean, eventually, if they get him to be something, is fine for them. Like that's the type of upside you wonder. So like at least he's a wing guy in that sense, but like I don't really buy into it that much. Like they drafted the Sound Thomas a few years back and they didn't hit on him. Like it's not like you hit on all the guys, but at least the Spurs try. So I guess as a bet, why not, right? Like I would probably have bet on Andrew White even before him, just because White at least has the shooting ability. But like they are all super old and they are all probably not going to translate. So who cares? And Alpha Kaba got drafted by the Hawks to close the draft. The international French guy that plays for Mega as well. All the Mega guys got drafted, I think. So that's more power to them. I don't know if it's a word from their agent. Like the owner of the team is an agent with a lot of power in Europe, and he might have power overall in terms of like getting guys drafted in these slots if you are looking for a stats guy. So like Kaba is just the type of guy that I don't really care that much about his skill set. Like he's a driving 5 basically, and those guys, unless you are like a Cousins, even Okafor, that is really good at that. Like he can bring much value at all. And like Kaba is just like he doesn't get all the way there in terms of stretching it. He doesn't get all the way there in terms of like passing the ball. He's like a mixed prospect. I don't really like his defensive IQ either. Like it's just confusing to me to make a prospect out of him. He feels like a guy that is basically an athlete and is put out there to do things. And it's fine at the European level because you need those type of athletes and long guys. But like he doesn't have the ideal frame to play the 5. He doesn't have, for me, the skills to play any other position. And his main skill, and the one I think he can hang his hat on a little bit, is driving. But like I said, like a 5 that basically drives, I don't really know how much you can get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, that echoed. I haven't seen a ton of his tape, but I've seen enough to have an idea of him, and that pretty much encompassed everything I thought. I looked at him and saw just an athlete. How good is his skill level? What's his skill level like? Is that going to translate? Unless he was like a legitimate knockdown shooter, I didn't have a lot of appeal, a lot of intrigue with him.
Yeah.
Exactly, and like he's too shoddy there. I don't really trust his shot projecting. So, yeah, so we talk about undrafted guys real quick. PJ Dozier, who you like. Cameron Oliver, I am kind of shocked didn't get drafted, honestly, just based on physical profile. He's available. Charles Cook, Devin Robinson, those are kind of the big names. Anybody else that comes to mind for you?
Not really. I mean, Jeremy Morgan, maybe. I mean, I don't know. You mentioned him as well. That's a possibility. I guess, I mean, in the bigs department, I'm not really high on them, but like Jonathan Motley out of Baylor as well didn't get picked. Luke Cornett out of Vanderbilt. I like a little bit of some of his parts, more than Kava, for example. I think he can be, he's less flashy, but he can be more useful down the line. And then, I mean, we have all these guards, like Luke Nelson has some statistical profile that are interesting. Isaiah Briscoe didn't get picked out of Kentucky, but like he can really shoot. And then, I mean, if you are talking about wings, I get Andrew White. I talked about him before. Jalen Moore out of Utah State. It's another guy. We talked about Malcolm Hill before. I think those guys are basically just shots out the darkness. And LJ Peak out of Georgetown didn't get picked either. And I thought he was a little bit more interesting than some of the guys there. So not really. Like, I guess for me, it's more like Oliver and Dozier. Those are the 2 guys that actually has rank higher than most and didn't get picked at all. But the rest of the bunch is just like guys that you might get an opportunity in the summer league, and maybe they get the amount anything. On that, I'm pretty much not really. I'm researching and I'm looking through it. I can find a hit, but like I'm trying to hit if DJ Wilson signed with Jeff Schwartz. So like maybe that's the argument for Milwaukee picking him up. So that's what I'm trying to find, but I haven't found it yet. But that might be the situation. The Warriors signed Chris Boucher basically as a two-way deal. We're probably going to get a lot of those right away because a lot of players get like this is the same with the NFL draft. We have a lot of players getting like signed right away by teams as undrafted free agents. I will be surprised if PA Dozier doesn't strike a deal kind of quick here.
Yeah, so I just tweeted out this link. So let's talk overarching thoughts on the draft before we wrap up here, putting it in totality.
Cameron Oliver signed with Minnesota, so another big for the Wolves.
I actually really like that fit. If he can figure it out defensively, and Tibbs can teach him and like instruct him how to play team defense and stuff like that, I think there's a lot of value there. As far as profiling next to Anthony Towns, I mean, I like him much more than Justin Patton on that team. What about you?
Yeah, I have him higher than Patton, so yeah, for me, it's fine.
Okay, so let's talk overarching thoughts on the draft. I don't like doing winners and losers like in that kind of straight setting, but just for you, do any teams stand out as benefiting tonight? Did you like what any team did? Any point in the draft, first round, second round, who stood out to you?
I mean, I like overall a ton of what Utah did in terms of like drafting Donovan Mitchell and moving up for him in that sense. I like it, the draft that Portland had as well. I think if we're talking about the standing out, I guess Dallas, just because I had Dennis Smith ranked second or third on my board and he fell all the way to ninth. And Charlotte as well with Malik Monk. I would have loved for Charlotte to make their pick with the first one in the second round that they had, and they just traded that one. But like even with just getting Monk there, I know some people try to get like a lot of guys and like try to make a value there. I think what the Lakers did was good as well. I like those picks for them, and San Antonio picking up Derrick White too. I think those are the guys, and we mentioned the Clippers as well. Like with those limited resources, they did really well in the second round.
Yeah, you hit on basically everything I wanted to hit on. The Clippers in the second round, I thought really cleaned up with Joan Evans and then Darius Thornwell, two guys that were top 18 on my board. Personally, I liked what they did. Dallas is the big winner to me in the top 10, of course, but we are very much bigger Dennis Smith fans than the consensus for the most part. But just based on talent, again, you just don't see guys like that athletic with that kind of skill level that go outside the top 5 traditionally. I really like what they did. Malik Monk falling to Charlotte at 11, that was another big one that I love Charlotte taking that dice roll. I'm a lot higher than Malik Monk than a lot of people are, and I really like that fit as far as they need desperately some kind of scoring acumen to add athleticism to their lineups. So I really like that. That was the guy for about the highlights.
Yeah. Who was the team that you like it the least? Because I know we did hate the Markkanen pick, but the least, even if he was a reach, I think he makes some, like, I like him more than I like Bam. I think the biggest reach for me was Bam by far. I still have Justin Jackson at least somewhere in the 20s. And I think Justin Patton, I mean, I don't like him. I don't think he's good, but like the upside is higher than with Bam. So like, I didn't like either of those guys, but like at least Minnesota got Jimmy Butler. So if you're making that point, that's some sort of like saving face, and they got Cameron Oliver as an undrafted free agent, so they did something there. I think Miami probably like had the worst draft for me, but like I guess you shouldn't bet on that because they have a really good staff developing players, but they only got Bam and that's all, and they don't really have much of a like I guess they might trade out of Whiteside eventually, but like if they are trying to play those guys together or even playing like two bigs at the same time, I don't really see that happening. And then I guess you can talk about Chicago just overall what they did. Like they sold the pick that became they sold Jordan Bell to the Warriors. I know half the league is going to hate them from that. And then they trade out of Jimmy Butler, and they ended up building a team a little bit around Chris Dunn by drafting Lowry. So I guess those two teams, Miami and Chicago, were the ones, plus Detroit drafting Kennard at 12.
I was going to say that was my first one that came to mind. Kennard over Donovan Mitchell. I just didn't understand it from any kind of level. Upside, fit on a good team. That just didn't make a lot of sense to me. The Kings, I didn't love their move trading back from 10.
No, I didn't either. Yeah.
Like we've already talked about that as far as just the value there. Wasn't totally enamored with the Pacers picks as far as TJ Leaf at 18. I just don't really. I don't know. I just didn't really like it that much. The Bucks, Of course, going DJ Wilson at 17, I wasn't crazy about it, but they got Sterling in the second round, which made up for it. I forgot of course, I forgot two guys, key players for pluses. Toronto getting OG where they got him.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That's a value pick, and especially that's the one team where if Lowry returns, they could actually use him in an on-ball defensive role just to take minutes, starting LeBron for like 5-minute stints or something like that. I mean, who knows how well rookies translate for the most part? Usually not well, but I completely justifiable pick for them. And then, of course, like you mentioned, Jordan Bell going to the Warriors, buying that pick, just a perfect fit as far as his skill set. Really maximizes all of his strengths, minimizes all of his weaknesses. So those two teams really won out.
Not being high or low, but I think teams like Brooklyn and teams like Phoenix did okay. Like Brooklyn with Jarrett Allen, and even like I said with Besenkov in the second round as a bet to pan out somehow. And then Phoenix drafted Davon Reed and Josh Jackson. Like I thought Reed was a worse player than maybe Sterling Brown or PJ Dozier or guys that I like it more in that sense. But like he's okay in terms of like making a bet on a wing at least. And then Josh Jackson, like I had Isaac ahead of him, but like I'm fine with them drafting a guy that actually I was making that point and I erased it from my board. Like I thought like if they are actually in a sense that they want a more like present guy, like you don't draft rookies to perform because they normally don't, but at least Jackson, I think you can make the case that he might be better right away than other guys, and they might be a little bit in a hurry with their coaching staff and with their front office. I know they want to produce a little bit more. So I think in that sense, I'm okay with Jackson. I think it was probably the second best option for them, or the third. I mean, I had doubts between Ntilikina and Isaac for them. So at least he was a guy that I can understand drafting in that situation. Sorry, I like it the pick much more than Fox, for example. So I'm pretty okay with those teams. I think just like we're talking in that sense, like probably Detroit, Chicago, and Miami were the most disappointment ones for me.
Agreed, and I think I wasn't enamored with the Knicks. I mean, I don't mind Ntilikina there. I think he like for the reasons you noted, he's going to make more schematic sense, which is going to optimize him more than probably Dennis Smith. But I do think Dennis Smith was on a different tier talent-wise, so that was a really interesting pick. Ntilikina there. It could have been a lot worse. I was terrified they're going to do like Kennard or Justin Jackson or something like that and just completely screw it up. But that just stands out as an interesting pick more so than a bad one. I do think that the Miami Band pick was bad. I didn't like Oklahoma City's pick of Terrence Ferguson. Of course, we talked about that with Sean. I just didn't see. I didn't hate it. I mean, in that range, it's fine. The conceptual idea of him is okay. I just don't think he's a very good basketball player. So those would be the teams that stand out for the negatives. The Lakers are another team we didn't talk about too.
Yeah, we're getting some information. Like apparently Denver traded out basically because they didn't like they have like a divided room between their selection at 13th and they traded down with Utah, if you remember. So they just didn't make the pick and they just wanted to buy more time. That's where it seems to be. So like I guess that's a reason in there, but like still we criticize that one because you are trying to get the last premium or the last guy of the upper tier other than OJ that ended up like falling all the way to 23rd. So yeah, I don't know if you were making the point for any other team. I didn't get that.
Yeah, just the Lakers. I mean, we know our positions on ball. I think you ended up with him second or third. Were you one of those two? I have him third in my board. That was a great pick. And then doubling down with Hart just gives them a different dimension as far as high IQ guys to run Luke Walton's motion scheme. I think both of them are going to be
I like
good
Kuzma.
Kuzma's good. And I hated the D'Angelo Russell trade again. I mean, that kind of makes the night a loss for me just because I just didn't get it philosophically unless they had something legitimately lined up and it led right into another. Just wait, just keep him. I would have liked this draft so much more if you put all three of those guys together and then Kuzma is like a stretch four option. So I like their selections and I think they did a good job. It's just that trade kind of undercuts a lot of it for me.
And if you think about it, like they could have picked Tony Bradley for themselves. Like they actually were rumored to want him in the first round, and they ended up like trading down 2 picks, getting Josh Hart and getting Thomas Bryant in the second round. Between Thomas Bryant and Bradley, I'm like even. I don't care for both of them. I think they could be like similar players with the right opportunity. So I'm fine with that. Like you're actually making a gamble later on and getting a better player on Hart. Like that's the ideal scenario there for them. I thought they were really good in the draft, and we have another signing like James Blackmon Jr. signed with the Sixers. At least they got a 3. Not really deep, but like a 3-point shooter out of the draft there. I think he's a guy that I actually were hired people. I like his ability to stroke it from deep, and I think he has some fluidity to his game that might be a little bit non-zone. So
Okay.
I like him a little bit more than some people. It's just like he's a one position defender and he can really play make for others as a point guard. But like on the Sixers with Ben Simmons, why not take a chance with a guy like that, right?
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, we've been on for what, 5.5 hours?
Yeah,
So we've been plugging through.
It's 6:30 a.m. here, so yeah, it's a little kind of long for me. Yeah.
Jesus, dude. So we're gonna
Yeah,
try to
it's okay.
probably eventually. I'm sure Sean's gonna get this in podcast form. It's gonna take a while to edit. Likely, I'm not gonna have the time to do that probably in the recent future. So people, whoever watched this for the 20 viewers or what, so thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
And post the link on YouTube or on Twitter about the YouTube link if people want to watch the whole thing in full. I don't know why you want to watch the entire thing, but if you want to, or just parts and cut to our analysis on certain teams, definitely feel free to do that. And Javier, thanks for joining us, or joining me, I should say. Of course, thank you to Sean when he eventually watches this back or listens to it back. This is really fun.
It went super fast for me. Like I thought it was going to be like last year. I almost fell asleep through the second round, and this year I just could go all the way through. So yeah, I made it easier, and it was a good one. Like I think we got some reads out of it, and we just need to sleep on it and make some like podcast afterwards, maybe this weekend, maybe in a few days, trying to read the draft with Mark as well, get his thoughts, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll get Mark back in the fold. It was a really fun draft. I mean, I think a lot of the destinations made a lot of sense. I like when players go to conducive environments to improve, and it seems like we got a fair amount of that. So that's pretty much all you can ask for.
Sure. Yeah, so now I'm going to get online and trying to get all the opinions from everybody from every draft board and Reddit and stuff like that before I go to bed, maybe at 10 a.m. after I'm going to get a breakfast, like king size breakfast kind of. So talk to you
Good
hopefully
Lord,
in the next one, this weekend or next week or something like that, trying to wrap up everything and our thoughts around the draft and all that.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab a damn 6-pack of beer because I pulled an all-nighter last night to do a Memphis radio hit this morning. So I've gotten like 2 hours of sleep. So it's going to be a couple Coors Lights. And then,
are you going to be on Lock on Suns also late tonight, like always?
Yeah, and then it's going to be bed. So again, guys, thank you very much for joining us. Javier, thanks for joining me. And we will catch you guys next time.